If you've played Mario 64 DS, then you'll remember that Mario is required to unlock Luigi as well as unlock the power-ups and fighting the final Bowser. But what if there was a way to beat the game without Mario at all? Today, we're gonna find out if that's possible, and as a bonus, we're gonna collect as many stars as we possibly can. We'll start, of course, in Bob-omb Battlefield. The first star with King Bob-omb is easy peasy, but right after that is our first dilemma, racing Koopa the Quick. The only way to race him is with Mario, which would defeat the whole purpose of this challenge. So instead, I collected star 6 and moved on to Womp's Fortress. I was able to get every star here except the last one. For that, you have to break this red brick with Mario, Luigi, or Wario so you can activate the star in the glass box. But Yoshi can't break them to my knowledge, so we may come back. The hardest star to get here was the red coins, because there was no easy way to get to these floating islands, which just so happened to have the last 2 red coins I need. I couldn't kick this plank down to walk across, and since I have no skills with the DS version of Mario 64, long jumps and triple jumps from the tower weren't working either. After messing around for a bit, I accidentally grabbed the top of the plank and realized this might work after all. After a few tries, I found that by building a bit of speed and jumping, you can make it to the arrow-shaped island to get all the red coins. After that, I went into Peach's Slide, and both stars there were a cakewalk. Next up was Jolly Roger Bay. At first, I was a bit worried about the 100 coins because I knew I wasn't getting all the blue coins, seeing as you need the Koopa shell to do that. And I can't get the Koopa shell without the other characters since it's in this box. But I only worried because I know the original Jolly Roger Bay is very stingy with its coins. Thankfully, the DS game is much more generous. It adds Goombas in the cave, and there's extra coins on groundwater, so I was pretty much set. I got every star here except 6 and 7. 6 requires Luigi and his invisible power-up, while 7 requires Wario and his metal power-up. I tried perfect swimming to the star since you can do that in the original game, but I had no luck and there seemed to be some sort of invisible barrier. We'll come back to this stage later and see if we have more luck. At this point, I decided to try getting that power-up switch on. While I'm able to look into the light as Yoshi, all that happened was I dropped through the sky without a wing cap on. I tried looking up again, only for the sky to call Mario's name. So it looks like this challenge just got harder. Now it's without Mario and without power-ups. But let's keep things cool and move on to Cool Mountain. Star 2 wasn't something I could do since baby penguins don't like getting eaten by green dinosaurs. I also couldn't access Star 5 since I needed to complete Star 2 to get to that. And Star 7 didn't show up either because that would require me to complete every star before that. Star 6 is the wall kicking one, in which you're supposed to use Mario to wall kick off the walls to nab it. Now you can easily do this with Luigi's backflip if we had him, but I wanted to challenge myself and see if this was possible with Yoshi. A backflip wasn't getting me enough height for this final part, so I tried a triple jump. After a couple tries, I noticed that Yoshi was getting higher than the platform, so this was definitely doable. After dozens of attempts, I perfectly angled Yoshi's triple jump to landing right on top without a single wall jump or backflip. And now it's time to take out Bowser. Or I guess we aren't allowed in. I was really starting to get worried about this challenge at this point, so I went ahead and completed Sunshine Isles while I brainstormed on what to do. The last idea I had was to try to get some stars at Big Boo's Hunt, but that didn't work either. In this game, Yoshi can't eat or ground pound the boos, which to this day still makes no sense. So now, unfortunately, we're at a bit of a dead end. I can't go to Big Boo's Hunt, I can't get any more stars from the levels I can access, I can't go to Bowser, and I can't hit the switch to turn on the power-ups. Now is the time to do some research, so the first thing I did was look up Mario 64 DS speedruns. What I found instead was first Bowser battle as Yoshi, and thought, okay, this is exactly what I'm looking for. And then the video is literally him opening the door with Mario first, then running back, changing into Yoshi and moving on. I mean, I could technically do this since I wouldn't be entering a level with Mario, but that's kinda lame if you ask me. So I decided to go into the Mario 64 DS speedrunning Discord to see if anyone there would know, and I got a response from a guy called Adil, and he said, sadly, there's no known way of getting past the 12-star door with Yoshi. And I should phrase Yoshi specifically, because you can get past that door with other characters. By using, say, Luigi in the Jolly Roger Bay room, you can clip onto this pillar and align yourself using the seams of the level and follow that with a backflip so that he'll spawn upstairs. But like he said, this did not seem possible with Yoshi. Actually, I might have an idea now that I think about it. Adil said that there's a 1-up in the room that chases Yoshi around, and when Yoshi eats an item, he has one frame where he can jump. By combining these two elements, he thought it may be possible to get on the pillar with Yoshi. Several minutes later, he sent another message. Okay, I made it up the pillar. And this was followed by a couple screenshots of his attempts at this trick. And next thing I knew, I was sent a video of a brand new task trick never seen or done before. Yoshi does a side flip to activate the 1-up, eats the 1-up, which is then followed by a backflip. Then he carefully walks his way through the sea, making sure he remains out of bounds while also not falling. After that is a few extremely precise jumps towards this gate, slides off the gate and literally upwarps to the top of the castle, and falls all the way into the loading zone, which leads him to the upstairs. This is a crazy feat that all happened in a span of an hour and completely out of nowhere. And believe me guys, this is just the beginning. So now that we can get upstairs with Yoshi, what's next? Well, I think it's time we unlock some characters. So next is Wario. And now we have another problem, and that's of course this giant mirror. Yoshi can't do anything here, right? Well, crazy enough, by aligning Yoshi at a certain angle at the mirror's pillar, he can perform high long jumps in the direction of the wall. With good momentum, he can clip right through and enter the mirror without using Luigi. And here's the kicker out of all of this. Yoshi is the only character that was never meant to enter this Chief Chili level. You can fight the boss with Mario and Wario by using the caps, but for the first time, Yoshi is along for the ride. And after the fight against him, thankfully it doesn't crash the game either. So just like that, we now have access to Wario. Now before we move on, we're gonna go ahead and just unlock Mario, but not actually play as him. The only reason we're doing this is to prevent the game from crashing if we eventually get to fighting Bowser, because that's known to happen when he isn't unlocked. And since we can upwarp with Yoshi, we can use the exact same tactic to get ourselves inside Bowser in the Dark World. By doing this, we were able to grab the red coin and switch star pretty easily. So at this point, lots of big crazy moves have been made to this challenge, and the final one is to unlock Luigi so we can get back to grabbing as many stars as possible. Now unlike Yoshi, Wario was able to ground pound the booze, and while I was here I also did the red coins in the courtyard star. But then it was on to Big Boo's haunt. I wasn't able to get upstairs to Luigi's painting because Wario can't jump high enough, so I completed the first star so the stairs would open up. And then I tried to get up top and realized Wario's jump really is the worst thing ever. I could not make my way up no matter how much I tried. So I talked to Adil again and he brought up that the Luigi cap will always spawn on a certain star before you even unlock them, since normally the caps don't spawn unless you unlock that character. This concept also happens in Hazy Maze Cave, where before unlocking Wario, you can grab this cap off of Dory for a star. I found that by selecting star 3, that's when Luigi's cap spawned in the back room of the house. So yes, I'm about to unlock Luigi while using a Luigi cap before actually unlocking Luigi. But anyway, once I made it through Luigi's Big Boo level, I was finally granted access to Luigi, so it's time to head back downstairs and see what other stars are possible. Going back into Bob-omb Battlefield, Luigi was able to get all the red coins, 100 coins, and even star 5 where you shoot out of the cannon for the 5 secret coins. This one took a while because I had to keep climbing up the mountain to grab one coin at a time, but alas, it was doable. After that, I dove into Whomp's Fortress and finished up that switch star since I can break it now with Luigi. Next was Jolly Roger Bay, and even now I still couldn't do star 6 because there was no way to get past the cage without the power-ups unlocked. But star 7 is interesting because I get to introduce you guys to our good old pal named Water Storage. Here's how it kinda works. We start this star by selecting Yoshi with the Luigi hat on. Then you'll break this box to reveal the shell, take damage so you'll revert to Yoshi and eat the shell before it disappears. Then you have to jump and throw the shell at just the right time so Yoshi lands on the shell in the water. This tricks the game into thinking you're no longer in the water, so I just rode all the way down to the bottom and got off the shell so I could grab the star. And after that, I went back into Cool Mountain and grabbed the remaining stars I couldn't get before. Nothing too interesting here. Big Boo's Haunt was next on my list, and I was able to do all the stars except 6, where you have to go into the secret room of the eye. I need the invisible power-up to do that, so it's not gonna happen. And around this time, I also knocked out that secret Battle Fort level. And that is all the stars we can get on the main floor, but what about the basement? We haven't even gone there yet, and since I didn't fight the first Bowser, I don't have the key to get there. Thankfully, there's another route that uses Yoshi. By double jumping towards this waterfall and slide kicking in this spot, you can build enough speed to clip into the castle and land on the ground to trick the game into thinking you aren't in water. Then you'll simply walk through the door and you're set. So now that we drain the water and switch back to Luigi, we can plow through the rest of these basement levels. First up was Hazy Maze Cave. I could grab every star here except the third one, and that's because normally you need Metal Wario to push down on this switch. Instead, I tried ground pounding into it from above the water since the ground pound got me pretty deep in before, but for some reason there's like an invisible force field that stops you from doing that. So it looks like there's no other option but to use something called a block clip. What I mean by that is we're gonna have to use Yoshi and hug this wall, then move the camera down and to the right, zoom back out so he clips under the stage and lands in some water. At this point, we're gonna have to swim in these very specific directions to ensure we don't accidentally fall off the stage, and after a certain point, we're gonna jump out of the water, feel for a door, and kablam! We're behind that cage now and the star is possible. At this time, I also visited the Metal Cap stage, and was able to do the red coins but not the Balloon Mario one for obvious reasons. The red coins were a big pain without the Metal Cap. I had to dive into the water dozens of times to hit these coins since the camera didn't cooperate and I had to guess where they were, making it harder than it needed to be. But otherwise, it was more than doable. There's nothing to really say about Lethal Lava Land except that every star here was possible. I moved on to Shifting Sandland after that, and every star was pretty easy except for this one red coin. Since I couldn't fly to it with Mario, I had to use Luigi and was really struggling to reach it. I tried using backflips and always just barely missed it, so then I tried a backflip off the top of the pyramid and that didn't work either. My next idea was to use the cannon, so I opened that guy up and was able to touch the coin this way, but it was impossible for me to survive afterwards thanks to this giant pile of quicksand. My last idea was to triple jump dive off the pillar, which seemed unlikely, but after dozens of tries, I actually managed to do that and survive. After I got all these stars, I got a few other miscellaneous ones like talking to Toad and the 2 under the moat. And believe it or not, you can actually get both of them. The cage at the end may look too tall to jump over, and well, that's because it is, but to get this red coin star, it requires a task trick called dive resetting, which allows Luigi to basically jump twice to get the star. The switch star, on the other hand, is an entirely different story. Normally, you're required to use Mario to balloon yourself and wall jump to the top, but you can actually do this one with Luigi. You start by backflipping to the switch, then after activating it, you'll simply backflip your way to the beginning, then do a long series of slide kicks up this wall until you get near the top. Timing this is insanely hard, by the way. The only way I could do this was to roll my thumb across A and B. Then you'll get to this platform and backflip again so you'll have just enough height to make it across and grab the star. We're almost done with the basement, but we still have this 30-star door to go through. But as you'd expect, we can't get through unless you're Mario. Stumped as I was, Adil showed me a video that would allow me to get into this room, and I was actually able to do this myself. Basically, I used Yoshi to run ahead of this bunny. Then I had to grab the bunny while also being lined up with this wall. After that, I could clip out of bounds and literally swim underneath the castle. Lucky for us, water's there in the first place. I had to swim down and to the right to make sure I was aligned with the hallway behind the 30-star door. After doing that for a while, I jumped out of the water and had to feel my way around and look for Bowser's opening. And voila, we have made it. The red coins and switch star were easy to grab, as you'd expect. The last basement stage to do was Dire Docks. Every star was possible here except for star 6 because I don't have access to the power-up to go through the cage. Now the Jetstream star was interesting because you must have the ship spawned in for it to be possible without using Wario's metal power-up. You can't just swim down and grab the star. All you have to do is go under the wing of the ship, jump and ground pound, and you'll clip underneath the water so you can grab the star. For those wanting to try any of these glitches at home, this one is super easy to do, and it's really gratifying watching Yoshi run around on the floor. And that's it for the basement, so it's time to move upstairs. I'll first tackle Wet Dry World, and all these stars were easy to do, including star 6. And that's the one behind the cage where you'd need a power-up to get through. So why am I saying this was easy? Well, by using Luigi, I pushed this block at just the right spot, ran up into the corner, zoomed in, moved the camera to the right, and zoomed the camera out, allowing me to clip through to out of bounds. Then you have to carefully swim in a way so you'll load in the city portion of the level while staying out of bounds. And at that point, you can just swim around to grab the cage star. And once you get that, you're golden. Next, I went to Tall Mountain, and all the stars here were easy enough. Tiny Huge Island went well too, except for stars 3 and 4. Koopa once again wants to race Mario, which we can't do, and star 4 isn't available unless you complete star 3. After that was Snowman's Land. All the stars were doable except star 6 because you need the invisible power-up to get the star underneath the cage. After that, we have the tippy top to play next. To get up there, Adil sent me this really sick task clip skipping the 50-star door entirely. He used Wario in this pillar to build speed with long jumps and managed to clip through the mirror. Then he ran towards the Wario painting and clipped at the bottom of that so he was out of bounds. This was followed by slide kicking himself to a place where he could up warp and end up in Over the Rainbow. Now for this level, you can get the brick star with Wario with a well-timed long jump, but the red coin star wasn't as gracious. With some careful routing, you can grab all the red coins, but there's no way to get back up to the star afterwards since you can't fly. And just like that, we have 2 levels to go. Tick-Tock Clock allowed us to collect every star, even star 1, which would seem impossible since you need Luigi to be invisible to go through this cage. What Adil did was he started by climbing up the stage for a bit, then did a slide kick while this block was rotating, which essentially pushed Luigi out of bounds. Then by going across this seam, he could clip back into the stage and grab the star. And after that, all the stars were a walk in the park. And finally, on to Rainbow Ride. Every star here was also possible, including star 7. Now for this star, you would normally need Balloon Mario to hit the switch and float himself up top, but there's actually a relatively easy solution with Luigi. By jumping off the carpet and making your way to the switch, you're given just enough time to run back into the house so you can land on the carpet and grab the star. So now we've gotten just about every star we can, and all that's left to tackle is Final Bowser. Obviously the game wants us to use Mario, but we have one more trick up our sleeve, and it's actually not even task required. All we need to do is line up Luigi on the second step, build up a run, charge forward, and immediately slide kick. After that, you'll move Luigi a bit to the right and up, and ground pound to ensure your momentum stops. Then when you land, you basically just feel your way around to get inside Bowser in the sky. Now once inside, I was able to get both the stars and even fight Bowser. After the 3 hits, he dissolved into nothing, and just like that, we can officially say that Mario 64 DS is indeed possible without using Mario. My final star count that I got was 134 out of 150 stars. I cannot believe we got even close to that many. And maybe in the future more tricks will be discovered, which could raise this number up even more. Now, before ending the video, I'd like to give a huge thank you to Adil and the Mario 64 DS Discord server for being so kind and for helping me make this video to what it is. We've attempted Mario 64 DS without Mario, New Super Mario Bros. With only feet, Sonic Heroes without Sonic, and even maxing out the coin count in a cursed Lego figure. All of these stupid challenges have led to this moment. Mario 64, elbows only. Okay, so the only feasible way to do this challenge is with a DDR pad. But how on earth is this going to work? Well, the arrows will be mapped to the joystick, circle will be the A button, X will be the Z button, and triangle the B button. Square and select are going to change depending on which inputs I need. The rules are to only use my elbows and to beat the game. And if you think I'm joking, well, I had a camera on me the entire time. Now, normally when I'm going through these challenges, I very briefly touch on the easy levels and dig into the ones I struggled with. This is the first and maybe only time that I can safely say that every star was difficult. Just look at me trying to walk. Moving around is quite literally a workout. At first, I was feeling pretty good and thought I could knock out about 40 stars in a day. Oh, I was so naive. When I landed in Bob-omb Battlefield, I realized that I didn't know what I even wanted to start with. I'm basically limited to using 2 slow inputs at a time, so that doesn't leave me with any easy options. Like, look at this, I fell off the bridge. This is when it really sank in how absurdly hard this was going to be. I can't even walk over a basic bridge. Basic turning is an obstacle. Getting around small ledges was almost a puzzle. And worse, my knees were already starting to hurt. This isn't a good sign considering I don't even have 1 star yet. So guess how I had to get to King Bob-omb? I used the warp and the flowers to bypass the bridge. I'm not even kidding. Once I got up to the king, I thought he would be harder, but I found that by doing big circles, I always had enough time to grab his bag and chucked him 3 times. That was 1 star. Just 1 star. Next, I ended up losing to the Koopa race, and after taking a death, I realized that I was already experiencing neck pain because I was looking up at the game while my body was parallel to the ground. This was also tiring on my abs and legs since I was keeping my whole body up with just my elbows, but I'm not giving up that easily. So I did the Koopa race again and ended up winning, and only because I could use both of the teleporters. Star 3 was much more manageable, but even just getting to the cannon was tricky. I jumped and had to quickly swing to the right before falling off of it. I have almost no sense of control. Simply moving takes so much energy and extra thinking. Then came my great idea of getting the red coins. But that was just an idea. I was dreading the thought, so I tried getting the chain chomp star as a backup. That was a worse idea because I couldn't line myself up with the pole fast enough. Playing this game with your elbows feels like Mario is moving 10 times slower, but everyone else is at normal speed. My reaction times just weren't good enough. So back to the red coins I went. My first try wasn't going well, as I missed this one on this hill, and when I hit the boulder by accident, I felt completely defeated with my 3 measly stars. I was able to get the red coins on the next try, but it took a really long time. I was legit out of breath by the end because of how much moving around I had to do. I felt like I was doing a really bad plank for 20 minutes straight. That was enough Bob-omb Battlefield. I didn't even want to think about that stage again. Cool Mountain was next, and I wasn't sure how to tackle the slide at first. Since I'm used to having such a wide range of motion, I just held down and went as slow as possible. That ended up, not working. So I tried again and just pushed left and right. I phased into the secret area so I could rest my elbows and back for a minute. And guess who hit save and exit? Oh yay. This wasn't the first time this happened. And that's because my knees kept slipping on the down arrow whenever I leaned over the pad, therefore causing me to hit save and exit. The next star was Baby Penguin, and wait a minute, where are you going? Come on man, get off of the freaking hill. Anyway, I had been playing for roughly 30 minutes, so I was starting to get a little bit better with the movement. It was time to start attempting speedrun strats. I took the shortcut down half of the mountain, no problem. The next challenge was clearing this massive jump. So much for that. On the next try, I got the jump, and honestly, it felt pretty good. Well, maybe I should say my soul felt good. The elbows, not so much. Then I went for the star 6 skip because it didn't seem that hard, until I tried it, and it didn't go as planned. So fine, I jumped to an easier spot and tried again. Nope, nah, aha! That's the one. And with this star, I learned something really insightful. Wall jumping sucks. Jumping off the wall itself is fine, it's carrying your momentum afterwards that's the problem. So backflip it is, at least for the first part. I managed to hit the triple wall jump perfectly, except I didn't have the right angle. My only choice now was the green wall, and after 10 tries, I somehow jumped to safety. I was so paranoid about falling that I actually crawled the entire way there. As much as I hated the idea, I figured red coins would be my next choice. It was gonna be grueling and long like it was in Bob-omb Battlefield, but also doable unlike a lot of these stars. Not only was there a lot of scary jumps to do, but I also died 3 times after getting all the red coins. The real challenge here was actually getting to the star. Normally I just long jump across the broken bridge, but there's no way I can build enough speed to do that. So my only other option was to very carefully jump towards the other side, and this took several tries. After grabbing the star, I told myself, no more red coins. Oh, yeah, I wish. So, status update, while I run through Bowser 1, my elbows were getting really raw and dried out. Hitting the pads didn't hurt that much, it was when I took a break and the blood rushed back in. And then there was Bowser. This was not the same as the King Bob-omb fight. Bowser spins much faster and grabbing his tail takes much more effort. Once I actually did grab it, I knew I couldn't spin around normally since my elbows can't move that fast. I resorted to the weenie method of just mashing B. This method should work up until the final Bowser, if I ever get there, that is. While I was taking a break from the Bowser fight, my neck was starting to strain when I just moved it around. I don't think I'm getting 40 stars today. I'll be happy if I even reach 20. I went for the slide star next, and no, I'm not gonna bother getting the secret one under 21 seconds. After that, I thought aquarium would be easy enough. And yes, it is technically easy, but it is also excruciatingly painful on my right elbow. The only way to swim accurately is to hold A, so I held most of my body weight on my elbow while also using my left elbow to aim. Look how pink my elbows are now. I mean, maybe you can't tell that much, but it was getting really bad. Then Jolly Roger Bay was next, and again, it wasn't hard, but it just hurt like crazy. I decided to do the chest star because I had to get out of the water. The wing cap star also opened up, and of course I'm gonna get the reds. With my elbows, yeah, you're a real funny guy if you think that. Really comedy, 100. I was kind of over Jolly Roger Bay already, so I went to Womp's Fortress. Oh no, narrow walkways are my weakness. And of course, the camera is positioned just wrong enough that I can't quickly scurry across this path. I tried again and barely grabbed the ledge. Now, like King Bob-omb, I thought the big whomp would be an issue, but I was actually able to time the ground pounds and still pound him like normal. 12 stars in, and I'm at a breaking point of taking breaks every 2 to 3 stars. My neck was now in agonizing pain, and it just kept getting worse and worse. So of course, it's time to go for cannonless, right? I needed to remap a couple buttons since you have to move the camera around, but it's technically possible. Yes! Let's go! And there you have it. It goes to show how consistent this trick is. I was feeling pretty good after that. So instead of being scared of the bridge, I just triple jumped my way across and barely survived. Like, seriously, what? How did I not fall? I was going for star 2 at the top of the fortress, and this one is gonna be hard since it requires a lot of quick turning to climb up. This is a perfect example of how hard these controls are. Up and right is tricky to do well, so it's better to take turns with one direction at a time. I did eventually figure out that the camera kind of moves with Mario, so if you're at the right angle, you can simply jump forward and climb your way up. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm actually gonna use the cannon for star 3 in Whomps. That's because my elbows are getting extremely raw since I keep rubbing my elbows across the dance pad. Aiming the cannon right took a while, but it was the easiest way to get the star. I figured I could do one more star in Whomps, and that of course was the owl one. And I actually got it on the first try. This was shockingly the easiest star I've done today. I dried up all the stars I could do in Whomps, so next was Big Boo's Haunt. Something I learned about this stage is I don't like ground pounds. I have to apply a lot of pressure on my right and left elbows really quickly, and that is not fun to do multiple times to kill the boos. I also had this bizarre ground pound in which I hit him, but also managed to fall into the water. That'll never happen again. The boss fight was a pain because I kept timing the ground pounds wrong. And it's not that I don't know the timing, I was just so exhausted from playing this that I wasn't doing the timing right. At this point, I'm about 5 hours into playing, and on top of my elbows and neck in scorching pain, now my shoulders are feeling a burn. I've realized that 40 stars today are definitely unfeasible, so I was just gonna do 23 stars since that's roughly a third of what I need to do. Up next was the Boo Merry-Go-Round star. Despite the pain of ground pounding, I was getting more efficient with the boos. Next was the Haunted Library star, and I accidentally hit the wrong book. At this point, I was in a bit of a bad mood and just wanted a hot bath or something, so I was playing pretty sloppily. Reluctantly, I also decided to go for red coins again. If a star was possible, I kind of had to get it since so many of the stars would be basically undoable. I hated jumping for this coin in particular because the camera angle was so awkward. I would have raged if I fell down. I was done with Boo's haunt, so to the basement I went. Walking through the door, I remembered that Mips was going to be actually really hard to grab. He moves friskily and requires decent movement and timing. The only thing I could think of doing was grabbing him with a punch, but I just couldn't get the timing right, if that even works. But for some reason, I felt this need to keep going for Mips, and the more I missed and more I tried, the more inevitable it became that I wasn't getting his star. So give up I did. I wanted to finish the day with Lethal Lava Land, and I had an idea that involved the wing cap. While I couldn't fly very easily, moving left and right was at least feasible, and this made for safer travel across the lava. So I started with getting the reds since they're all in the same location, and that actually wasn't too bad. 2 stars to go. My body was screaming at me in pain, but my mind knew that we were almost there. Next up was the Big Bully. This was also extremely hard since I have to react quickly for jumping as well as moving. After several tries, I finally got a good hit on him and knocked him into the lava. The log star was more of the same thing. Just fly really carefully and make sure I land in the right spots. And I think I got some sort of boost off this bully, but either way, I managed to get the star here and I was done for the day. Man, I just felt so beat. I actually went straight to bed after this. I awoke after a restless night. 6 hours of sleep and I was stretching to get out of bed, and everything was sore. It felt like I had worked out for 2 hours the day before, but this was just from playing Mario 64 with my elbows. I brought down a pillow today because my knees needed some form of comfort. As soon as I started playing, everything was immensely sore. You know that feeling when you know you shouldn't be doing something but you do it anyway? That's what I was going through. It took forever to get 1 star, and after that, I knew it was time for a new setup. This was no longer about beating the game. This was about survival. So to change things up, I decided to try putting the dance pad on half of my desk. I had to take off some things, including my TV, and lucky enough, the dance pad actually fits. This will hopefully help ease my back, shoulder, and neck pain since it won't be putting as much pressure on them. I also added 2 towels underneath to help the pad from slipping, and for some comfort on my elbows. Within the first minute, I was feeling much better about this setup. The pain in my elbows, shoulders, and neck were almost completely relieved. My back still hurt since I had to lean over so much, but this was so much better. I could see a light at the end of this dark tunnel. Hazy Maze Cave was my next challenge. Even though I was more comfortable, I didn't intend on taking that left route because long jumping was still almost impossible to do. At the very least, moving around was easier since I was using less muscles to move my elbows. Wall jumping for star 6 was really easy because the walls were close together. It was a good break. And speaking of a break, I was finally at the point of getting one of the Toad stars. And man, it felt incredible taking 5 seconds to get a star over 10 to 20 minutes. I was feeling really good, so I was making some more risky plays. I wanted to get star 1 to start, but it took a couple minutes to get on Dory's back. Otherwise, this one wasn't too bad. Next was the Toxic Maze. I was a little worried since my movement was so slow, and my damage was going to drain if I didn't move fast. In fact, I almost died in the maze. I got down to 1 sliver of health and managed to survive somehow. Star 4 definitely felt like a reward after that. And Star 5 was a weird one since I haven't used these girders to get the star in literal years. Now, there's actually not much to say about Shifting Sandland aside from I got Star 1, Star 2, and even Star 3. I thought climbing the pyramid would be horrible, but the camera for the most part moved with me instead of against me. Also, a Koopa shell was available. Otherwise, this level would have been more of a restriction with all this instant death quicksand. With my raging new confidence, I went for Mips again, and like last time, there was no way I was grabbing him. Even being more comfortable, using 2 inputs at a time is such a massive drawback. So dire docks, here we come. Swimming is still really uncomfortable, but at least this is the last major water level I have to worry about. For a joke, I went for the speedrun strat to get star 1, and that joke turned into something I actually did. I won't complain about that. Next was the chest star. This wasn't too bad either. Well, besides the wall sending me to the ground, that was pretty irritating. Bowser 2 was on the to-do list, and I was not looking forward to it. There's so many places where I can make one mistake and just die completely. Since red coins weren't in the worst spots, I also went for those since I'm still skipping a lot of stars. Now, I've been playing for about an hour, and the back pain was unfortunately starting to set in. That's definitely not good, seeing as I need to get at least 46 stars today, if not more. The 7th red coin was just kind of luck. There's no way I could be more precise with grabbing it while avoiding lava. But the red coins I did collect, and the trouble really began with just getting the star. Double jumping up to this wall didn't work, and neither did triple jumps. With careful timing, I pulled off a side flip and grabbed the ledge. I've been avoiding side flips because the aiming is so finicky normally, but I managed to get the star. And now onto the chunky monkey himself. This didn't go nearly as well as the first Bowser because he kept teleporting all over the map. Like last time, it came down to waiting for him to stop moving. 5 minutes of spamming B later, I nabbed the second key. Even with all this success, the back pain was really starting to get to me, and I went to dire docks for one more star, the red coins. And worse, I was getting moody again and even a little angry. This concoction was making me play really poorly, which is why it's best to play these challenges as patiently as possible. If you're not thinking straight, you're going to overcompensate what you're doing and play worse as a result. So it took me almost 30 minutes to get the red coins. The main problem was just getting to them. The box timer was really strict and I couldn't make too many mistakes. Falling into the water was like getting my soul executed. It was absolutely devastating. After getting the red coins, I was completely over dire docks. The Vanished Cap Reds were, they were something else. Sliding down could only be done by moving really slowly or ground pounding in the air. Otherwise, I'd fall into the darkness. After a few failed attempts, I found that the last 4 red coins were easier, despite there being more moving pieces. I also went back to Hazy Maze Cave since I forgot about the Metal Cap Reds, seeing as those aren't very challenging either. I didn't want to go back to dire docks, but the Cage Star is also really easy, so I went for that one too. And finally, I'm heading upstairs, and the first thing I did was talk to Toad. My back is ready for a break, but I have to keep going. I went to Tall Mountain, only to later realize this was going to suck just as much as dire docks, if not more. That's because the jumps I have to make are much larger than before. Even this one right here. It took me about 20 tries before I made the leap, and then I realized that the log would also be unusable since I wouldn't be able to react to the rolling. My only option for traveling was with the fly guy, so I got the Lonely Mushroom Star to start, but that meant hitting the fly guy again and climbing up again, which both of those weren't very fun. After probably, 50 tries, I barely snagged the edge of this platform. And I'll tell you what, I am not doing that again. This stage sucks so much more than I thought it would. Oh, but it gets better, guys. There's no way I can reach this gray part of this mountain, which basically traps me here. So my only option now was to double jump to star 5, and wow, it actually worked. Okay, only one more in Tall Mountain and I'll be done. And that's the red coins. The jumps across the mushrooms were really scary, and so was climbing up, but this took significantly less time than the other stars. I decided on Tiny Huge Island next, simply because this was going to be tricky and wanted to get it out of the way. Right away, the plant flames were giving me trouble, but I got star 1 without many issues. I was mentally in a phase where the back pain was so bad that I wasn't even feeling it anymore. I just looked at that star number and kept repeating to myself 50, 50. 50. After 10 minutes, I got the last secret for star 4 and walked all the way around the island for star 2. I shook up the Wiggler for star 6, grabbed the reds for star 5, smashed the box for star 1 and went dry rolled, climbed to the tip for star 2 and... Wait, that's it. I got 51 stars! Oh, thank God. I can take a moment to rest. Finally. I awoke once again. My back this morning was feeling pretty good, but I wanted to be sure that I would be okay to finish. So I didn't start until later in the day and gave myself a full 15 hours to relax. When I did begin, something felt different. I only had 19 stars to go. A different energy was enveloping from within. It was time to complete one of the most physically demanding challenges I may ever do. It was time to play the game. There it is, 70 stars. My back was sore, but the adrenaline had kicked the in and I was ready to win the game. I was ignoring the red coins this time. This was all about Bowser. When I entered the final pipe, I felt this massive rush pass through my bodies. 3 long days of this was about to come to an end. I wouldn't be able to throw Bowser at bombs with noob strats. I actually had to spin and do this normally. And thankfully, there is a way to spin without spinning the joystick. By holding C right or C left and mashing left or down, the camera will spin, which also forces Bowser to spin. That's right, I have to throw completely blind 3 times with my elbows. At first, I was shaking one of my elbows to try to mash a button, later finding out I didn't have to do that. And after several missed throws, boom! The first hit is done. This next throw was not going well. In fact, I had to take a couple breaks just to rest my arms. I was getting so exhausted from this. I kept missing just because of how difficult it was to aim. Like I said, I'm basically throwing blind. Several minutes later, and now my health was down to 1 sliver, but I was closer to a bomb. And bam! 1 more to go! Then finally...
So long, Bowser!
Oh, it was right there!
So long, Bowser!
Yes! That's it. That is it! Finally! 3 of the most grueling days of my life are over. I somehow managed to beat Super Mario 64 with only my elbows. Despite all the pain, despite all the suffering, I'm really glad I did this. I really was testing my limits and patience here, and I'm so glad that I was able to prevail for this challenge. Let me tell you, I wanted to quit so many times. I really wanted to quit, but I knew it'd be worth it in the end, and it definitely was. Mario really does do all the work, doesn't he? The man can't seem to catch a break. Can't anyone else kick in a few shifts every now and then? Well... That's right, we're gonna attempt to beat Super Mario 64 with a Koopa. And this is not some skin texture. No, it's literally the same computer AI as a normal Koopa. The only difference we've added is that he can grab stars, and he can perform the same jump Koopa the Quick can. That's it. Now you might be wondering, how on earth am I gonna control where he runs off to? We don't. All we can do is chase him around and he runs off in the opposite direction. Also, if he dies, I have to restart the level. I can't spawn more than 1 Koopa at a time. I'm allowing Mario to grab coins, open doors, and fight Bowser, but nothing beyond that. So off we go! My first attempt was to get him up the mountain to fight King Bob-omb. As you can imagine, trying to take the normal path using these 2 bridges would be an absolute nightmare. So I opted to chase him up the white hill while jump kicking. This worked surprisingly well, and then we got to the more narrow runway. Koopa not only runs the opposite direction of you, but he also likes to randomly veer off course to the sides. Because of this, you can't really predict the exact direction he's gonna run towards, and it doesn't help that this game's camera makes it very easy to lose track of where he is. At first, I had him jumping over the bowling balls, until I realized that they actually didn't hurt him at all. And that makes a lot of sense actually. Why would Nintendo program collision that he would normally never interact with? Even though I didn't have to worry about that, he kept falling off the mountain, so it was time to try another star. I figured Star 6's Chain Chomp would be my best bet, but I could not for the life of me get him up the first bridge. He kept running away like a big wuss. Not even these moving platforms worked as he would pass right through them. So I had one option left: chase him up the hill. This seemed like it would work, except for the fact that he kept running the wrong way, and that's because I couldn't keep Mario close enough to him to stay on track. So I tried jumping with him, and when Koopa jumps, he belly flops and slides for a brief moment. That's when I started to spam his jump button and realized that he stays in the same direction, but he didn't move forward. So by jumping and allowing him to get a slight bit of running speed, he would actually stay on course and make it possible to pass the bridge. This was a huge thrill to discover, but I wasn't done yet. After getting him off the mountain, next was chasing him to the Chain Chomp. I figured I'd have to ground pound the pole, but wait! Koopa passes through the gate! Oh, of course, which means with a simple jump, he grabs the first star! And Mario takes the credit. What an asshole. Anyway, it was time to try Whump's Fortress. Unfortunately, Koopa's jump isn't high enough to reach the water area, which means I have no choice but to climb up the narrow path. And that sucks because there's 3 stone pillars that constantly push Koopa back to the bottom. So it all came down to timing his jumps correctly, and also standing next to him so he wouldn't run off by accident. This is basically just babysitting at this point. Eventually, I timed it out so he would run over the brown floors, and then lured him to run up this hill. At this point, I wasn't really sure what to do, until this happened.
Here we go!
What the fuck? Alone Koopa managed to get cannonless? No, I don't believe that even after doing it, so I did it again. Koopa is a god. All hail Koopa. All hail Koopa. And we're not done with Whomps just yet. I wanted to try out Star 3 since it's just floating out in the open. It's fairly high in the air, but I figured we could fandangle Koopa to it. Troubles begin right away because of the water of all things. For whatever reason, when Koopa jumps in the water, he isn't able to recover and just slides for an eternity. This is kind of a huge problem considering he needs to jump to the other side, so there was only one other way, and that was to lure him towards this slant and somehow make him jump over the water. This took quite a few tries, considering Koopa liked to run at the very top and would often clip out of the level entirely. After dozens and dozens of tries, the stars aligned and he finally lined up correctly and jumped at just the right time to get across. But that was just the first hurdle, because getting to the platform with the star wasn't going to be an easy feat either. Thankfully, the gate keeps Koopa safe from falling and he can't go back into the water, so that's nice. But the issue is that these platforms get smaller and smaller from top to bottom, so I have to get Koopa to climb up this slant and jump on the middle or bottom platform. The middle one would be acceptable simply because there's a hole in the middle that he can jump or walk through. But I didn't even get one attempt at that. Even after getting the perfect jump, he still didn't cling on because his jump didn't have enough reach. I even brought him up top and tried to have him jump at another angle to reach the star. I tested this with Mario a few times and was able to nab the corner, but again, Koopa just doesn't get enough distance. So unfortunately, that's gonna be about it for now. So I had to try the slide next, because that won't be painful, right? Yeah, okay, so this frickin' idiot loves to run from side to side, and it takes frickin' forever to make any progress. When getting to the big turn, sometimes Koopa won't fall off the edge, and sometimes he would. It was completely unreliable. So I did a quick theory craft and jumped near the end of this yellow ledge and found that I was able to skip a good chunk of the slide this way. So after a bunch of tries, I lined up Koopa to clear the jump, and when I came down after him, he actually managed to survive. At this point, all I could do was pray that the Koopa wouldn't fall off the edge, and by some miracle, he made it to the tall ledges and we were home free! Granted, it took over 3 minutes, so I'm not getting that secret star, but hey, we got one of them! At this point, I was really curious how Koopa was going to react fully submerged in water, so I went to the aquarium to find out. I mashed L a bunch of times, which normally spawns him, but Koopa didn't show up. So I went to Jolly Roger Bay expecting bad news. My man ran up this rock and exploded upon hitting the water. While admittedly funny to watch the first time, that does kind of suck, meaning we can't get any stars in this level or Dire Docks. So moving on, we went to Cool Mountain, and I guided Koopa towards the chimney. It took a few tries, but eventually he hopped in, and oh yeah, just ignore that I killed him going in, you didn't see that, yeah, okay, you didn't see it. Inside the slide, I was very happy to discover that most of the edges kept Koopa safe from falling. So that was great, but like last time, he really loves running from side to side, which is more annoying because this slide has a lot of wonky angles, leaving it easy to fall. If you get on your belly at any point, it was an instant reset because I wouldn't be able to get on my butt again. Eventually, I lined Koopa up at the edge and had him jump to the other portion of the slide. Now, there is no way in hell I was dragging Koopa down this entire thing, so I tried like crazy to get him into the shortcut. And after tons more attempts, I finally got him inside, and he was still running from side to side, even in this tiny little tube. This honestly made me pretty nervous since it seemed like it'd be really easy for him to clip through the wall, but shockingly, that never happened. Once leaving the building, Koopa jumped for the star, and that is number 4. Next was the Pengu Star. Once I got it, I lured Koopa back off the roof and towards the bottom of the mountain. It was a bit scary to have him randomly fall down the hill, but the edges were keeping him safe. The only tricky thing was guiding him onto the bridge, and once I did that, we were basically clear. Now, frankly, I'm at a point where the only other stars I can do are reds and 100 coins. So I spawned the Koopa at the beginning of Bob-omb Battlefield and collected all the coins. It sucks that he can't collect them, but let's be honest, this would take 100 times longer if Mario didn't grab the coins. But yeah, I left a couple coins at the beginning so Koopa could easily get the star, and all that was left was the red coin one. I had to walk around the mountains to get to it, and it was very scary because there was a literal minefield of Bob-ombs that will kill him in one hit, but with careful maneuvering, he got to the red coin star, and we only needed one more for Bowser. Whomp's Fortress was a lot easier because, for the most part, Koopa is entirely gated at the bottom floor, so I grabbed the coins and left the 100 in the flower field. He nabbed that one, and then the red coins after that, which means it was finally time to attempt Bowser in the Dark World. And you know what? I had some hope at the beginning since Koopa wasn't running off the ledges. Disaster struck beyond this fire. And no, it had nothing to do with the flames themselves because as we've already established, Koopa is a god, we know that already. The real issue is these moving platforms. Like the ones from Bob-omb Battlefield, he isn't able to land on them for some reason. I tried jumping on top of one, and even just letting him run over it, neither option worked. So begrudgingly, I got to Bowser, and spawned my Koopa while fighting the king of Koopas. At least my pal tried to be helpful. I mean, look, he's pointing me to a spike I can throw Bowser to, so thank you. Guess. Afterwards, we headed into the basement. I decided to give the Vanish Cap red coins a shot, and as you'd expect at this point, Koopa fell through the wooden plank. You know, I'm not even sure I'm gonna get enough stars to get to the second Bowser at this point, so I tried Hazy Maze Cave next. Things were not looking great here considering there's tons of big jumps and gaps. Koopa was able to at least clear this gap where the flames rise, which means I got him into the red coin room. I decided to get the red coins to start, so he nabbed that star and went back in. I took Koopa to the toxic maze, and well, I'm kind of at a dead end here. His jump doesn't get high enough to reach any of the ledges in the maze, so he's forever stuck in the toxicity until the end of time. And yes, I even attempted the bigger jump at the beginning of the level, and obviously he couldn't clear that either. Figured I'd try it though. So the only other thing I could do was collect 100 coins, and he got that. Next, I went to the Wingcat Palace, and Koopa grabbed the star with no problem. I also headed back to Cool Mountain to get the 100 coin and red coin star. 100 coins wasn't a problem. The red coins, however, were a different story. The star is perched on this tiny little ledge, which is kind of away from, like, I don't know, everything. There's not an easy way to get it, even when playing normally. I started by leading Koopa down the slide like normal, but he kept clipping through the gate, and this was happening over and over, so I guess this just isn't an option. I looked around some more and realized I could try sending Koopa down to this platform with the sheet of ice, and then possibly lure him to the star. The only way this was going to be done was to have him jump and land around this spot on this slant. This alone was challenging because I had to jump into the same corner to guide him, but half the time I'd fly off the stage and lose course anyway. But if I got both of our jumps down correctly, it still came down to luck because Koopa had to run in a precise direction and get a precise amount of speed. After about, 10 billion attempts, I actually got him trapped up there, and I got myself up too with a well-timed triple jump. Koopa finally got the star, and we were set. This was a tough one to figure out, I'm not gonna lie. I needed a couple easy stars after that endurance, so Koopa grabbed the toad one from the basement, and then followed up with the bunny. But I had to make sure to grab him on land since Koopa still can't jump in the water. With 16 stars, I needed to somehow find a way to get 14 more from Lethal Lava Land, Big Boo's Haunt, and Shifting Sandland, or this challenge was toast. Lethal Lava Land was a complete joke. Koopa would explode whenever getting close to the lava. Even if I jumped way over it, he just exploded. Shifting Sandland was a bit kinder at least. I was able to grab Star 2 with the assistance of a Koopa shell. You know, I wonder how the Koopa felt about me doing that. Next was Star 1, and in order to do this, I needed to lure the Koopa to the other side to make sure he was safe from the bob-ombs. This took quite a while since the quicksand hills are at awkward angles, but I eventually got him across, and even the star was a pain. All Koopa wanted to do was run up the hill, and he just did not cooperate for the longest time. He eventually grabbed it after an obnoxious amount of jump optimization. Like, seriously, look what I am doing here! This is ridiculous! After that, though, I went for the red coins. Unfortunately, I couldn't get Koopa on the roof. Even when he jumped off the peak of this sandhill, it just wasn't gonna happen. 100 coins wasn't too bad. I got a majority of them before going into the pyramid, and Koopa was able to grab the star. Next was Star 3, and my god was this more annoying than I expected it to be. I needed to perfectly time Koopa's jump to go into the hole, and no matter which angle I jumped at, he did not want to line up. He would either fall onto Star 2 or down the stupid pyramid. It's about as much fun as it sounds. At some point he actually went in, and I figured that I needed to move Koopa to the left platform where the Womp was. That's because him standing on this tiny platform wasn't enough height. But because we know Koopa is a god, he didn't get crushed by Womp, and I was able to lead him away from the Womp and the coast was clear. This was a tough star to get, but hey, that means I've got a shot at getting Star 6. I honestly wasn't sure if this one would work, but after figuring out that I could jump Koopa to this lower level, I could basically work my way down. So I got the secrets and slowly sent Koopa into the star, but that's about all I can do here. All that's left to try is Big Boo's Haunt. I did attempt Star 4 if you were wondering, but since the hand fight is in a different loading zone, Koopa would just disappear before falling in. In Big Boo's Haunting, I attempted Star 1, and the only challenge was getting the Koopa lined up with the stairs. Once I got on one step, he was locked in and couldn't fall off. I tried getting to Star 2 next, and both paths weren't successful. As we know, he can't jump in the water, and I wasn't able to angle Koopa correctly from up above either. He'd always fall into the water instead. But that's okay, because Star 3 was pretty simple. Koopa couldn't take the shortcut like I typically do, but he could get through the haunted library hallways with no troubles. After that was a pretty quick red coin star grab, as well as 100 coins, and that is it. I can no longer get any more stars. The second Bowser Star Door requires 30 stars to pass, but we only got 25. But maybe I deserve that. I never even asked if Koopa wanted to partake in this or not. Hello, here's a tier list of all my Mario Challenge videos, S being the hardest and D the easiest. Now go ahead, take out your magnifying glass and see if you can spot any similarities.
It's all Mario games?
No, they're all based on one game. Today, we're tackling 2 games at once. That's right, I'm going to attempt to beat Super Mario 64 and Super Mario 64 DS at the exact same time. In order to truly make this challenging, there's a couple of rules to lay flat. First, we need to be in the same area and always go for the same star. This means grabbing these stars within a few seconds of each other. The only exception is when we need to unlock characters in Mario 64 DS, or if we're going into sub-areas. As an example, Peach's Castle and Bob-omb Battlefield at the same time are not allowed, but Cool Mountain and the Slide are. Second, if either character dies, then we have to retry the level over. This will force us, for the most part, to attempt every star at the same time. Now, if you don't believe me, take a look at this. I've got the buttons mapped exactly the same on both games, so they're perfectly in sync. Immediately, I noticed a vast difference in the controls. Mario's running speed is not only faster and smoother, but he's also always running. With Yoshi, we have to hold Y or X to make him run, and even then, he doesn't turn nearly as sharp. As you're witnessing, it is extremely challenging trying to not only line up Mario and Yoshi in the same general area, but also just pay attention on both screens. I have to keep drawing my attention from one game to the other, and it's not as easy as you'd think despite living in this multitasking generation. While Mario was staring into Lekatu's soulless eyes, I grabbed the key from the bunny so Mario would stay in place and be less of a nuisance. This is what we call text boxing, defined as using the game's text boxes to purposefully freeze a character in place. It only kind of works since we have bunny text boxes to sift through, and this is when I discovered another vital technique, this one being called cornering, which which means to put one character in a corner to prevent them from moving around too much. Once we got in the castle, I really noticed the run and turning speeds and how drastically different they are. I can't move Mario and Yoshi around without one of them smashing into a wall. And not even 5 seconds into Bob-omb Battlefield, Mario and Yoshi are completely misaligned. I think I've got to accept that this is just how it's gonna be. Yoshi fell off the cliff, so I decided that I'm gonna have to bring one character to the top at the time. This strat is only gonna work on so many levels, so I might as well take advantage of it while I can. But then I got sidetracked from Yoshi and jumped off the mountain as Mario. I gotta say, this is probably the most indecisive I've ever been with a challenge video. I have no idea what makes the most sense to tackle, and how can you blame me? Nobody has attempted anything remotely similar before. I changed my mind again and decided to bring Mario and Yoshi up at the same time. It was here that I learned another trick. This one called camera manipulation. By moving just one camera, I can make one character move and the other one is just readjusting. I realized that by forcing Mario to hug the wall, Yoshi will continue to move forward and be aligned with Mario. Now, the thing is with this technique is that it is beyond confusing to wrap your head around, especially in the later levels. Thank God cornering works so well, so I could use these warps to skip half of the climb. And that's when I remembered that the King Bob-omb fights work completely differently in both games. I have to throw the king with Mario and spit Bob-ombs with Yoshi. Normally this fight is a breeze, but both at the same time is almost impossible to keep track of, especially when both cameras move around differently. But by some miracle, I managed to beat both bosses around the same time and on the first go. Now, like I said, I have to grab both stars simultaneously, so I use camera manipulation to realign Mario and Yoshi just right. After grabbing a Mario cap, I thought the Koopa race would be plausible since the timer is really generous. That was a fantasy. I got DS Mario up top, but then lost to the N64 one. So next time, I took N64 Mario up first, and surprise, surprise, lost to the DS Koopa. I gave it one more go, and barely scraped a win on both accounts. I could have used cornering and raced one Koopa at a time, I guess, but, you know, I'm also the same guy that beat Mario 64 with my elbows, so I'm only taking the easier method if I absolutely have to. Now, I wanted to get the Chain Chomp star since that wouldn't have been too bad, but I won't be able to since I can't access it without completing DS's silver stars, so I left and went for the slide instead. Even this was shockingly difficult. The speed you go down the slide is different in both games, so I kept falling at the first turn. Either that would happen, or someone would fall before reaching the guardrails. I tried so many different techniques, including lining Mario and Yoshi on the same side, starting a bit after Yoshi, jumping to slow down, but nothing was working. The issue here was just maintaining my attention on both screens, but after several attempts, I somehow managed to line up Mario and Yoshi after the big turn, and this led to a victory. I'm really not sure what I did differently on this one, but I can't complain. After that slide, I thought we'd try the slide in Cool Cool Mountain. That was, of course, once I actually got Mario and Yoshi lined up. Like, seriously, I've been cutting out so much footage of just getting the correct area, you don't even want to know how much I've had to play. Now, this slide is much more complex, and the camera does not work the same in both games. Slowing down seemed to help, but Mario and Yoshi always ended up on opposite sides, and one of them would fall. I'm assuming it's due to the slide layout being carved differently, which, if you look closely, they are. The N64 slide has a lot more bumps, while the DS one is smoothed out. So I tried taking shortcuts, and while that seemed plausible, I just couldn't make it happen. I learned that you could ride straight and slide into the tunnel fairly easily, but this trick wasn't viable if the alignment was thrown off. It even worked on the DS, which was even more frustrating. After another probably, I don't know, 50 or so tries, I caved in and decided to go with cornering since there were walls at the entrance. Well, kind of. I got Yoshi in the tunnel and then finished the slide with Mario afterwards. I have no idea how else he'd be able to do this otherwise. Next, I wanted to try out Baby Penguin. As much of a disaster as that sounds like, using text boxing, I got the DS Penguin finished while working on the N64 one. So it wasn't too shabby, especially since I didn't have to do much moving on the way down. But then I had the bright idea of trying wall kicks will work, and I wanted to use Yoshi as well for some extra ball busting since he can't wall jump. Getting Mario and Yoshi on the middle floor was no problem. It was all about the top floor. Camera manipulation was gonna be of little use because we're surrounded by so many platforms and walls. And Mario couldn't hug the wall at the top because, well, he just fell down. So after a stupidly precise triple jump, I got Yoshi up top since he could hug the wall, but my options were still so limited. In fact, too limited. I couldn't even get Mario and Yoshi both at the top, let alone close to the star. After dozens and dozens of tries, I restarted and decided to use Mario instead. I got DS Mario up top and just needed to keep him up there. The only method I found that worked was backflipping while facing the wall, and then a super careful wall jump which almost didn't work seeing as DS Mario grabbed that ledge, and now there was no way that I was walking across this freaking ice path, so a long jump was gonna have to suffice. 20 tries later, the long jump left both N64 and DS Mario grabbing the ledge, but it was good enough to reach the star within a few seconds of each other. As you can imagine, I was pretty much over Cool Mountain at this point, so I went to Whomps next. I didn't notice this at the time, but the pole/tree controls are actually opposite of each other. Whomps was much more linear than Bob-omb Battlefield and Cool Mountain, so cornering was almost essential to complete half of these stars. Using some text boxing, I was able to get N64 Mario up to Whomps so I could fight both of them at once. This wasn't nearly as simple as I conceived, because again, it's really hard to focus on each screen. So what I did instead was some text boxing so I could focus on the DS fight and the N64 one afterwards. Following was shooting to the Wild Blue, and I used the pole in the N64 as a buffer jump to align DS Mario a bit easier. I was also getting a bit tired of using Yoshi, so I went ahead and unlocked Mario and forgot to switch to him, so that was worth it. And I just had to try the Fortress Star, so cornering wasn't going to be an option this time. Climbing up required a lot of planning and careful execution, and eventually I got to where I needed to go after much trial and error. After the snowy wall-kicking fiasco, I was very hesitant about climbing up this tower, and all I can say is it went as well as you would expect. Camera manipulation helped, but the pressure of the lifts moving forward and back made it hard to react in time. After about 30 or so mess-ups, I jammed Mario under this ceiling and jumped up with Yoshi, nabbing us the stars. Finally switching to Mario, we went for a nice little swim in the aquarium. We got the stars on the first try, but that doesn't mean it was easy. Mario swims much faster on N64, so to ensure that I didn't drown, I had to keep switching back and forth on getting red coins since we were so out of sync. It actually made this level a lot more interesting and scary. Jolly Roger Bay is more intricate than the aquarium, so I didn't even bother trying to sync up the swimming. The cave made it pretty easy since I had a lot of room, and the chests were a piece of cake. Surprisingly, getting into the pirate ship wasn't that painful. It was actually getting to the stars. Normally I would just swim up as the water sinks, but instead I had to very carefully jump my way up. And slipping to the bottom happened way more than I cared to admit. I felt like I was 8 years old again playing this for the first time. DS Mario was able to stand on the slanted part of the ground, so that did help a little bit. And after some time, we did get to the tip top. The eel star was a bit annoying, but it went by pretty quickly. And following that were the red coins and cannon. The cannons operate differently, but they were easy enough to line up. I basically needed to overcorrect myself on N64 since it moved faster, then recorrect when the DS was mostly in the right spot. I didn't even bother trying for red coins on Wing Cap. That would have been way too much of a headache. So I quickly grabbed the reds and Bob-omb Battlefield and headed to Bowser in the Dark World. This was gonna be one tough doozy since cornering is impossible and the layout is very narrow. But here goes nothing. Running perfectly straight worked for this first part at least, but after that it was a nightmare. The Ferris wheels weren't synced up, so there wasn't really a good time to jump in either game. It took several minutes just to get past the Ferris wheel, and we're not even halfway through yet. Camera manipulation was possible in a couple spots, but I mostly had to trek along really slowly. A few scary long jumps and lucky grabs later, we made it to the big and bad Bowser. And yeah, he still is pretty bad. With all this space, I could just throw him on one screen and damage boost on the other. So that takes care of that, but the final Bowser is gonna be much tougher, that's for sure. I proceeded to Big Boo's Hunt, and the ghost hunt didn't take too long. Besides getting burned more times than I can count, the merry-go-round was pretty simple, and so was the library star. Now with Big Boo's balcony, I hella overcomplicated this. The fight itself was simple, but yet again, it was all about grabbing the star. I could get N64 Mario up top, but since I couldn't use camera manipulation or cornering, there seemed to be no way of getting DS Mario up there too. I tried using the power-up, jumping to different sides. It was really starting to get a little aggravating after after a while. And that's when I realized I just needed to backflip off this box, and that was it. The reds weren't too bad either, and I was excited for the basement because MIPS would be an easy star, but of course, you don't get stars from MIPS in Mario 64 DS, so there goes 2 freebie stars. To make up for my disappointment, I talked to the basement toad for his yellow sparkly shape. Swimming Beast in the Cavern works a bit differently in both games, but the overall path is the same, so I figured I could grab both of these as well. Next, I nabbed the reds and headed for Lethal Lava Land. Unpopular opinion, but this is my favorite level in Mario 64. Having said that, it's repulsive garbage when playing both games at once. If you hit the lava even one time, just reset and try again. The reason for that is because the movement changes so drastically in lava and it's really hard to recover from. I mean, I was hardcore struggling with the red coins for crying out loud. Yes, one of the easiest stars in the game was a struggle for 2 reasons. 1, the puzzle pieces were hard to keep track of on both screens, and 2, the lava was tricky to avoid when the floor moved underneath you so frequently. It took a ton of camera manipulation and practice, but I did grab the stars after some time. About 30 tries in, I managed to get Mario and Mario inside the volcano. Again, this wasn't a good idea because it's another linear level, but it seemed doable because of the walls, as weird as that sounds. And my god, every step of the way was like an entirely different obstacle course. The massive squish block had to be done one at a time since the timing was thrown off, so I had to account for that as well as not falling. Then you've got these stupidly precise jumps made harder because the camera angles had to be slightly different. Then there's more fire to avoid while making sure the bully doesn't knock you over, a ton of camera manipulation movement, and finally there's the poles where the movement is opposite for both games. This was nothing short of a gauntlet. I'm stunned it could be completed at all. And with that said, I went back in for another star after all that. This next one wasn't so bad. I got a lucky snipe on the bully in the DS version, and I'm already really accustomed to fighting the N64 one. For a quick break, I went back to Hazy Maze Cave and went after navigating the Toxic Maze. Although this time, I actually had to worry about the poison in the maze. On the DS, you get stunned in place when taking damage, so that made it extremely easy to get desynced. But that's nothing cornering in Balloon Mario can't fix. Something worth mentioning is how awkward it is controlling Mario and Wario. Wario really should have laid off the garlic because his speed makes him even more of a slog to use. But we did need him so we could nab the Metalhead Mario / Wario stars. Shifting Sandland was up next, and I quickly realized that double Koopa shells was a horrible idea. But hey, Klepto wasn't too bad, and maybe even the pyramid climb would be easy. Now, once again, I'm not realizing how differently these games function, and the fact that the walls can only help so much. This simple jump took forever because the N64 camera refused to cooperate, and that's basically how the whole climb went. Even just wall clinging was horrible because the N64 and DS camera kept moving, so I had to inch my way across to avoid falling and halting all progress. It was a long journey, but we managed to make it. Next, I thought we'd tackle the hand fight. To save me some sanity, I flew into the pyramid on N64 and stood on the pillars on the DS. Next, I had to very carefully climb up on N64 without knocking DS Mario out of his cage. Eons later, and I mean basically eons, I dove down to the bottom and managed to get both of us in the tiny hole. I wasn't really sure what to expect with the hands, but with text boxing, I was able to complete most of the DS fight ahead of time, so I just needed to make sure I wasn't moving around too much. Since Shifting Sandlands is so open, I thought red coins would be possible, and they were, but I'll save you the details and just say it was long, tedious, and grueling, especially when I got to the DS screen. N64 Mario runs so damn fast that I had to be incredibly cautious of every little teeny tiny movement I made. Following that was Dire Docks, and to my dismay, it was straightforward. The swimming obviously wasn't synced well, but there's so many air pockets that I wasn't really concerned with drowning at all. I needed a lot of camera manipulation to get both Marios on the sub, but it worked pretty smoothly, and so did the chest stars. After unlocking Luigi, it was time to tackle Bowser in the Fire Sea. Much like Dark World, the linear design made this insanely difficult. The lava on top doesn't help much either. I literally had to use lava bouncing to my advantage. The scaling must be really different, because this one really took a while to get down. Then of course the oscillating platforms weren't matched up, and my jumps weren't anywhere close to matched up, so this was just a lot of trial and error. I had no choice but to corner here. The lava was becoming unbearable. By the time I got to Bowser, I was ready to punch his pee-pee. This was the most time I've spent on a level yet. Because of the tilting floors, I decided to use text boxing again so I could focus on one Bowser at a time and make sure I don't slip off by accident. Once both Bowsers were ultra zucked, I decided excited to unlock Wario so I could get a good look at his luscious butt cheeks. Oh yeah. No, but really, I needed him to punch a brick to unlock the Vanish Cap on N64. Climbing all these lifts really came down to just good timing, while also being terrifying since everything moves constantly. Once I got the Vanish Cap though, I grabbed the Collect the Cap star and headed into Snowman's Land to fight the Ice Bully in Whirl from the Freezing Pond. Now it's time for Snowman's big f***ing head. I use the outside of the igloo for cornering since I can just do 2 quick wall jumps to get N64 Mario up top. Wet Dry World was fairly easy to burn through, including the shocking airlifts and top of the town. Now this one wasn't really hard, but it took an extremely long time since I decided to use camera manipulation to walk Wario across the plank. I didn't have many other options, seeing as the camera angles once again were drastically different. Red coins were also easy, and same with the quick race through downtown, although climbing to the top did take a good amount of attempts. 100 coins and the secrets weren't too bad, but the express elevator in particular was annoying because of the camera spins. Since the elevator is timed, I had to circumvent any misplacements I had really quickly, but frankly, I just couldn't get it working. So I got N64 Mario trapped right next to the star and had to very carefully play on DS without hitting the star on N64 too early. After the second Toad star, it was time for Tall Tall Mountain, and I already knew what I needed to do. Just get one of the Marios trapped in the water at the bottom and climb up until I reach a fence. The mysterious mountainside on the DS forces you to complete the slide, while on N64 it's very easy to bypass. And since I'm mostly holding forward, I know I'm not gonna fall, giving us the staff. Scaling the mountain was a bit tricky since the fence wasn't as tall and I could easily run off on N64 if I wasn't careful, but this one could be done, and so could the red coins, the annoying monkey, and the breathtaking view from the bridge. Tiny Huge Island seemed like it'd be a cakewalk, but Pluck the Piranha Flower proved otherwise. Because the plants on both games breathe fire, I had to try to hit 2 at once, avoid the fire if I didn't, and also not fall all at the same time. This was not fun to tackle. When it came to the tip top of the huge island, it was actually pretty easy thanks to all the walls, but the narrow bridge was obnoxious because of, you guessed it, the camera yet again. And for some reason, I decided to try cornering with the Koopa race. Definitely not my brightest idea, because when I finished the DS one, I didn't have anywhere to corner. So guess what? I resorted to going somewhere else in the level, beating the N64 Koopa race, and then very slowly use camera manipulation to realign DS Mario with the star and be set. Whew! With the red coins, I could basically use the same method, but it was terrifying because there was so little platform to stand on and I had to avoid a star the whole time. The Wiggler fight was a piece of cake, however, and that is where the fun stopped. I've honestly really enjoyed the challenge so far, but this just pushed my limit too far. Every single jump had to be painstakingly planned and recalculated when I had the chance. I figured I'd fare some luck with red coins because of the walls, but it was really easy to grab the star by accident or fall. What a relief it was when the stars were nabbed. And please, just call me crazy now. I'm going for the pirate ship star. I lost the first carpet, so I had to long jump to get to the other one to finish the climb. And I don't know what I was thinking attempting this. Since these spinning platforms were out of sync, it was impossible to stay on the carpet and jump at the right time. So believe it or not, I went for the pole skip. For the first time probably ever, that was the easier option over waiting on the carpet. At least on N64 you can do this. You can't do the skip on DS. So I cornered on the ship while climbing up yet again on DS and actually got the stars I needed. God damn. I was pretty over the whole carpet ride spiel, so I wanted to go for tricky triangles or swinging in the breeze next. And let me tell you, this was another star that wasn't working out. There's just way too many different elements in play, so I moved to a different avenue. And that avenue is Tick-Tock Clock, as if that was a better idea. The reason that I chose this stage was because the stage layout on the DS has a pit that I could go in that could be used for cornering. The only problem with this idea is that this is still Tick-Tock Clock, so I basically had to completely redo the star and get the red coins without any cornering. After the final Toad star, I said screw Tick-Tock Clock and went back to Bob-Omb Battlefield. I am so close to 70 stars and really accustomed with the tricks by now, so I might as well just plow through stars that I left over. So I grabbed Mario Wings to the Sky, 100 coins. 100 coins in Womp's Fortress, as well as the Reds, Caged Island, and Blasting Away the Wall. Following that was the Penguin Race and Cool Cool Mountain, and 100 coins. Last but not least is Eye to Eye in the Secret Room, and just like that, we've got ourselves 70 stars. I was so excited to finish and see if I could actually beat the final Bowser. Oh man, that star-shaped stage is gonna be such a pain in the... Oh, I need 10 more stars still. Yeah, no. How about we do something cooler, okay? Let's just real quick run in place, slide kick into this stairway, and up warp to the top of the castle. Then just move a little to the right and up, ground pound, and feel my way into Bowser's opening. Now, wasn't that neater than getting 10 more stars? Now let's finish this. Being another linear level, this one also took an extremely long time, but at least there's no lava. Like seriously, that made the whole challenge like 10 times harder, but this level was no exception. The only time Mario and Luigi were somewhat in sync was during this stair part. Otherwise, it was a lot of guesswork and practice. Because pole movement was flipped, I had to corner next to a flame chomp. That is how insane this Bowser in the Sky got. But finally, the moment of truth, the final Bowser, the rainbow thick boy himself. My strategy in the past Bowser bosses is to utilize text boxing to fight them one at a time, but that's only gonna work for one throw. I've still got 5 of them to go. The first 2 throws went well, but things were about to shake up. The issue wasn't even missing throws, it was about avoiding getting hit. When I'm spinning Bowser, the other screen is basically invulnerable to damage or falling to my death, and there's no way around it. The only thing I could do was take out N64 Bowser, and then pray I have enough damage to finish DS Bowser afterwards. But with some text boxing, I got the 5th throw in, and the 6th, and oh my god! You can actually beat Mario 64 and Mario 64 DS at the same time. What a ride. Holy crap. Some of my favorite challenge videos have been ones where you can only move in one direction. These are great for 2D games because there's only 4 to 8 directions in general, and taking away one of those inputs requires a lot of smart thinking to complete levels. So I thought we'd try this for a 3D game, Mario 64. You'll notice that I have a live input display on the screen now. This top right ovally rectangle is R, and this white one at the bottom is Z. While I can technically move my joystick in all directions, I've disabled every input except for pushing up, as I'm sure you've noticed by now. I have no idea how this is gonna go, so let's find out. Our first challenge here is getting used to these controls. Going from moving in 360 degrees to basically 1 is extremely jarring to get used to. The only way to get around is to use the Lekitsu in Mario Camera. And if you don't like the camera in this game, well, too bad. You just booked a 3-month cruise with the lad because camera control is essential. Now, believe it or not, I could barely get around the main floor. It's tricky because the camera doesn't really move besides zooming in and out, so I have to wall jump or hump the wall just to get around. But thankfully, the door leading to Bob-omb Battlefield doesn't require too much finessing. Once I entered the painting, I had full control again, so it was easier to get around. 20 seconds in, I discovered my worst enemy.
Corners! Stupid, stupid corners! I hate you!
So corners can be a huge problem considering the camera will often get stuck, making it very hard to get out of them. Using the Mario Cam helps a lot, but this challenge is already ridiculous. I can't even climb this elevator without difficulties. And this bridge was hard to clear simply because the camera kept moving, which just moved Mario right off the platform. I did eventually get around, and the King Bob-omb fight really wasn't as bad as I was thinking it'd be. I just needed to spam the camera to the side after jumping over him so I could throw him. Next was Star 2, the Koopa race, and yes, I did lose on my first attempt. Sue me. The reason for this was because I fell down so many pits since I was trying to move quickly, and all it did was slow me down seeing as I wasn't used to this playstyle yet. Frustrated, I did 2 long jumps off the top and landed on the floating island to nab Star 3 instead. The next Koopa race went a lot smoother. I made sure to take my time a bit more, and I was basically set. I was gonna go back into the painting, but Mario missed, and now I was stuck on a wall. And again, I can't emphasize enough with how much this playstyle sucks. The simplest things are now a chore because I don't have a full range of movement. I worked on Star 6 next, and it was honestly pretty easy. Since I don't have the wing cap yet, I figured I might come back later for more stars. Back on the main floor, I had no idea how I was gonna get to another door. I tried backflipping around, but then I just got stuck on the stairs. Thankfully, I was able to somehow belly slide down the stairs, but like, really? What world do we live in where I have to explain how to get around the stairs? This challenge is nuts. I figured getting into Cool Mountain was my best shot, but I accidentally took this back door to the basement. After backflipping my way around, I somehow escaped and had a good angle for Cool Mountain. Good grief, frickin' finally. I figured I'd tackle Star 1 since the slide is pretty easy, or so I thought. As it turns out, I can't move the camera at all, so Mario just flew right off and fell into oblivion. My only chance of beating this was to control Mario's speed, which can kind of be done by jump kicking in the air, but even that doesn't work that well. I tried taking shortcuts, but that accomplished very little since I couldn't pull back to slow Mario down when falling. I was able to slow my speed by grabbing this ledge at least, and the idea was to take the hidden shortcut, but either Mario went too slow or too fast on this turn, so that wasn't viable either. After dozens of attempts, my only option was to jump near the end of the slide and ground pound above it to halt Mario to a stop. I eventually figured out that you could move the camera down here if it was zoomed out in Mario Cam, which obviously helps us quite a bit. And miraculously, after all of that, Mario hit these walls at just the right angle and speed to where I didn't fall down this icy path and I managed to make it to the end. That took way longer than I thought it would. Next, I went for Star 2, and I don't know why, but I just had to try the speedrun route for this. And after a few attempts, I actually pulled it off, albeit I needed to ground pound to survive. That really goes to show just how easy this strat is. It's mostly just holding up and letting gravity take over. For fun, I figured I'd try racing this penguin since I was somewhat used to this slide, and that didn't go well. While racing him, I did discover a pretty neat soft lock though. By diving into this corner, Mario is stuck in this animation for basically forever. There's no way to slow down, dive, ground pound, or turn. But anyway, the next star I tried was Star 6. Getting to the bottom of it was pretty simple. A backflip did the trick. After doing a pretty scary blind wall jump, I made my way up top and grabbed the star. I came to the conclusion that Star 5 was going to be impossible because I can't move the cursor to select it, and I can't beat the penguin race anyway. The last thing I could do here was go for 100 red coins. I knew there was no way I was getting all the coins on the slide, so I basically had to take it multiple times and grab a few at a time to ensure I wouldn't fall off and have to start over. The red coins were scary to go for, but most of them weren't that bad. Since I had to skip on so many of the slide coins, I basically had to grab everything that was available. Eventually, I got to about 90 coins and all that was left was going to the bottom of the stage. Meticulously jumping to the pink bob-omb, he opened up the cannon so I could have a shot at coming back for the red coin star after getting hundreds. The plan seemed to work, but I forgot about one crucial point. I entered the cannon and that's where the trouble started. I can only move this cannon in one direction, down. I really didn't want to grab the red coins again, so I shot at the slanted wall, slid forward a bit, and ledge grabbed myself to safety. I am stunned that it actually worked, and very relieved too, since that's about all the stars I can get in this stage. So after that, I smacked my way around the floor and got this very lucky bonk that positioned me right in front of Wop's Fortress. The first star was pretty manageable considering the boss fight was a joke. Using Hoot to fly to the cage wasn't going to be an option, so I just long jumped from the tower to reach it, confirming that stars 2 and 5 are possible. Star 3 required a super precise camera angle, so I would slightly move to the left when wall jumping up top, and it managed to work out. 100 red coins took a while, but they could both be completed. The final star is blast away the wall, but as we know, the cannon isn't going to do us any favors. I tried the cannonless strat and wasn't able to hit the right angle. Maybe this one is doable somehow, but it's really not worth going for. Leaving the Wop's Fortress room was more annoying than I want to admit, since it's so easy to get stuck on walls. Eventually, I found my way to the Jolly Roger Babe room, expecting a complete travesty. And travesty I got, because the water is quite possibly the worst aspect of this entire challenge. When Mario is submerged in water, he does not move with the camera like on land, which means I can't complete the easiest star in the game. Mario is only able to swim forward or down, so the aquarium star cannot be done. And with that fun fact, I was expecting similar results in Jolly Roger Bay. I'm lucky this cannon is poked out of the water, because at the very least, it gives me a chance to kind of position Mario in a spot where he can swim in one direction and maybe go inside the cave. With that said, it's a lot easier said than done, because when you pick a direction for Mario, he pretty much doesn't change direction for any reason whatsoever. I tried swimming across the walls to move left and right, but this only works to some extent. With this, I eventually got stuck in this corner with seemingly no way to turn around or get out of it. Talk about feeling helpless. A few attempts in, I did manage to get in front of the ship, but I really couldn't do anything more than that. the cannon didn't have a lot of options, so I decided to swim to the other portion of land towards the right. Doing this, I finally managed to line myself up and enter the cave. So at the very least, I could knock out Star 3. Now, I tried so many different methods to get into the ship so I could attempt the other stars, but the stupid eel just would not leave and I had no way of getting inside. I even tried clipping through the ship like speedrunners usually do, but I couldn't get the right angle to pull this off. There really was no hope, so since I can't move the ship, stars 1, 2, 4, and 6 are completely inaccessible. And Star 5 requires the cannon or ship to get to, but neither of those are viable options either. Now, I will mention that I could shoot the cannon and land on the island by just moving the cannon down a tiny bit, but I have no method of slowing myself down or even pulling back. And even so, this strat slows down Mario even more by pointing the camera a tiny bit to the left, so it's really not going to work. Before moving to the next level, I realized that I have no way of getting the wing cap. In order to look up into the ceiling, I have to push down on the joystick, so that means I can't get those red coins, and I can't finish the Bob-omb Battlefield stars. I mean, sure, the red coins would probably be doable, but I just moved on to Bowser in the Dark World. This was a fairly straightforward stage because it's built in such a linear way, and the camera is very easy to navigate. After grabbing the red coin star, Bowser was next, and I didn't think he would be too hard. He turns really slowly for his first fight, so once I grabbed his tail, I tried spinning the camera around to see if that would also spin Bowser, and surprisingly, it actually does. But I took the easier route anyway, and very slowly threw him in a straight path towards the bomb. But with the knowledge that I can throw him, I'll actually have a shot at the final Bowser fight. All I had left to do on the main floor was Peach's slide, and actually getting there was another story. I simply could not change my angle and would always move towards the star door. Something weird with Mario Cam is that when you leave the star door, for some reason, Mario Cam locks in on Mario and faces behind him, and this only works when going through this door. This is seemingly the only way to get the Peach's slide. Now, the slide itself was giving me some issues. Even if I slowed down a little bit, I was always drifting to the left and falling down. I got past this by sliding down this railing, slipping off, and finally ground pounding back on the slide. Several more ground pounds and camera changes later, I somehow got myself down the slide facing backwards. This kinda just felt like dumb luck. And no, I'm not even gonna bother attempting the secret star under 21 seconds. This was obnoxious enough. After literally 2.5 minutes, I finally got to the basement doors so I could start trying those levels out. Catching Mips wasn't too bad, I just needed to carefully angle my camera in the right direction, and that was about it. So the next level was Shifting Sandland. Most of the stars here were really simple, I just needed to be cautious of all the quicksand. Fighting the hands was pretty interesting, because I somehow managed to continuously jump on the right hand, and when he opened up, it took him out completely. I gotta admit, I've never done that before. And the left hand pounded the ground for like a minute straight, but eventually he went down and the star was mine. The red coins aren't going to be possible because there's some I simply can't reach without the wing cap or better control options. Or at least I'm not going to be getting them. 100 coins is already going to be a pain in the butt. Also, I haven't mentioned this yet, but climbing the pyramid is such garbage. Since you can't send the camera through walls, it's so easy for Mario to get stuck and you have to constantly space yourself away from walls. Slowly but surely, I nabbed the star and was done with the stage. I moved on to Lethal Lava Land next time, and there's not really much to say here. All the stars were easy to get, although 100 coins did take quite a long time. And after that, it was time to finally drain the mode, which wasn't really a problem, but I had to be careful to not hit the water or I might get stuck inside it. The Vanish Cap red coins were somewhat challenging since I couldn't really see in front of me, but I pulled through and nabbed the star. After grabbing a Toad Star, I had a feeling that Hazy Maze Cave was gonna be rough. Getting around this stage isn't too bad, but there's some sections where the camera locks in place and you can't do much about it besides try to angle Mario towards the door. I had to be very particular with getting Dory as well. Since I could only move in one direction, I basically had to wait till Dory lined up with me so I could get on and nab some stars. Star 3 and the Metal Cap stage were pretty straightforward. And back into Hazy Maze Cave, I was thinking that Star 6 might be impossible since the camera angle makes wall jumping really hard, but by triple jumping and wall jumping at the back wall, it allowed me to get up to get the star. Stars 4 and 5 are easy enough, the maze wasn't much trouble and they were easy to get to. The real struggle for Hazy Maze Cave is 100 coins. I needed to get a majority of the blue coins from this switch, and the timer is just so tight with a camera that's way too slow to work with. These coins are hard to grab when playing normally, so I was thankful that I got at least 5 of them, and that was enough for 100. And the lift for the red coins was also the worst. The camera chugs behind you, which makes grabbing the coins a big pain in the neck. What felt like 3 years later, I got all the reds and 100 coins and was finally done with HMC. At this point, the basement was almost finished, and we actually had a pretty good amount of stars. All I needed to do now was get to the second Bowser key, and I actually had a chance here. Wait a minute. Or we're just doomed eternally. So Mario just so happens to be facing away from the hole that we need to get through, and I don't have much of a way of turning towards it. I tried using the tornado to change my direction. I tried hitting enemies. I tried clinging onto the edges. I even put myself in a timeout. Nothing was working. So unfortunately, I turned on the controller inputs to collect the ship star, and with a sad stance, it is not, excuse me, it is not over yet. No. My last idea was to talk to some Mario 64 testers and see if they could come up with any solutions. A few of them suggested that an SBLJ might be able to bypass Dire Docks entirely. Now, I'm sure you've seen BLJs, the backwards long jump that lets you go really fast upstairs. An SBLJ is a much harder version of that used in 0 or 1 star speedruns. This BLJ is performed on this specific set of stairs, and when the right amount of speed is built up, you can clip right through Dire Docks and enter the second Bowser. The problem is doing an SBLJ while only holding up. This had never been done before. That is until Tasser Dabs went to work on this idea. Him, as well as some help from Sneck, sent me this clip a day or so later. The footage starts with the camera getting situated facing away from the 30-star door. Then a long jump is performed and is brought back towards the stairs. While this is happening, the camera is very carefully trying to circle around Mario so it faces towards the door. Then the SBLJ is performed, Mario jumps at the wall for about 10 seconds, and boom! Just like that, we have bypassed DDD entirely. So this proves that theoretically, we can continue this challenge because an SBLJ, while only pressing up, can be performed. Now keep in mind that I skipped a lot of the technical reasonings for how this worked at all. So if you want to learn more about this, you can check out Wikipedia, which goes into lots of details about Mario 64 task tricks. And because of this new discovery, we can continue on with the challenge and see if it's actually possible. A few of the red coins in Fire Sea were a bit hard to get to, but this level wasn't too bad. And the second Bowser fight uses the same strategy as before, spam B and win. And with that, we've got the second key. Now, before going upstairs, I forgot that we hadn't tried Big Boo's Haunt yet. And holy crap, this was by far the most infuriating stage to play through. And I'm sure you can guess why. Almost every room in this mansion has a fixed camera, so trying to get anywhere is nearly impossible. You have to pray that Mario Cam moves behind you, and it doesn't want to cooperate most of the time. I started with Star 1, and just going into the rooms took an incredibly long time. I mean, look at how ridiculous this door is. The camera will not move towards it no matter what I seem to do. I did eventually get the star, but my lord, this was genuinely painful. I went for Star 2, only to forget that water is my mortal enemy. As soon as I jumped in, I made a fatal mistake considering I had no way of getting out of the water. Thankfully, though, I can't take another route to get to the merry-go-round. Taking out the boos was pretty weird because I had to keep wall jumping my way back to them, but it was otherwise a simple star. Now, let's talk about getting to the second floor. There really was no easy way of doing this, and the main reason for that was because turning Mario when going up there was stupidly hard. The only option I found was using the sides of the stairs and diving my way up. Thankfully, the library was easy to get through, and Star 3 was possible. The next star I went for was Star 5, and taking out the boo was no problem. The issue at hand is actually getting to the roof to grab the star. I did manage to get to the side, but the camera is notoriously awful on the roof. There was absolutely no way I was going to be able to turn around. I tried going back to the balcony, and I found other ways to get on the roof, but nothing was getting me close to the star. Heck, I even got to the very top of the roof, but still had no way of turning myself around. So I gave up on this star. Maybe there's a way to do this one, but I don't know how. The last thing I tried was 100 in red coins. These two stars were extremely time-consuming and annoying and required a lot of trial and error, but you could get them both. Now, I don't know about you, but I am ready to move on from this stupid level. Now, while I had to punch my way to get to this door, at last we've made it to the next floor. I jumped into Wet Dry World next, and I know I can't get every star here, but I figured we'd try to get a few. Star 1 was pretty easy since you can just teleport yourself to the top, and oh my god, it feels so good to have a free roaming camera again. You have no idea. You really have no idea. It was a little tricky getting to the top of this stage, but I found a solution by using this heave-ho, and it was the simplest and most consistent method. Getting to Star 2 wasn't too bad. I just had to play carefully. Star 3 was basically the same steps as the previous star, so this was also possible. Star 4 required me to be really quick, but I managed to just barely get on the elevator in time. Stars 5 and 6 weren't going to be possible because I have no way of getting to them, and the water would stop me in my tracks anyway. So I just decided to move on. I nabbed the next Toad Star and traveled to Snowman's Land. And frankly, all the stars here were really easy. I don't have much to add besides that I'm glad to have a bit of a break. The igloo was a little annoying, I guess, but nothing compares to Big Boo's haunt. Seriously, that level is gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. And up next was Tall Tall Mountain, and this world was a bit of a handful. It's not even that it was that challenging. This is just such a large level, and it took some time to get around. Although I will admit that getting across this log was terrifying. My camera needed to be angled perfectly for it to even work. All the stars here were possible, and the only one worth mentioning is 100 in red coins. This was, as you'd expect, really time-consuming, mainly because of the slide. Trying to get the right angles to simply survive was so difficult, and I had to do this slide a couple of times to get extra coins that I needed. I did eventually get all these stars, it just took a little while. So I had a pretty bizarre strategy for Star 6. Since I could only move in one direction, I simply long jumped towards the mushroom while being high up the mountain, and this actually worked out perfectly. It's pretty funny how many methods there are to getting this star. The following level was Tiny Huge Island, and stars 1 and 2 were a cakewalk. Star 4 was very tedious though, since the camera didn't want to play nice, and in general, this level is just hard to navigate. What I was actually worried about though was Star 3, the Koopa rematch. The wind on this bridge was likely to be problematic. What the f? I have no idea how I didn't fall, but okay, I guess I'll take the star. The rest of the stars here were manageable, but there's not much more I can add. The 100 coins took forever as you'd expect, and one of the red coins took a precise wall jump to get to, and the Wiggler fight was also pretty easy to fight. So after wrapping up the course, I nabbed the final Toad Star and jumped into Wing Mario over the rainbow. Now obviously, there's no way I can finish this one. The most red coins I could get was 3. So all that's really left is Tick-Tock Clock and Rainbow Ride. One thing I quickly learned about Tick-Tock Clock is how bad the camera is. Normally the camera is alright, but it always gets stuck at the wall. So Mario always heads towards that direction, and it's like this for the entire stage. I was finally smart and went for the 100 coins first to get it out of the way. You know, I don't know why I haven't been doing that this entire time. The blue coins, of course, are essential for this stage, and while I didn't grab all of them, I got enough to get 100 coins. And let me tell you, it was a nice feeling getting the hundreds out of the way, and the rest of the stars really weren't that bad. Like I said, I just had to put up with the garbage camera, but all the other stars could be done. And after that, we just had Rainbow Ride to do. The first star I went for was 100 coins, and I gotta be honest, it was going pretty well. That's mostly because the camera was actually being a good boy and listening to me. He was so easy to work with since the level is so wide open. But then came the problem of the blue coins. I tried wall jumping up this wall dozens of times, and I could barely do more than 2 jumps at once. So scrap that star, I suppose. I decided I'd just go for the red coins instead. I had to make a lot of blind jumps to get them, but it really wasn't that bad. Also, I do apologize that my footage might be a little choppy for the rest of this video. I've been having computer issues where my recording software stutters every once in a while. But anyway, the rest of the stars were pretty simple to knock out. Tricky Triangles, I guess, was the toughest one, but honestly, we're ready. It's time to take on Final Bowser and finish this challenge up. The red coins weren't much trouble, because this is another stage where the camera is really easy to move around. We grabbed our final star, and it was go time. Good old Rainbow Bowser. I slowly hit him with the bomb once, then twice, and now came the hard part. All I had to do now was spam the camera to the side, and over time, I started to build some decent speed. It was incredibly hard to aim my throw, but I actually had a shot at this. And then it happened. Bowser took a bomb to the face, and just like that, we can confirm that it is possible to beat Super Mario 64 while only pressing up. Quite frankly, I can't believe we actually made it this far. I thought we would have gotten stuck in several places, and my god, this challenge got so tedious at points. But really, we only got stuck in Dire Docks, and even then, the SM64 testers figured out a solution. Super Mario 64 is a bit of a complicated beast when it comes to collecting every coin. Obviously, the concept of the challenge is simple, but the way the game works makes things complicated. Depending on what star you select, sometimes you'll have access to every coin, and sometimes you won't. So here's Mario's goal for today. We'll only be allowed to collect stars that involve coins, so only red coin and 100 coin stars. And on top of that, we also need to attempt to collect every coin from each stage at the same time. This will be played on a 0-star save file, so that way we can't just select any star we want to our advantage. We will be able to use the wing, metal, and vanish cap for assistance, but otherwise that's the challenge, so let's jump into it. The first world we're gonna do is, of course, Bob-omb Battlefield. Normally, we would fight King Bob-omb for a star, but he can't give us any precious coins, so he's out of the question. Now, we can't go for every coin yet because we need the wing cap for all the coins in the sky, so we'll start by just trying to get all the red coins. The first 7 are pretty simple since they're all in easy places, but then there's the 8th one on this island. Normally, you would use a cannon or the wing cap to get to the island, but like I said, we can't access the wing cap yet, and the pink Bob-ombs won't open the cannons. Lucky for us, Mario is a very versatile character and can do a lot of cool things with his moveset. What we have to do is carefully long jump off the top of this mountain, and then we can barely snag the corner of the island to grab the last red coin. So there we go, we got 1 star, and we'll come back for all the coins later. Next, I decided to tackle Whomp's Fortress because I knew it would be easy. There's also some hidden coins that we have to grab from these mini Whomps. By doing 5 jump kicks, we can get 5 extra coins out of him. Why that happens, I have no idea. But outside of doing that, we were able to grab the red coin star, the 100 coin star, and every coin in the whole level. Now with 3 stars in hand, I have a lot more options and decided to tackle the aquarium bonus level. This was by far the easiest one to complete. You just grab the 8 red coins and the extras in the stage. But now things get complicated with Jolly Roger Bay. I knew this would be a struggle because we don't have access to the ship, and that ship's important because I need it for 2 red coins, but I can't complete the first star to get access to that ship. I also don't have access to the cannon because the pink Bob-omb didn't show up. So I started by getting all the coins in the water and was able to get just enough for 100. All that's left is these 2 pesky red coins. My only idea is to use this tiny slump of land to long jump to them, but getting up there is a challenge on its own. I tried a technique called frame walking to climb up and jump for these last 2 coins. This technique is done by mashing the joystick up really quickly. If you want to learn more about this, I would recommend checking out Pandon's video in the description explaining how it works. While this strategy is technically possible, actually pulling this off is stupid difficult. You can't make any wrong inputs or you slide back into the water. I tried going up every pole at every different angle, and I got pretty high a couple of times, but never high enough. Because this seemed pretty much impossible, I went ahead and put in a moon jump code just to check if my idea would work anyway. So I got up there, did the long jump, and I couldn't even grab the closest red coin. So I hate to say it, but we aren't getting all the red coins here. Before moving on, it should be noted that this star is technically possible, but not from human beings. Going back to one of Pandon's videos, he demonstrates how to get this star without the ship, but you have to do a very specific BLJ, then jump off the cannon with your built-up speed and perform dozens of wall jumps at just the right angles to grab them through the air. This was done by a task bot and not a human, so I can't possibly do this in real time. And again, the full video is in the description. So while we can't grab all the coins, we did at least get 1 star, so we'll just move on to Cool Mountain. I started by going down the slide to get half the coins in this stage. Then I went around the level and nabbed the 100 coin star. After that, I got the red coin star, left the stage, and realized I should have done that to begin with, so that's my fault for putting more work on. But anyway, I played through the level again, and jumped down to the very bottom at the end because this section doesn't let you climb back up, so you want to do it last. I was a bit scared that the coins from these fly guys would burst too far away for Mario to grab, but I managed to get them all and every coin in Cool Mountain. So now our star total is at 7, but we're gonna need 1 more to get that first Bowser key. And we can't do the slide level because there's no coin-specific stars there. Our only option left is to go for 100 coins in Bob-omb Battlefield. Now, I didn't do that originally because I thought it wouldn't be possible without grabbing coins in the air, but it turns out if you squish every enemy and run circles around every pole and all that, you actually can grab just enough coins for 100. We'll come back one more time and try to nab every coin here once we get the win cap, but for now, let's move to the first Bowser level. All these coins were really easy to get. I got the reds in every coin in the level, threw Bowser into a bomb, and headed for the basement. Before tackling basement levels, I thought it would be best to grab the vanish cap and the red coin star, so I did that on top of getting any extra coins there. And now I finally have enough stars to go for the win cap. Snatching up the red coins was easy enough, but trying to grab every coin here is a joke. What makes this so difficult is the way the wing cap works. You lose lots of height and speed the longer you're in the air, so you have to play almost perfectly. I tried for a long time and just wasn't able to grab all the coins, no matter how hard I tried. I even tried this star again after recording all of this main footage and I still couldn't pull it off. I did find this one video of someone doing it, but that must have taken them thousands of tries because holy crap, this was hard. So I guess it is possible, but I'm not a god like Mr. Dimitra over here. And yes, you can check out the full video in the description. So now that I have the wing cap, I can finally complete Bob-Omb Battlefield. I purposefully selected Star 4 in the hopes that the Koopa would show up so that way I can get his 5 coins. And when I went to the field to check on him, well, he wasn't there. So unfortunately, under these circumstances, I can't get every coin in Bob-Omb Battlefield. But that's okay, we don't really need it since we have access to the basement. Hazy Maze Cave is next, and this one took quite a while. It wasn't really challenging per se, but some of the bats were so annoying. Like for this one, I had to jump near him just so he'd come down, and this bat was just like stuck in place, so I had to wall jump to get his coin. Now this eyeball might look impossible to destroy since you normally have to run circles around him, but you can actually just damage yourself, crawl inside him, and do circles to get the coin. I believe this works because when you're in his hitbox and you have invincibility frames, they don't go away unless you leave his hitbox. But besides that, I nabbed the red coins and every other coin in the stage. All that was left to do was to dive into the metal cap stage, and that level was stupid easy in terms of touching every coin. So now to Lethal Lava Land. This one was nerve-wracking because of the bullies. When you knock them into the lava, you have no idea where the coin is going to go. Sometimes it'll launch itself right towards you, and sometimes back into the lava where you can't grab it. Plus, we don't have access to the Koopa shell, so it was a bit of a struggle getting some of these coins without it. I got the red coin star early, then got every coin up until the ones in the volcano. There's one particular bully enemy at the very top, so I had to push him down a little bit farther so I'd have a better chance. Then when I knocked him into the lava, I had to chase him down to grab the coin while also not dying from the lava. Getting all the coins is possible, but I had to be so careful. And after that, shifting Sandland was much easier. I knocked out the red coin star early, and then made sure to get all the coins outside of the pyramid before going inside. And with that, I was able to grab every coin. With Big Boo's Haunt, I quickly grabbed the red coin star, but then on my way back to get the rest, I realized it wasn't gonna be possible. There's 5 boos in the merry-go-round under the house, and those only spawn when you select star 2, which we can't do. So I ended up leaving and looked around the castle for more stars, and there wasn't really anything left. I was at a point where I wanted to get into the second Bowser level, but didn't have enough stars to do so. But there is a little trick we can do, and all we need is our little pal Mips. After catching our bunny friend, we took him to this door, ran at a specific angle, and crouched. That spawned me outside the door, so I was able to turn around, grab Mips, and jump out. Then I ran to the star door and did the same thing, but I didn't need to re-grab Mips. So we can't enter second Bowser yet, but we might as well tackle Dire Dire Docks. This is my least favorite level in the game, just because most of it is in the water and it's so slow going. While nabbing every coin is possible, I had to get all the red coins without the moving poles. Speedrunners do this in their runs, but I'm not a speedrunner, so getting all these took tons of practice and time. Especially this one in the cage that's like 3 miles away. I had to do this stupidly precise triple jump dive just to get this one red coin. Like, my god, I don't know how people can do that consistently in runs. But after that, I got the red and 100 coin star, but my actual problem still wasn't solved. I couldn't get into the second Bowser level because you're supposed to do the first star in Dire Dire Docks, but I'm not allowed to do that for this challenge. This may seem like the end of the road for Mario, but surprisingly it isn't. See, here's a clip of someone getting to second Bowser with no stars. He has to BLJ off these stairs, which on its own is insanely hard, then you have to cling onto this part of the wall to keep building speed, then you slide onto this exact tile and pass through the door so fast that the hitbox for entering Dire Dire Docks doesn't register. That is the only way to get through. So after studying the movement of how it works, I actually gave this a shot. Normally I can do BLJs pretty easily, but doing them with almost no room for error was way beyond my talents. There was a few attempts where I got the BLJ down, but lost too much speed before getting to the door. Those that have done this said it took them dozens of hours to do just one time, and I gotta applaud them for that. But huge spiel out of the way, Bowser in the Fire Sea was really easy. All the coins took little to no effort to grab. And after throwing Bowser into another bomb, I finally have access to the second key. I jumped into Wet Dry World next, and it was a pretty simple level, and I got every single coin. For fun, I decided to do a trick where you triple jump dive off this slant in the wall to go to the town for the rest of the coins. Snowman's Land went smoothly too, but I was missing one coin. I had no idea where it was, so I circled the whole level at least 3 times, seeing if I missed it. Having no luck, I looked it up, and you guys won't believe how dumb this is. What you have to do is shoot your cannon at this exact spot and you grab the coin through the wall. Why there's a coin there at all, I have no idea. But anyway, we got them all in the level. Tall Tall Mountain was next, and I made sure to do the slide coins early so I wouldn't have to grab the 100 coin star while on the slide. After that, I again was missing one coin. And I had to look this one up too, and seriously, I don't understand this game. This last coin I was missing was at the very top of the slide part, hidden in this corner. Who would think of actually looking there? Well, anyway, now on to the longest level in the game, Tiny Huge Island. There's almost 200 coins to get here. It takes a really long time. And not only that, but it's really easy to mess up. In the tiny level, you have to make sure to get the coins from the tiny Goombas without them bonking into you and vanishing. If a Goomba vanishes, that's too bad. You missed your shot at the coin. And some of these Goombas are in areas of land where fire is trying to burn Mario, and my god, it was so irritating. After what felt like 10 weeks, I eventually got every coin here. Before heading to the very top of the castle, I went back to Big Boo's Haunt to get the 100 coin star because I kinda just forgot to do that, even though I still can't get all of them. Now normally, you need 50 stars to get to this next floor, but with a BLJ, I can blast through the door and continue on. The first thing I tackled was Wing Mario over the rainbow. This one was easy, but very tedious. There's so many rings of coins you have to grab, and it just kind of felt like a chore getting them all. After that, I went into Tick Tock Clock, and it was a lot easier than I thought it would be. I've never been so happy to hit boxes with 10 coins in them. And then there was Rainbow Ride, and while that was kind of a sluggish level, I was able to get all the coins pretty easily. So now that we've plowed through every level, it's time to take on Bowser in the Sky. Well, once we do the BLJ, of course. This is the easiest place to do them because the camera stays consistently straight. While hunting for coins here, I had a bit of scare with this thwomp. I ground pounded him and the coins just exploded. One of them fell off the side and I thought that I lost it. Somehow though, it was just hanging on the edge for me to grab. I'm kind of amazed at how lucky I got there. It should have just fell. But with that, I was able to grab every coin in this level. All that was left to do was to throw Bowser into the bomb 3 times and finish the game. So is it possible to beat Super Mario 64 while touching every coin? Yes, but with this specific challenge? No. If I allowed myself to get other stars beyond the reds and hundreds, this would have been way too easy. But I wanted to challenge myself a bit more and see what I could do. So before finishing up, let's see what we accomplished. I managed to get 37 stars, but you could technically get 38 for this challenge if you managed to do the red coins in Jolly Roger Bay. After the game, I tallied up all the coins in the front, inside, and back of the castle, and that was 15. So the total coin counter, not including coins that respawn from Bowser's Fire Breath. I think everyone that's played Mario 64 had an initial burst of joy when they first hopped onto a Koopa shell. You move faster, can plow through enemies, and get a nice tasty jingle. So why don't we try playing the entire game with only a Koopa shell? Let's see how far we can get with that idea. This game was modified by Kei's Emanuar in one way. I can push down a button to spawn a shell. The only time I'm allowed to get off the shell is to go through doors or when starting a level. Grabbing trees and wall jumping is fine too, but I must always land on a shell after. Now, you can normally grab a Koopa shell and swim with it, but for some reason, I can't grab them when spawning the shells. So with that, we're gonna have to skip every water level. Flying is also fine in the wing cap stage as long as I hop onto a Koopa shell instead of the ground. And that's about it for rules, so let's get into it. Right away we can complete Lekatu skip. That's because Lekatu is only activated when Mario himself touches the bridge, so being on the shell bypasses that. So we'll of course start with Bob-omb Battlefield. Right away I went to King Bob-omb, and it turns out he's a little shy when I'm on a shell. Now I already knew he wouldn't be able to throw him, but I didn't realize we had to be on our feet to activate his text box. So at this point, I just started going for coins instead. I'm not sure if I can get 100 without the wing cap, but I might as well try. We can't get the Chain Chomp star either, considering we can't ground pound, or even attempt a bomb clip. After a few minutes, I got most of the coins and realized I wasn't going to have enough for 100, but I could at least go for the 8 reds. I needed to jump off this ledge at the very corner to get there, but I kept messing this up. I tried going down a floor and jumping from there, and I got more speed this way, but wasn't getting high enough. So I tried from the top again with more of a startup, and eventually managed to barely grab the tip of the island. Then I simply had to grab the red coin and make sure that I landed on the shell afterwards. I got a few additional coins on the island, but it still wasn't enough for 100. So I reluctantly grabbed the red coin star and moved on. Now, in case you're wondering about the star in this box, well, you actually can't break boxes with a shell on. I'm not joking. So I had one idea. Jump from the tree and ground pound the side of the box. After making the jump, I was a bit too far away to pull off the ground pound. So I tried jumping off with the handstand, and while I got closer to the box, you can't ground pound in the air after the handstand. So unfortunately, we'll just have to move on. I decided to try Peach's slide next, and for some reason, you go really slow down the slide. I mean, I expected to be blazing it, but there's something about the physics that's slowing us down. I made it down the slide only to remember that the main star is trapped in a box, so I tried again and went for the slide skip. I was a little worried I wouldn't have enough speed to get across, but I somehow did and was able to nab the second star. Next, we'll try Whomp's Fortress. I discovered you can take out piranha plants with the shell, which is gonna be really helpful for 100 coins, assuming we can get them all. At this point, I'm just gonna go for the coin stars first, since they're the most likely to be completed. I was worried about the red coin above the Whomp, but it was a lot easier to snag than I expected. The red coins were a bit tricky because I had to keep jumping to make sure I wouldn't break my shell. The circle of coins was challenging because I had to jump at just the right height and speed to get here without bonking. Thankfully, it's doable. Then I went to King Whomp, and he was also too shy to talk to me. So at this point, we're not even gonna attempt the stars that require us to talk to someone since we know they're just not gonna be able to be done. Continuing on, I managed to barely swoop up 100 coins, as well as the 8 reds, so 2 stars are completed. Next, I wanted to try star 3, and this was gonna be quite the doozy. The star is close to this ledge, so I thought I could sneakily grab it, but I couldn't pull in quite far enough. My next idea was to use the pole. I thought I could jump off it and spawn a shell underneath me, but I couldn't get enough height for that to work. So I had one more trick up my sleeve. By building speed and jumping at the right time, I thought I could get closer to the star. I missed horribly the first time, but I kept on trying. Getting that correct angle was the hardest part, because I wanted to keep my speed, but also not bonk into anything. Well, there you have it. Game theory proven. And that's about all we could do in Whomp's Fortress. For the memes, I attempted Cannonless a few times. While I think I was hitting the right spot, Mario's hitbox is different with the shell, so I can't imagine this could work. Jolly Roger Bay is out of the question, so I went right to Cool Cool Mountain. The slide star was really easy, although I'll admit that the physics were pretty wonky and I had to be careful. We can't bring the baby penguin to the Big Mama because there's no way to carry the penguin and ride the shell. I tested it just to be sure. So I went ahead and grabbed all the coins I could on the slide. Getting the rest of the coins were actually challenging because I had to climb myself back up the mountain without teleporting. I hit the fly guy by accident for some coins, but I could not build up enough speed to launch myself above this ramp. And this hill doesn't work either because I can barely turn Mario while in the air, so I had one option left. And that was to take the freaking ski lift. It works, thank God, but it was terrifying trying not to fall off. After grabbing the 100 coin and red coin star, that wraps up all we can do in this course. As for star 6, I was able to get myself in the area, but clearly there's no method to grab the star. 8 stars in hand, we can actually try out Bowser in the Dark World. The first 2 red coins required very precise and small jumps, as it was easy to slip off and fall. The Ferris wheel was also giving me issues because I couldn't jump on them while they raised up. Instead, I had to do the sketchiest loop of my life so the platform would move closer to the next segment. After the red coin star, now was my chance against Bowser. But of course I have no way of grabbing him, so unfortunately, it is not possible to beat Super Mario 64 with only a Koopa shell. And you know, I didn't really think this challenge would work to begin with. I just wanted to see how far we could get. So let's go ahead and try the rest of the courses with a 100% save file. Now look, I know it says 175 stars. I've recently switched computers and don't have my old saves, so please spare me for using a code just to get to the other levels. Anyways, I thought we'd tackle the wing cap stage first. After getting the red coins, I tried stomping on the switch to find that the text box doesn't show up, again because I'm not actually touching the ground. Big Boo's Haunt was next, and I learned something really intriguing about the shell here. You can actually take out the boos with it. I was not expecting that to be a thing at all. Before figuring that out, I was really struggling with this red coin. A basic jump didn't make it up here, and for the other red coin in this room, I used the plank for extra height. So I tried looping on this plank for some speed and jumping across, but I wasn't getting quite close enough. That's when I realized that I could just do this loop closer to the star and get barely enough height for the coin that way. This allowed me to get the red coin and 100 coin star. The second merry-go-round star was stupid easy since I'm basically invincible against these boos. Now, sadly, I'm not going to be able to get stars 5 or 6 because I have no way of getting to the balcony for the Boo and Eyeball fight. For star 3, I tried to hit the books to move forward, but I wasn't able to touch them and I kept bonking off the shell anyway. So instead, I did the tiniest loop I could and flew my way to the star, bypassing the library entirely. And that's about it for Big Boo's Hunt. Going into the basement, I spotted Mips, which made me upset because I can't grab him and the other Mips for a star. I also can't enter Vanish Cap and get the red coins because there's water obstructing my way from the level. And before entering Hazy Maze Cave, the 3 Toad Stars also aren't obtainable. That is a lot of stars we can't do. So let's see how HMC goes. Star 1 was by far our easiest one yet. I literally just jumped up the little molehill and grabbed it. Then everything went to I started grabbing 100 coins and preparing to go for the reds, only to not be able to get up there. Not only was it really easy to bonk on the stairs, but I also couldn't build up enough speed to reach the lift, even after trying a loop. So that means I can't even get 1 red coin. And that blue coin switch won't be possible either, so 100 coins is just out of the question. I decided to see if I could reach the doors in the maze for stars 4 and 5, and of course I can't. My jump doesn't even get close. Both of these doors didn't work, so I decided to try Watch for Rolling Rocks. Star 6 wasn't possible either because my jump wasn't even close to high enough for the star, so we only managed to get 1 star in Hazy Maze Cave. Yikes. I tried out Metal Cap and was able to get 4 of the red coins, but the other 4 are in the water, so this one can't be completed either. Lethal Lava Land, on the other hand, was a breeze. Stars 1 through 4 were extremely easy as they were out in the open, or I just had to knock out bullies. Stars 5 and 6 were a bit harder though. While I could make all the jumps up above, I had to be really careful to not fall off by accident. The 5th star required me to land on a shell after jumping off a pole, and then I was set. The 6th one was a lot more annoying though, as I had to stand on the lifts as they slowly took me to the star. 1 more pole jump and I was pretty much set. Every star here was actually possible. Shifting Sandland started decently, since you can't hit Klepto for the first star, and the second one is sitting out in the open. The 3rd star required me to climb up the pyramid, and it actually wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Although not bonking my shell here was a pain in the butt. And then all that was left was 1 more jump. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! I climbed all the way up this pyramid only for the final ledge to be too high. So I decided to go for the star from the top of the pyramid, and that didn't work out either. So much for that, I guess. All that was left to try was 100 coins in star 6. I knew I wasn't able to get the red coins in the air, so star 5 was out of the question. As I was wrapping up all the coins I could get, I realized I wasn't gonna have enough for 100. That's because I can't hit the blue coin switch, and a lot of coins are trapped in boxes is which I can't break open. Thankfully, star 6 is pretty easy. The secret 5 coins are a snap to grab. Now, obviously, I can't get any stars in Dire Docks, so we'll just go right to Bowser in the Fire Sea. Some of these red coins required some serious swag strats to pull off, like jumping off this pole while jumping and hopping on the shell. It was the only way to get up here. The star was also kind of tricky to get because it was perched so high up in the air. I basically had to grab the pole, then wall jump off these walls until I felt comfortable enough to pull out the shell for landing. This was a really tricky level, but also a lot of fun. Now, I know that Wet Dry World is technically a water level, but since you can raise the levels, I figured we'd try it out anyway. I realized Star 3 can't be done because I can't move this box or the other one for the secrets. Star 2 isn't possible because it's trapped in a box, and the same for Star 1. There's not nearly enough open-ended coins for the 100 coin star, and Stars 5 and 6 are unreachable. And finally, Star 4 has a box we can't break, so none of the stars here can be completed. Snowman's Land was a bit better though, since Star 2 was just pushing off the ice bully. Something cool about Star 1 is the snowman doesn't notice you and you can bypass him easily on the shell, but that doesn't matter much because the ledge is too high for us to reach. Star 3 required me to climb up this hill and jump off of it for a burst of extra height and speed. I can't believe this actually works. It was really satisfying to pull off. While you can reach Star 4 pretty easily, it's once again trapped in a box, so it's not possible. Now obviously Star 5's red coins can be done because you normally use a shell for this level, but you can't quite get 100 coins. We'd need to get into the igloo for the rest of them, but we can't do that without getting off the shell, so that also means Star 6 can't be done. Moving to Tall Mountain, it honestly was way better than I thought it would be. I mean, look at this. You can literally just jump to the Lonely Mushroom and nab Star 6. And Star 1 was just climbing up the mountain, and that was it. Now, Star 3's red coins and 100 coins were possible, but really obnoxious. That's because it was really easy to fall off the slide. Again, the controls are wonky on the slides. Star 5 just required the box so I could get behind the waterfall without bonking, and that wraps Tall Mountain up. Next was Tiny Huge Island, and Star 1 was pretty simple as I just had to take out the plants. I went for Star 4 next, and nabbing the secrets was easy enough. I even went for this terrifying jump to get the star, and thankfully didn't die. While Star 2 was easy to reach, I forgot that it was in a box. All that was left to try was the 100 in red coins, and getting 100 coins was actually pretty tough. Since I can't ground pound the Goombas for blue coins, I'm stuck with getting every single obscure yellow coin. This also includes the Goombas on the tiny island, which was more than nerve-wracking. But I got just enough coins before going for the reds. The first 6 were easy, but the 7th one almost didn't seem doable. I basically had to build up speed, then jump in the perfect direction so I could barely make my way up. So while I could get the 100 coins, the last red was too high up, deeming the red coins impossible. All that was left to do was the top floor levels, and we've run into a big problem. I can't actually reach Tick Tock Clock, Rainbow Ride, or Wing Mario over the rainbow. So unfortunately, I can't even attempt these levels. I guess all that's left now is Bowser in the Sky. The first red coin here was a little tricky as I had to carefully land on this block and jump for the coin. That was the least of my problems though. I had no way of getting to the platforms above the Ferris wheel. I tried jumping from the Ferris wheel, but just couldn't get enough height this way. So I moved to the other side, and that didn't work either. I mean, look how close this gets. The shell just barely can't snag the edge. So that means we can't get all the red coins here. Well then, that was kind of a disaster. Out of all 120 stars, only 39 were possible. That's 1/3 of the entire game. While the Koopa shell is a lot of fun to ride on, it really isn't that practical at all. I'm kind of surprised 30 stars even were possible. I was expecting even less. Imagine if coins gave Mario life support. Today, we'll be seeing if we can beat Super Mario 64 while losing 1 coin every second. Once the coin counter is at 0, your damage drains every second until you're dead. The only rule is to finish the game. Oh, and by the way, coins actually drain faster with the more that you have, so you'll never see the counter reach 100. However, there's still a way to get them, but more on that at the end. I gotta be honest, I haven't played Mario 64 in a while. I know, that kinda sounds crazy coming from me. As you can see, we don't have coins at the start, so our damage immediately starts draining. And by the way, damage still drains during cutscenes just to make my life that much better. So I entered Peach's castle, Bowser tells me to go away, and I die. I mean, maybe there's poisonous gas in the castle now, who knows? Just entering levels requires fast movement since there's a door animation that wastes time and drains my health faster. What this entails is entering a level with little damage, dying, spawning in front of the painting, and jump back in with more health. This is how every stage is going to work, and when I get a game over, I have to do this all over again. So in Bob-omb Battlefield, I figured we'd start with fighting King Bob-omb, and as you'll see, I'm taking a path which has coins that are along the way. Stopping to kill enemies is gonna take too long to be worth the time loss in most cases, so I need to grab the ones out in the open. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no coins where King Bob-omb is. How would I have time for the throws? Easy solution. Throw him once, run down to the heart for health since the fight won't reset, and rinse and repeat. And that, my friends, is Star 1 complete. Although unfortunately for me, I have sacrificed my life for the coin gods to get this star, which means I spawn outside the castle, and the whole cycle repeats itself. Next was Koopa the Quick, which basically followed the same route that I did before. While waiting for Koopa and keeping my health up, I somehow managed to bonk on the top of this hill, fall and take damage, and then fall again to the very bottom. Simple mistakes like this are quite literally life or death. I now have no way of getting back up there because there aren't enough coins for me to survive. And I tried to, but alas, I perished and had to go again. The second attempt was successful, and following that was stars 3 and 6. With star 3, I missed the cannon shot to the island, and now I can clearly show you why killing enemies is not worth the coin. I have almost no health left and have to painstakingly wait for the Goomba to pop out of existence for just 1 coin. I did survive, however, and just took another cannon that had coins near it. Star 6 was straightforward, and after that, I moved on to Whomp's Fortress. There is nothing notable to say about Whomp's Fortress. There's a lot of coins here, so I just played as I normally would. The only way to get into the aquarium was to enter Jolly Roger Bay, spawn out from that painting, and then I'd have enough damage to enter without dying. It was an easy enough stage par usual. Now, Jolly Roger Bay has a really interesting property with this challenge. If you keep your head above water, you will constantly replenish your health. This basically means that water is our friend for the first time probably ever. On the downside of this, once you have 0 coins submerged in water, your health drains almost twice as fast due to your breath limit and not having coins. This is obviously a problem for stars 1 and 2, in which I need to be underwater for a long time. The only way to combat this was to grab the blue coins from the switch and run back and get the stars as fast as possible. If this blue switch wasn't there, I don't even know if half these stars would have been possible. I also tried out a different red coin route, because I was concerned about the faraway red coin. I grabbed all the coins on the bridge area and dove straight down to the clam on the deep bottom floor. Because I grabbed extra coins beforehand, I had time to get the coin and swim back up top. And since the rest of the reds were near the top of the water, I could easily get a red and go back up for air and health. Following that was Peach's Slide and the Wing Cap red coins. Both were pretty easy, so next was our first Bowser level. The beginning was the hardest part because there weren't any coins next to me, so I had to very quickly long jump to the ring of yellow coins. Doing this allowed me to get the reds and continue as normal. I made my way to Bowser, and all of my coins just kinda drained. I'm not sure why this happened, so I talked to Kaze about this since he made the mod, and he gave me another version where the coins wouldn't drain like that. That just seemed really unfair, especially since Bowser has 2 text boxes which waste time. So I tried again and went in with about 10 coins. Even with bringing these coins in, I still drained all of them by the time I actually got the key. Cool Mountain was another stage that didn't give me trouble. And again, it's because there's a huge abundance of coins outside and on the slide. Stars 1 through 6 were pretty simple to complete, and after that I finished up Bob-omb Battlefield. I just needed stars 4 and 5, which were also pretty simple. What happened next was something I didn't take into account at all, having time to get into Big Boo's haunt. Because if you think about it, you have to take a second to kill the ghost, wait for the entrance to work, then Mario slowly flies inside, and even when you get into the level, you have to go inside the house to get coins, which at the minimum requires 2 doors. And doors in this challenge are deadly, as we've learned.
Oh god, a door. Okay, quick. No. Hurry up, come on. No, okay. I think we're fine.
Even when you spawn in the courtyard, you still don't get into Big Boo's haunt without being almost dead. This seemed to be impossible, until I remembered our best friend. water. The water in the courtyard has a few sections where you can dip inside and completely heal. And even better, there's 3 ghosts we can kill for their coins to give us more time for the ghost stage. Although strangely, you have to wait a second to grab their coins, they don't seem to be obtainable right away, but that could just be a weird thing with the booze, I'm not really sure. But anyway, with this strat, I'm able to get into a room, grab a red coin and booze blue coin, and we're set sailing. If we didn't have such easy access to blue coins, all the doors in this house would make most of these stars near impossible. So I went ahead and knocked out stars 1 through 5 since I didn't have the vanish cap yet for star 6. And that's when I thought to myself, well hey, might as well get the vanish cap, right? But again, those evil doors. The only way I can even get into the basement at all is to use the key and open the 30-star door. I'm gonna die from doing this, of course, but when I go back, I'll have just enough time to enter Dire Docks without the door animations, so maybe vanish cap later. Dire Docks is a scary level because of the massive bodies of water and a real urgency of drowning faster than usual. However, I found a route with coins that lets me travel anywhere I need to, which is a bit of a relief. So with that, I got stars 1 and 2. But then came Bowser in the Fire Sea. This one was just awful. I initially thought that it'd be impossible to clear this level because there aren't enough coins. I must have played this stage like 20 times, only to get to Bowser with almost no health and very little to no coins. And that's when I forgot something very important. This box that nobody has ever hit in their entire life has 10 coins in it. And even better, it's near the end of the level. So once I remembered that, I just needed to play as fast as I've ever played in my damn life, get to Bowser, do not miss the throw, wait for the key, and oh mama, we were less than a second away from death. That was way too close. Things are not gonna get any easier. I did go ahead and finish stars 4 and 5, and I wanted to go for the red coins next. That wasn't gonna go so well since the red coins are so spread out. There's just no way to get them without dying. I might be able to use the ship and take the speedrunner's route, but I'm not ready to endure that. So instead, I wanted to drain the castle waters as a potentially easier method to accessing the basement. Because as of right now, the only way to get to the basement stars is to die in the castle, near perfectly grab the 4 coins in the main lobby, and long jump into Lethal Lava Land at the very last second. I really don't want to do that every time, so I drained the floors and got the Vanish Cap Reds while I was at it. I tested the floor under the moat to see if it was any faster, and unfortunately, it's not going to be useful at all, even when I die outside. So back to Dire Docks. I got star 6 now that I had the Vanish Cap, and all that was left was the red coins. What I forgot was that you can't respawn the ship after you actually collect star 1, which means I now need to find some crazy ass method to get these coins. The good news is that the blue coin switch holds 30 coins, which makes this probably possible. My first idea was to get these ring of coins on the bottom, hopefully nabbing enough coins to reach the switch, but by the time I got to the top of the water, all the coins were gone, making the strategy useless. That's when I thought of using this red barrier as a way to wall jump my way closer. Shockingly, this method did get me up if I aimed perfectly, but even after 100 tries, the poles were just too slow and I'd always die on the way there. My next idea was to wall jump my way to these 4 red coins. I initially thought this would be too slow, but after a ton of tries and performing this unnecessarily swag-ass firsty wall jump, I made my way to the blue coins and actually had a shot at this. I had to long jump for coin 5 and long jump back, and then basically just wait on the poles until the end. I was lucky enough to have a good cycle and was able to actually finish every star in Dire Docks. After that marathon, Lethal Lava Land was ridiculously easy because, once again, there were tons of coins just laying around everywhere. I got stars 1 through 6 with no issues. Next up was Shifting Sandland. After figuring out how to get coins in the beginning, stars 1 through 3 were a piece of cake. However, trouble began with fighting the sand hands. There's no coins during the hand fight, so that means I have to fight them, and also endure the large amount of text boxes and cutscenes. The only option I had here was to learn topless. This is a trick used in speedrunning that lets you access the hands without the lift. I've never done this in my entire life, and on top of that, I needed to get these 3 blue coins and perform topless perfectly to even have an attempt at this. This was no easy feat. You have to wall jump at just the right spot in order to get enough height to get inside. I mean this genuinely. This was one of the most annoying tricks I've ever learned for this game. I spent close to 45 minutes before getting it one time, and when I didn't optimize afterwards by long jumping jumping or diving because I was so shocked of getting it in the first place, so that left me less time with the hands. But thankfully, I fought them perfectly and nabbed the star at the very, very last second. It's safe to say that stars 5 through 6 were fairly simple after that fiasco. Before going to Hazy Maze Cave, I very slowly talked to Toad and watched as I died in front of his eyes. The poor butt boy is probably scarred for life now. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. But anyway, Hazy Maze Cave was fairly straightforward. I knocked out Star 1 and 3 through 6 pretty easily since there were a lot of coins. Star 2, which is the red coins, is a different story. I had to experiment with my routing since the red coins were so spread out. What I ended up doing was getting the top red coins, running down below to get the blue coins, sprinting back to get the rest of the reds, and then grabbing the star. I also got the metal cap star, which was pretty straightforward. Next was Wet Dry World, which was nice because it didn't take nearly as long to get there compared to the basement. Every star was a piece of cake because of the water, and the blue coin switched right at the beginning, so stars 1 through 6 were doable. Another Toad had to watch my demise, but the entirety of Tiny Huge Island was possible. Again, there was a huge bevy of blue coins on top of water all over the place. Tall Mountain was next with nothing to report. There was enough coins to nab stars 1 through 6. And the same goes for Snowman's Land. Maybe there weren't as many accessible coins, but it was still enough. But before going to the tip top, I realized that my metal cap red coin star didn't save for some reason, so I went back and got that and also got the missing star 6 from Big Boo's Haunt. I also had to catch Mips still, and that turned into a much bigger problem than I anticipated. Spawning from Lethal Lava Land, I would dive at Mips and catch him within 2 dives, which is pretty standard. However, the bunny has a lot of text boxes and a long cutscene which wastes a lot of time. It wastes so much time that I can't even grab the star that is literally right above me. And there are no coins in the basement, so I can't add to my timer in any way. I tried to build up coins in the lobby as well as the courtyard, but they'd always run out before getting back to Mips. And that's when I realized I could just long jump from Lethal Lava Land towards the right, then run to the left and do 1 dive. This trick is used in speedruns, and I had never really done it myself. And with this strat, I was barely able to get the star, and I mean barely. This was another frame-perfect trick, and I had to do it twice for both Mip stars. Now you might think that tick-tock clock was ridiculously hard, but honestly, it really wasn't. There's a 10 coin box right at the beginning, several near the top, and the blue coin switch. I'm also familiar with doing this wall jump shortcut, so that made stars 1 through 6 pretty easy. And Rainbow Ride was kinda the same thing. Stars 4 through 5 were possible, but I needed to ledge grab immediately, and then run down to get these 5 coins without any mistakes. Stars 1, 3, and 6 were also possible, but I had to triple jump and wall jump off this spinning platform to get up fast enough. Thanks to the blue coins, I was actually able to take the carpet partially up without having to do a Lekatu bounce. But then there was Star 2, the big house in the sky. This one has a lot of waiting around on the carpet. In fact, too much waiting around on the carpet. With my current strats, I wasn't able to get even halfway through the house without dying, so I needed to learn faster methods and routes. What I ended up doing was getting the coins on these spinning platforms, jumping towards the red coins, and basically staying as straight as possible while grabbing some of them. This gave me a slight edge while waiting to get the blue coins. Once I got those, I had to long jump off this blue platform, turn my camera, and then do 2 perfect wall jumps across these glass pillars and start the carpet ride. From there, it's just waiting in anticipation. There were some coins along the way, but were there enough to survive? Yes, by some miracle, you can barely have enough time to get this star. The cloud red coins were pretty simple. As long as you got some of the yellow ring coins along the way, you had enough time. And that's basically everything, except for the 100 coin stars. And honestly, every 100 coin level was easy. I thought these would be more difficult, so I saved them for the end, but since I already memorized routes for this challenge, I kinda just did them again and got 120 stars. Frankly, getting to Bowser 3 was the hardest part. I had to quickly dive up these steps and climb the infamous staircase only to land in the pipe while I was technically dead. And with that, let's try to finish this thing. The first mission was to get all the red coins. While difficult, I was able to get through the whole stage. I even found a lot of coins along the way. The only problem with these coins that I found was that they were on the bottom specifically. Nothing was near the pipe outside of some Goombas and a red coin, which is a really bad sign. So naturally, I did something completely idiotic. I decided to get the extra high triple jump from Yoshi, because maybe that would help, right? Well, here's the thing. I basically needed to learn how to play this level like a 16-star speedrunner. A speedrun of that magnitude requires a lot of fast and difficult movement, and I had to make my own alteration of that. I got the Womp coins, Chuckya's coins, and went as fast as I possibly could. The only problem is that I needed to triple jump off this tilted platform and wall jump off this tiny corner to take a shortcut. And guess what? This enhanced triple jump does not let you wall jump, and I didn't realize that until after a couple hundred attempts. So thank God I had a backup save file. I went back and redid my entire run, pulled off the stupidly hard jump, only to end up in Bowser's pipe with green health and no way of winning. So, can you get all 120 stars if you lose a coin every second? You sure can, but can you beat the game? I highly doubt it, no. If any of you can do it, then please let me know. So one night I was just laying in bed, as we're all supposed to do, and I was watching some YouTube videos just kind of chilling out. And I noticed that Uncommentated Panin uploaded. So I watched the video and then saw a couple more after that. This is one of my favorite analysis channels. I love how far him and the task community will go just to discover new tricks to save on pesky A-presses. Then in recommended, I came across the 19 remaining A-presses and watched it for a second time, and totally forgot about a weird glitch that was found in the Wii version of Super Mario 64. For whatever reason, these oscillating platforms rise very, very slowly. This is used to save an A-press, but it likely won't matter much in the grand scheme of things since more A-presses are saved in the original Japanese version of the game. The idea of leaving a game running for several days just to see some platforms rise up sounds like a fantastic use of time, but what if we took that idea further? Could these platforms possibly raise all the way to the top of the stage? Would they get stuck on the platforms above it or phase through? That's what I wanted to find out. So there was a lot of waiting around for time to pass. So I was originally going to run this game on actual Wii hardware. After some technical difficulties, I got the game running and played up to 30 stars, only to discover that the two backup capture cards made a deliberate decision to not work. Now look, I've got a PCIe capture card installed on my main PC, but I need to leave this game running for a long time, so I had no choice but to use my backup PC or backup laptop. And for whatever reason, the capture card would not work on either of my extra PCs. I tried swapping out USB cables, the HDMIs, I tried 2 different pieces of software from Elgato, but it was throwing a tantrum and simply didn't work. So f it, I fired up Dolphin instead and pulled up an old save file with enough stars. From there, I headed right into Bowser in the Fire Sea, and after about 20 seconds, I stood on the oscillating platforms and that's it. Now I just have to wait. And let's keep in mind, I'm not going to be speeding up my game or anything. No, I am literally, in real time, going to wait for these platforms to rise up. It's going to be hard to keep up with checking on the progress when I've got other things to do in my life, but I'll keep you updated as I can. As of right now, the platforms are operating completely normally, so there isn't much to see. But not even 2 hours later, you can tell there's already a bit of a difference. The lava is still touching the platforms, but it's much less than before. I also got vaccinated on the day I started this experiment, so I really didn't have the energy to do much else. 3 hours in, and we have completely left the surface of the lava. You know what's really funny about this whole thing is that there's a very real chance that people have gotten stuck on this stage naturally, left their game running overnight, only to run into this glitch several hours later. After 19 hours, the platforms have almost reached the top of the gray platform. Something I definitely didn't want happening was this bully sneaking up on me when I wasn't looking and knocking Mario into the lava, so I took care of him before that had a chance of happening. After a full day, the platforms now go slightly above the gray platform. And funny enough, the Goomba way back there could potentially be a threat in a few days. If it notices Mario when I'm not actively playing, we could theoretically die from it, so I'll have to take it out later. And lo and behold, only 22 hours later, and we're almost at the same height as the Goomba. I thought it would take a lot longer to get this high, but no, these platforms are moving much quicker than I anticipated. At this point, I'm just morbidly curious how high up I can get. On our second day, we've already passed the level that the Goomba was at. So yeah, I kinda just forgot to take him out, to be honest, so the Goomba lives on, congratulations, be happy. I looked up above and it didn't seem like it was going to be that long before getting to the top. Will we pass through the second level or will we get stuck? I really want to know. Later that day, I wanted to showcase just how high this platform has gotten. And as you can see, it takes a triple jump to get up top, which is nuts. And interestingly, I can just warp from the bottom up to the top since there isn't any collision on the bottom. Or at least that's what I can assume is happening. I don't know for sure. I also wanted to test if this platform would reset itself by despawning it. And I think I went far enough away to despawn the platform, but I came back and it was still floating high in the air. Or maybe it just never despawns. I don't know, man. I'm just having a good time over here reporting what I see, okay? On day 3, I looked up again, and honestly, it doesn't look like we're any closer to the second level. I'm only just realizing how long it's going to take to get up here, and I'm ready for it, because if there's one thing I'm good at, it's patience. On day 4, it's getting increasingly difficult to reach these platforms without a well-timed triple jump dive, so I'm soon going to be forced to just live up here, with nothing to do but wait, and wait. Almost 5 days later, the second level is starting to get a lot bigger and looks a lot closer. I so badly want to know what's going to happen when we get to the top. Honestly, I'm really hoping that we clip through everything and touch the skybox. That would make my day. Approaching day 6, I am too scared to jump off now. I must stay on here for dear life as I don't have many other options. In almost a week in, we're getting really close to the yellow girders. This was of course used to save an A-press in Panon's video, but I'll just be using it as a unit of reference for how high up we're getting. Another 2 days goes by, and our platform is almost on the same level as the elevator. My next goal is to triple jump and touch the ceiling. I'm curious if I'll phase through the black platform or not, but I'm not anywhere close to that point yet. Once we almost reach day 12, I look around and see how things are going. The ceiling is looking closer than ever, and the floor below me looks so tiny. And you know, it's kind of ominous in a weird way. I'm not supposed to be here, but there's something really thrilling about it, especially since anyone can technically do this. You just have to wait around for several days. 2 more days passed, and finally, my triple jump touched the ceiling. So that's kind of neat, but I wasn't passing through, so that means there's collision. And that could mean bad news when these platforms touch the top. I'm kind of surprised there even is collision, since normally nobody has any way of getting up here. But 2 weeks in, and triple jumps are getting shorter and shorter. There's not much to do up here now. In fact, I'm wondering if I should even stay up top. I'm gonna eventually get squished or fall through the oscillating platforms, so I'll have to find another method to keep this platform moving up. On day 17, single jumps touch the ceiling, and I'm almost feeling claustrophobic at this point. Is that weird? It's a little weird, but I have to get down and find another way, and I think I know just what to do. When I got 3 weeks in, I decided to finally jump off the platforms. After spending almost 2 weeks trapped up here, it was time for the next step. And that next step was standing on this tiny ledge and waiting to see what would happen. The moment of truth is among us. Will we be sent to the sky, or will the game crash? Yeah, the game crashed. I know, a little anticlimactic, but unfortunately, that's just what happens when an oscillating platform touches another object apparently. Or maybe Mario just fell into an eternal sleep. He was napping for 6 days straight, so that's very possible. Okay, bye. Mario 64's BLJ, probably the most infamous glitch or infamous trick known out there. I thought it would be kind of fun to go ahead and try to do BLJs with a bunch of stupid controllers. Now, I was actually inspired by Tetrabit Gaming because he does a bunch of Mario 64 challenges where he tries to beat the game with some dumb controller, so I thought, what the heck, let's just focus on the BLJs. And I've got 15 right here, and this ought to be fun. We'll see. I feel like a lot of these are not going to be successful, but I still want to see what we can do. So I figured we go ahead and start with the basics, the good old NES controller. I don't think we'll have too much trouble with this one, but it's still going to be a little weird. Alright, so on to our first controller. We have just the basic NES. Movement for NES controller, obviously D-pad. Up, right, down, left to move around. A is jump button, and B is Z. I'm not sure if we're gonna have any issues with this one, but let's see how we go. Oh my god, oh wow, okay. So this one I can probably do, but it is very hard to mash with the middle finger. So what I might do is like something like this. I don't know if that's gonna work. It's very hard to mash though. Come on. Come on. Come on. I just couldn't get it. See, what's difficult is I need to keep holding B. You know what I might try? I might actually map Z to the select button. That way I'll have a bit more time to mash A. I think I'm going to try that. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. Well, okay. That was actually a lot more uncomfortable, so I'm surprised I was able to get that. But hey, there we go. And next up is the Turbo Touch 360. It's basically an NES controller, but the D-pad is completely touchscreen. So while I do think it's going to be possible, I think it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but let's see. So this one's going to be interesting. I don't know if this touchpad is... Oh, geez. Okay, so I'll say this. The touchpad, it's kind of sending me to the left when I don't want it to. I'm not sure why. I am going to go ahead and try the select button for Z again, and we're just going to go with A to mash. See if that gives me a bit more room to mash A faster. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, my God. That's very uncomfortable. These buttons are a lot stickier than the NES buttons. So it's harder because, like, basically, when I'm pushing A really fast, I have to move my finger farther up than with an NES button, and that makes it kind of difficult. Why are you... No, that's the wrong way, Mario. What are you doing? Yes? Come on. Come on. Come on. Just get some speed. Oh, my... it's so difficult. There we go. There we go. What? No, that was it. Oh, that was it. Yes, yes, there we go. Oh my God, I actually threw the wall on that one. Up next is one of my favorite controllers of all time, the GameCube keyboard controller. Now, I know this one isn't going to be that challenging, but I just love the novelty of this even existing to begin with, which is the main reason why we're going to go ahead and give it a shot. So I can't imagine this controller is going to be that bad. We got joystick for movement, we've got A to jump, and then we have shoulder button to crouch, and that's pretty much all we need for a BLJ. I'm going to go ahead and just say this. If I get this BLJ on the first try, everyone watching, that means you, has to go to crowdmade.com/Nathaniel Bandy and check out the new Striving for Originality merch, all right? All right, you got to do it. Well, I just won the bet. You guys lost the bet. Now you have to check it out. So, yeah, I didn't think this controller would be that hard, but there we go. That was really fun to do that with this one. This one is ridiculous. The NES Zoomer. Literally a flight stick. Now, what's actually kind of interesting about this flight stick is you can, like, push it up and down to move up and down. So I'm not sure if I'll actually be tilting this to move Mario up and down or if I'll be pushing and pulling. I haven't decided yet, but I think this one is going to suck. I gotta say, guys, I think I'm in trouble now. I can actually use this thing. It actually works. I've got the buttons working. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I think the hardest part of this is going to basically be able to hold forward while also mashing this. Because this thing does not move up and down very much, and it's, like all the other NES stuff, it's very, very stiff. So I think this one is going to suck, but here goes nothing. Come on. Oh my God. Yeah, the hardest part is just getting it started for sure. Oh, there we go. That was good. Come on. Come on. Ugh. I am mashing. No, that was it. That was the one. Like, this hurts your hands, too. I feel like I need to crack my knuckles. It's so hard to mash. Something else you probably don't notice is that this button actually takes... it takes a lot of effort just to push one time. It feels very much like a pressure trigger on a GameCube controller, where you really have to push down a lot. This is not a fast pushing button. Like, you really got to get in there to go fast. No! God, I keep getting so close. It's like it is... I can't express enough how hard it is to push forward with just one hand. Like, I can't really do it. I have to use my stomach to help. Yes. Come on! No! I lost my speed! Go fast! No! Come on, you guys. Come on. That was a good attempt. I don't even know what I'm doing. I just gotta go forward, dude. Just go forward. Come on. Yes, yes, there we go. Okay, that was the strategy. And up next is the NES Ultimate Super Stick. I guess this is one of the two arcade sticks that we're using. And this, again, has a really bad joystick. The buttons are okay, but the joystick, I think, is going to make this really hard. This one I'm a little worried about. This joystick, I've messed around with it a little bit. It is very, very stiff. I've got A button mapped to jump, and then the B button mapped to Z. Kind of par usual for the NES stuff. Well, I don't know how this one's gonna go. Oh, it's really hard to mash. It's hard to get a good angle, too. Oh my god. This just joystick is so bad. It's really bad. You know what else is really hard? Is that my hand keeps hitting the other side, and I think that's messing me up. So I have to, like, keep it up like this. Like, this somehow controls worse than the freaking flight stick. That doesn't even make sense. Yes! Yes! What? No! Oh, but what? You, oh, come on! I got stuck on collision! My poor left hand. Oh, God. My hand is, like, in so much pain right now. I'm gonna have to take a break from controllers after this session because, my God. No! I was getting it again! God, there is, like, no... This controller is garbage. There's no comfortable way to hold this stupid joystick. My God. Come on, dude! If this angle works, I swear. Come on. Please get it. My hand hurts. I can't. Oh, my God. Okay, you know what? Oh, even though I didn't get to the top, that one BLJ that went super fast, I literally was like in a second from getting it. So I'm going to count that okay, you know, how about this is a half count? All right, I half did this. And for our next controller, we've got the Quick Shot Flight Grip 2. This ought to be an interesting one. This dumb boomerang thing, I don't think it's going to be as bad. So we've got the D-pad for movement. We've got this big button for jumping. It's actually not very responsive. That could be really bad. And then we have this back button for crouching. So it's just barely enough buttons. It might... Okay, I think if I hold this to my stomach, it's going to make this a little bit easier. Oh, okay. I think I could probably do this. It's going to take some tries, though. Oh, wow, that was close. That was really close. Well, not right now. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. Wow, that was way faster than I thought we would. Moving on, we have the Quick Shot Trackball. And this controller is kind of a piece of crap. I have no idea if we've got any luck with this one, but... Alright, guys, so I'm currently setting up this Quick Shot, and I believe you're supposed to hold it sideways like this. But let's take a look at these inputs and see how accurate they are. So I'm going to go ahead and push up. Or, excuse me, I'm supposed to be holding this way. Pushing... okay, never mind. I don't know which way you're supposed to hold this stupid thing. And when I push up this way, it goes up right. This way goes down, and then down goes left, and then left does nothing. There's no response at all. So basically, I have 3 inputs to work with. And, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But, like, it doesn't work very well. Now, since I don't really have a way of pushing up, I think that's going to make this impossible, just simply because, obviously, I need to be able to hold up to do the BLJ. And if this Quick Shot is so broken that doesn't want to work, then this is kind of a problem. There we go, I did a long jump. I mean, that was impressive for something this crappy. Alright, guys, I'm just going to say it. This controller is too broken to work. Next up, the Rollin' Rocker. Now, I think this is going to be a lot of fun, quite frankly. I love how ridiculous this thing is. Mine does actually work pretty well, too, so let's give it a shot. Here we go, Rollin' Rocker. We'll go ahead and stand on it. Now, the funny thing about this Rollin' Rocker is it does actually work pretty well with NES games. Oh my god, guys. Okay, so what I did to make this work, this is insane. I have player 1 with the one adapter mapped to the Rollin' Rock, and player 2 is mapped to the NES so I can actually use the controls. So I'm actually technically playing 2 players with like 1 adapter. I can't believe that worked. Okay, this is incredibly hard to control. Oh my god, come on, Mario. No, don't go down the steps. What are you doing? Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. All right, I'm ready. We're on stairs. Now we got to go back. If I can, okay, here's the thing. If I can somehow do a long jump and then mash fast enough, there is a tiny chance I could get this. Come on, man. All right. Sorry, guys. I can't even attempt a long jump with this controller. It's It's weird because, like I said, it actually works pretty well on my NES, but this is just not working at all. So, unfortunately, I don't think you can... I mean, maybe if you have, like, a perfect condition Rolling Rocker, you could maybe get it to work, but it's pretty unlikely. I mean, even so, it would be insanely difficult. Our next controller is the Ultra Racer 64. We've got this little wheel that we can use to go up and down. That's what I'll be attempting. And I think this one is going to be horrible, but let's find out. So I've got a little bit of a dilemma with this controller. If you check out these inputs, this is supposed to move in 2 different directions, but when I move it counterclockwise, it doesn't really move at all. All it does is move in one direction. So what I did to try to compensate was to move forward, I have to twist. To move left, right, and down, I just use these buttons. The Z button is back here, and the A button is this top green one. So even though I'm not fully utilizing this wheel, it's still going to be absolutely obnoxious to try to control, which I think is the point, right? Oh god. Oh, then I have to mash. How am I gonna mash? How am I gonna mash like this? Bruh, this is so hard to wrap my brain around. Oh, it's gonna be really hard to mash fast because, like, I have to occupy both of my hands, one to this and then one to the wheel. Unless I kind of do this. This might actually work. Okay. Oh, I was kind of getting it. It's really hard to get a grip, though. Yeah, I cannot push Z and A at the same time. I've been having problems with this other controllers. It's the same kind of thing here. Oh, great. Now the down button isn't working. I hate this game. Okay, you know what? I've been fiddling with this controller for a while now, and I give up on it. I mean, I think you probably could do it, but, like, I didn't even get close with a BLJ. Up next, probably the hardest controller we'll be attempting today, the N64 Power Glove. Just putting this thing on is painful. Actually using it is a totally different story. I think this is going to be really bad, but here we go. So, one good thing to note about this controller is it feels like I'm taking an MRI exam putting it on. Gotta have straps on the bottom, straps on the top. My buttons is this C button is jumping, this one's Z, and there's actually, this is very different from the NES Power Glove because it's actually all works through the one cable. I move up like this, and then to go down, I move to the right, because moving down normally on this controller doesn't actually work. I can't even... Come on, move down, please. This controller, I feel like I'm not going to be able to do, but I do want to give it a fair shot. Ah, no! I lost too much speed. I don't know. I just don't think I'm going to be able to mash fast enough. So, one thing that is actually interesting about this controller is it was actually created for people that only have one hand. So, I guess if you only did have one hand, this isn't the worst controller ever. But even so, like, it's just so uncomfortable. I feel like there would be better, better things you could make. Oh my god! Oh my god! That was an insane BLJ! Oh my god. I can't believe I just did that. Our next one is the SNES Scoremaster. I think this is going to be really hard to do, but let's see what we can pull off. Alright, so we've kind of already done a controller like this. Basically, I've got joystick mapped out for movement, again, select for crouch, and then this big yellow button for jumping. And I know we used a similar method where basically I held my hand, or I used my fingers this way, but I think since this joystick's a lot shorter, I'll just be able to push down and hold select so I can mash with one hand, and I think that's going to do the trick. Hey! Oh, that was close! Oh, that was so close. Oh, no! That was it! Oh, we made it! Oh, wow, we actually made it, okay. Up next is the SNES mouse. Now, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make this work because there is 2 inputs right here, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to use the movement on the bottom. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but we'll see. As I was kind of worrying about, I did not find a way to be able to control movement with the mouse. I went into the input settings, and all I was able to map was the jump button and crouch. So I can do some backflips, I can do a ground pound with the mouse, but unfortunately I can't do anything more than that. With that said, though, I do actually have a normal mouse that we can use where we actually can kind of move around with Mario, at least so I think. What I'll be using instead is what is called a Lexip Gaming mouse. For movement, I'm going to be using this little wheel thing. Moving forward moves me up, and then going down moves me down. So I have left click mapped to jumping, and then the right click mapped to the crouch button. So theoretically, I should be able to do a long jump like this. I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll find out, I guess. It's very, very hard to spam. Oh! Maybe? Maybe? Okay, maybe. The double mouse click? Come on! Come on! Come on! Oh, oh my god, that's really tiring. What? Was that enough? Was that enough? Was that enough? Oh, come on. That was almost enough speed. I mean, that was enough speed. Okay, there we go. That's a good angle. There we go. Oh, I almost landed right. What the heck? Why not? We'll top into Bowser in the sky. Here's the one I'm most interested in trying. The NES Power Glove. I think there's ways to get this sucker hooked up to a computer. I don't know for certain, but we'll see what we can do. I'd rather not resort to using the buttons because that'd be pretty lame. I want to actually use the fingers to move. What's interesting about the Power Glove is you actually can get this thing to work on your computer, even with all the additional attachments and all the sensors you have to put up and everything. The problem is it's choosing not to work. You know, as you can see, I'm getting the buttons to line up, and it seems like everything is on and working properly, but for some reason I cannot get it to connect with Dolphin. So since I wasn't able to even really attempt the NES Power Glove, I felt like I'd make it up to you guys by busting out another controller. This is the SNES ASCII controller, and this one is bizarre because it's just a circle. There's a few buttons on the back, a few on the front. So what I'll be doing is using this for movement, the select button to crouch, and then the A button to jump. So now you might be wondering, why am I not using this button for crouching instead? Well, it's actually really broken on this particular controller. Basically, it like always self-presses when it's not supposed to, so I can't really use it. So now I'm forced to use this tiny select button. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, well, there we go. That was first try. I guess I'll take that. I wasn't expecting this one to be that quick, but there we go. Definitely an interesting controller. Do I need to say more? DK bongos. Now, for these bongos, they were very annoying to get hooked up, but after lots of trial and error and after lots of technical difficulties, I finally got these things figured out. Basically, the way bongos work is there's 4 different inputs, 2 on each pad, and then, of course, there is the start button here. I feel like this is going to be one of the harder ones just because it's really hard. While I'm doing the BLJ, mashing A, I also have to hold Z, and I have to hold up at the same time. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Okay, hold on. I was kind of getting it there. Yes? Yes! There we go! Whew, okay, that happened way faster than I thought it would. But there you go. You can actually do a BLJ with bongos. Now, before moving on to our final controller, I do want to give a big shout out to Tetrabit Gaming because he's actually going to be playing the entire game with DK bongos. So whenever that video is up, or if it's up right now, make sure to go watch it. I have a link in the description, and also go to the card to go check that out because I believe he's going to have a double bongo setup, and he's going to try to beat the entire game. So make sure to check that out, but let's move on to our final controller. Next, we've got a controller I can't even fit on the whole screen. Is the GameCube DDR pad. This one will be able to get a long jump knocked out. My issue is actually moving up the stairs and hitting A fast enough. I think this one is going to be very, very challenging. Probably not even possible, but let's see what we can do. This is probably going to be, I feel like, the hardest challenge to do because I kind of have to do this with my hands with how fast I have to mash A. So the buttons is, you have the up pad, which moves us up, right, which moves us down, and we're doing that just because it's easier to reach than going all the way back here. And then we have the B button mapped to A, and the A button mapped to Z. Okay, I did a long jump, but that's when I realized I'm supposed to be holding this and this while mashing A. I don't know how that's going to work. Oh my god! I can't believe it! It worked! It actually worked! Wow. I honestly thought this was going to take way longer. That was insane. So it seems like you guys really enjoyed the last Mario 64 BLJ video. In case you missed it, what I basically did was I tried to do BLJs with 15 really stupid controllers or just really obscure ones. So let's do it again, but with 10 more controllers. Now I know it's less, but the thing is I'm starting to run out of ideas for controllers that I feel like would be interesting. So anyway, with all that said, let's get started. Now this isn't really a stupid controller per se, but I figured we start basic with the SNES. So I figured we start with something a little bit basic. We have just, you know, a classic SNES controller. D-pad's gonna be for moving around, of course. The B button will be for jumping, and then I've assigned the L button for crouching. Now, I don't imagine this one's gonna be too uncomfortable. Using the D-pads aren't really the greatest thing for a game like Mario 64, but it does work. It does the job. So let's see how this goes. All right, ooh, mashing is a little hard, actually. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, mash. Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Is that enough? That wasn't enough! Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. Holy crap. Come on. Yes! Yes! What? I had 2 close ones. I had 2 close attempts. Oh, by the way, if I'm not looking directly at you because I'm running Mario 64 on another PC, and that's because my desktop has Bluetooth problems. It doesn't actually have it, and there's a lot of setups where I need Bluetooth to get these controls to work. So anyway, that doesn't really matter. Those are just technical things that don't matter to you. Let's just get the BLJ. Come on. There we go. What? All right, we went to Wet Dry World. So there you go. We got the BLJ with the SNES controller. Really wasn't that hard. Next, we've got the Guitar Hero controller. So for the Guitar Hero controller, we've got a fairly simple setup. What we'll be doing is using the strum bar up to go up, push down to go down. The green button is to jump, and then the red button is the Z button, or crouching, or to perform the long jump. So I know that this will probably be possible because Simple Flip's actually... How much of the game did he play? He played either 16 stars or 70 stars of this a couple years ago with a Guitar Hero controller. With that said, I don't know what his inputs were. I don't know if they're the same as mine. I feel like they're probably different because I have no way of moving left and right. So let's see how this goes. Oh, okay, here we go. Ah, okay, that might actually work. Yes? Yes, no! Okay, it's actually really painful. The way that I'm doing it is I'm like kind of squishing my elbow into the controller and it really hurts. Ah, this is so hard. Oh, I keep getting so close. This is kind of cool too. Just doing this. Woo! Look at him go. Okay. Get the stupid BLJ. Oh my god, why does that keep happening? I get really good speed, I get the right angle, and then he just stops. Come on! That's like 4 times in a row where I get it down and then he gives up. Guys, a lot of this was cut out. It took me over 20 minutes to do that. And you know what's weird? Like, I'm not even satisfied. Like, I don't know why it worked that time. I was doing the exact same thing every single time. I don't know. Whatever. Let's move on to the next controller. Oh boy. It's time for the Ouya. Now, before we get into the Ouya game controller, I just want to talk about how pretentious the box is because I actually got I guess a brand new Ouya controller that was never used before. Let's talk about this. All right, we have Free the Games, just kind of chilling in the corner. Apparently, Ouya is going to free the games. Every hero needs a sidekick. So this was supposed to be like, you know, the console that it wasn't going to be very big. They already knew that, but everyone thought they were like the underrated underdog. But, okay. I'm really hoping that I do this quickly because this controller is absolute garbage. But I have a feeling I'm going to have trouble pushing up and holding up while we're doing this, but... Please be first try. Please be first try. Thank God. Thank God that's over. Okay. So I spent more time talking about how bad the controller is than actually doing the BLJ. Thank God I never have to touch this thing again. So this ought to be fun. PS2 chainsaw controller. This is by far probably the coolest controller that I have. So this was made, of course, for Resident Evil 4, as you can see here. My inputs is I've got X mapped to jumping. I've got the D-pad mapped to moving around. I figured it'd be a little bit harder than just using like the joystick. And then way back here, there's a button that you can use, and I've got that mapped to crouching. Now, this one, I'm a little curious. I don't think it'll be that hard to do. Going straight is a little tricky. Ooh, okay. Long jumps kind of feels weird to do. All right. Oh my god, it's so loud. Oh, hey, look at that. Oh my, what the heck? Holy crap. So we just went to Wet Dry World. Again, you know, you already saw this earlier. This does count as a BLJ. Yeah, there we go. First try. And up next, we have the 8-bit Do Light Controller. This is by far one of the weirdest controllers I've ever seen in my life. The 8-bit Do Light Controller, it has 2 D-pads. That's right, it's taking homage from the Virtual Boy controller. So, I don't think this one will be too complicated. I just love how bizarre this controller is, and I wanted to go ahead and try to do a BLJ with it. So we've got just the regular D-pad for moving around. I've assigned B to jumping, and then we have the left shoulder button for crouching. So actually fairly similar to the SNES controller that we did a little bit earlier. There we go. All right, camera got really funky, but that's okay. All right, that's not fun though. All right. Oh, what is going on? Why can I not do this? Yes. Yes, there we go. Holy crap. That was really painful on my pinky, because what I was basically doing was I was like pushing really hard, putting a lot of pressure right here on my pinky, and that just hurt. That really hurt a lot. But thank God we did that one. And here's one you might be familiar with, the Wii Wheel. That's right. I'm gonna do it. I'm putting on the wrist strap. That's right, I'm a freaking rebel. So I decided to make it a little more spicy. We're gonna hook up a Wii Wheel to the Wii Remote. We have the D-pad for movement. You've got the back button for crouching, and then we have the 2 button for jumping. All right. Honestly, I don't think this will be that bad. I'm hoping it's not that bad. Look at that. First try, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you know, most of the Wii accessories are really crappy, but the Wii Wheel is just such a, I don't know, something about this gas button just feels really good. And up next is the N64 HoriPad. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Isn't the HoriPad kind of better than the N64 controller? Well, yes and no. I've been having some weird issues with my particular HoriPad, where the D-pad is not super responsive. As you can see, Mario's kind of jumpy. The A button is also not consistent. I'll push, and then sometimes he won't do a full jump. Holy crap, this is bad. Why is it so bad? Okay, there we go. We got one long jump, but then it chose not to go. All right. Okay, there we go. That was really painful. So even though I only spent like maybe a minute or two doing that BLJ, this D-pad is extremely uncomfortable. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked I was even able to do it, because this thing is not very responsive at all. This next controller took so long to get set up that it is required to be as dramatic as possible. Once upon a time, it was May 25th, 2020. The story of this day is a crazy one, as I tried to complete a Mario 64 BLJ with this microphone. Inspired by Doug, I used a program called VoiceBot. This program allows you to make inputs on a controller by using your voice. With this, I was able to move Mario up, down, and long jump. The problem arises with mashing the A button. VoiceBot didn't have a way of doing that since voice commands only come through every second or so. So I went online to the dark realm that they call Reddit and found macros and C# scripts that allow you to mash inputs in VoiceBot. So I implemented those scripts but had no success. After hours and hours of research and attempts and tinkering around, my path was fading. The light was dimming. My soul vanishing. Until my good friend Scott Lee came to the picture. He's a very talented programmer, so we got in a voice call and got to work. I explained the physics of BLJs, and he altered the macros code piece by piece. We tried script after script, and got so technical that we needed to code together Mario's momentum perfectly. And after 2 hours of hard work and determination, this was as far as we got. Up, stop, jump.
Oh my god! Oh my god! We did it! We did it!
My friends, we must thank our brave comrade Scott Lee. For his great and noble work, make sure to check out the game he made, Calling Kingdom. If you're into strategy games, this might be for you. And also, the code is on GitHub down below if you want to see exactly what we did. Up next, the DJ Hero controller. So before getting into the controller, I want to talk about how much of a struggle it was to get the DJ Hero turntable to even work with Mario 64. So here I have the Wii version of a DJ Hero turntable because I knew that Dolphin, the emulator I've been using to play this, will run a DJ Hero turntable, and it does run the game. Here's the problem. It only runs DJ Hero. You actually are not able, as far as I'm aware, to be able to use the turntable to play other games beyond just DJ Hero. I even went into different settings, I went to forums, I did a lot of research, and I could not figure out a solution to this. So you know what I did? I got this adapter, and I plugged this adapter into the PC, and then use this end and plug that into here, and I thought, okay, maybe that'll work. And guess what? It didn't work. And you want to know why? Because I actually don't know. My guess is because I wasn't getting enough power to the turntable. So naturally, there was only one thing to do, and that was to buy another turntable. Now, this is the PS3 version, and this is wirelessly hooked up, and it actually works. So after all that explanation, here's how we're gonna do this. We have the green button mapped to A, Z is to crouch. I have red mapped to punching for no reason. And then I have this tiny little D-pad for moving. Now, I did try to get this little slider to move for movement, but unfortunately I couldn't get it to work. Only the buttons work, but anyway, I think this is going to be insanely hard. This is a really bad D-pad. Okay, that hurts. Oh my gosh, I keep like turning... I don't even know how I'm doing that. All right, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, dude. Get this. Come on. Yes, there we go. Okay. All right, that didn't take quite as long as I thought it would, but there you have it. There is the DJ Hero turntable. And finally, a Joy-Con. Now, before we try out this controller, I just wanted to say that I've been having a lot of technical difficulties with this video. I originally started this with wanting to try this with a Wii balance board. That chose to not connect to my computer. Then I switched to an HTC Vive controller. Then I tried the V-Motion controller that I used in my Shrek Games video, and none of that was working. I even tried the NES Power Pad, and that didn't work either. So I have now resorted to a single Joy-Con. So I've decided to make this as uncomfortable as possible by using one Joy-Con, and this is the one that I hate using more. And the controls are pretty simple. We have the joystick for moving, of course, the X button mapped to jumping, and then I have SL mapped to crouching. So I wanted to make sure it was really uncomfortable. Let's do a little bit of a Naruto run for good luck. There we go. Hey, Naruto run. Let's go. You know what else is going to be really funny? If by the time this video comes out, which is going to be sometime in June, I'm recording this in May, it's going to be hilarious if N64 Virtual Console releases, and then people are just like, wait a minute, I can already play this game on the Switch. What's the point of this? Come on. Oh, baby, let's go. That is what I'm talking about. I cannot believe how many times I have gone inside Wet Dry World for this video. Absolutely ridiculous, but... there we go. I already know what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha, big funny meme. BLJ with apples? Yeah, right. With an orange? Ha, not possible. Banana? Don't even get me started. But here's the real joke. This is actually possible. Yeah, I'm serious. You can actually do this, and I'm going to show you how. This is the Makey Makey, and this is what we will be using today to do controllers with random everyday objects or fruit or items or whatever you want to call it. Now, what is Makey Makey exactly? I mean, it's got actually a pretty catchy name, but what is it exactly? Well, Makey Makey is essentially an electric circuit board. Now, where might you have seen these before? I don't know, inside controllers. All controllers have circuit boards. And what's great about this one is we can make a controller with tons and tons of different objects. All we need are some alligator clips to connect them together in something that is conductive. Now, what's conductive? Metal objects and fruits. Just as an example, we're going to be doing BLJs with lots of random things today, and I cannot wait to get started. All right, everyone, here we go. So let's lay down the controls. As you can see, we've got 3 fruit and a vegetable. The banana moves us down. The apple moves us, is supposed to move us up. That's a good sign. Next, we have the crouch button, which is potato, and then we have jumping. Now, you might be wondering, why is this in my arm? Well, basically, I'm powering the entire thing. All the fruit and vegetables are conducting the electricity. The electricity is going into the computer, but I am the source of power. I think that's how that works. Now, doing a BLJ. How the hell are we gonna do this? Okay, you know what? First, I think I need to, like, move Oh, this is weird. I need to like move the fruit closer together. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, hold up and then ooh. Okay. That's what I have to do. All right. Oh my god. Okay, this is not very responsive. I'm not gonna lie. It is not very responsive. Okay. Oh no. What am I doing? Dude, this is so hard to do. And now my finger, oh my god, my pinky hurts so bad. No. So here's what I've noticed is the problem. This orange is not very responsive. Like, dude, what's the spot? Okay, like seriously, this is just like not working properly. Because look at this, I'm holding up and then I'm also pushing jump. And we're not getting any response. Okay, now can I do up and A at the same time now? Yes, I can. Okay, that might have been our only problem. So for whatever reason, the click button is just weird, doesn't really work right. So, yo, let's go. We're doing the Naruto run. That's a good sign. That is a good sign, fellas. Oh, this is good. This is good. Okay, you know what? That's good. That's good. You know, I'm not going to complain about that. Yes. Come on, baby. Woo! Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get that loud. I just... Can I be the first person to claim that I have now done a BLJ with a banana, apple, potato, and orange? Okay, but we're not done there. We got a lot more to go. So with all that food, I bet you're a little bit hungry now. Well, lucky for you, all we need is some silverware to eat, and that means we're gonna do some BLJs with silverware. Here we've got a potato masher moving us down. We've got the knife to move us up. We've got a fork to do a crouch, and then spoon is jumping. Come on, buddy. Let's go. First try. No! Oh, that would have been so sick. Okay, sure. Oh, the masher was moving on me. That doesn't help. It's like I have to very lightly tap it. You know what else kind of throws things off is if these alligator clips kind of like combine together, then it pushes both inputs at the same time because the conductivity is going into both objects. And when that happens, you get up and down lit up on the controller, and therefore the game doesn't know what to do. So what also makes this hard is I have to make sure nothing here touches. Otherwise, this ain't working. Okay, here we go. Come on. Yes. You know you want to. Mario. You know you want to. Come on. I've now decided that I'm going to be switching hands when it comes to, bringing the power to the game. This hand is a mess. So I've been recording these BLJs out of order. And, yeah, look at my pinky finger. I'm in a lot of pain right now. But you know what? It's worth it because we're doing the coolest thing ever, which is BLJs with silverware. So, really doesn't get better than that. It just doesn't. There we go. That felt good. Yes. Come on. Yeah. Yes. What? I'm holding up, Mario. Why are you going that? No, that's the wrong way. Mario. Yes. Stop moving, spoon. Move the freaking... I hate this freaking spoon, dude. This spoon sucks. I'm flipping it this way. I don't know if that's going to help. That's what I'm doing. Let's go. Yo, let's go. Come on. I'm using my palm. I'm using my palm to jump. Using my palm to jump with spoon. Let's go. I'm just shaking my arm. Nothing is working. Yo, let's freaking go. We've already done silverware, so I figure we go ahead and dive into the next part of the kitchen, and that is some mixing bowls plus a noodle drainer thingy. So here's how this is going to work. This bowl is going to move us down. This strainer is going to move us up. We got the crouch button and then jump for this. Now what's going to make this one really hard is just the fact that everything is super spread out. And basically, I'm going to have to do this move while also doing this to jump fast to achieve the BLJ. That is going to be really difficult to do, especially since, these things are going to be sliding around all over the place. So we'll see how it goes. Come on, stir it in, baby, let's go. Stir it in, yes, you know you want to, Mario. Do it. Oh, that was so close. Okay, I'm feeling good about this one, I gotta say. Oh my God. Mario, come on, buddy. Oh my, the frickin' thing fell off. Oh my God, come on. Yes. Oh, we're building speed. Come on, baby. Yes. Oh, it's coming.
went on for forever, and of course it failed at the end. Oh my god. Come on. Oh my god, my arm is so sore. I started that time. Come on, bro. Okay, there we go, there you go. Congratulations, you did a backflip. Okay, I'm gonna like really dig my elbow into the bowl this time. I think that's gonna help a lot. Come on, you idiot. You freaking idiot. Ugh. The stupid clip fell off, that's why I didn't get it. Okay, bowls are way harder than I was expecting. I thought this was gonna be kind of easy, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, okay, I got a freebie. It's cool, but it's a freebie. No, not in the slightest. Not in the freaking slightest. This is so difficult. There we go. Oh no, why did the strainer fall? No, you're not supposed to do that. Don't fall. It's unbelievable how difficult this is. Seriously, you should try this at home. Go get some metal bowls and try it for yourself. You would not believe how hard this is. Okay, here we go. Optimal. This is optimal bowl percent. Come on, buddy. Come on. Okay, you know what? That basically counted. Freaking. Okay. I gotta get it now. Come on, that basically counted. That was so optimized, guys. I had the elbow in the bowl, I was pinching the strainer, and I was mashing as fast as I could. That was so good. Ugh. Dude, I did it again. I had the speed again. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry, that half counts. I didn't completely get up the stairs, but 4 times I managed to get the speed I needed to get the BLJ. Sometimes I got lots of speed, and then I got launched backwards, so that's gonna be it for that.
Sometimes we just need a little bit of a picker-upper. Maybe we're tired in the morning or we got a long day ahead of us, so what better way than to have an energy drink? Well, it's not really the best way to get, energy, but if you really need an energy drink, they're good to have. So today we've got a variety of them that we're going to use to do our BLJ. We have the Bang can, we have a Red Bull can, a Coca-Cola energy can, and now a Monster energy can. Now Bang moves, Bang moves us down, Red Bull moves us up, Coca-Cola does a little squat, and then we got jumping for Monster. So, can we do a BLJ with some energy cans? Let's see. So this one I'm actually not quite as worried about. Especially with something like the fruit, they were more spread out. Everything here is a bit more contained. So this might not be nearly as bad. Yes? Come on, Monster. Come on, Monster. Fear the beast. Fear the beast. Is that the slogan? I don't even know. Let's freaking go. Freaking let's go. Aw, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. If you watched the first Mario 64 BLJ video, you probably noticed that with the Power Glove, I kind of didn't do it. I kind of just showed it off. It didn't really work out. So I figured, you know what? It's redemption time. Instead of the Power Glove, I'm using my literal hand. Now, the way this is going to work is, like kind of all the other ones, I have down, up, Z, and A kind of already mapped together. My hands are the controller, for real this time. Come on. Come on. Down. Go down. Mario, down. Go in the down position. Yes? No? Oh my god. This is a disaster. Now I'm pushing Z. Why am I pushing Z now? Where did this come from? Yes. Ugh. Even if I double hand this, I really don't know how I'm going to do this. I am clueless how this is going to work. Okay, go up the stairs. Up the stairs. Yes, that's right. Okay, yeah, go ahead, do some jumps, do some dancing. Dance up the stairs. Okay, there we go. Dude, yeah, you know what? Screw this. This is too stupid. So the food was so fun to do last time that I thought we would try out some more food. Here we have the down for cucumber. Carrot moves us up. Piece of bread. Crouches. Well, he's on the wall, so he's not crouching. There we go. And then this tiny little pickle jumps. Now, I thought this would be a little bit harder because, well, I've got lots of space with these nice, with these nice big pieces of food, but then we got this tiny little pickle, and this is the main thing. So I'm going to have to seriously mash fast, and I'm going to ruin my table from all the pickle juice, and that's going to be fun. Oh, God, this is so gross. Oh, my God. This is going to be a lot harder. I can already tell. Come on. Yes. Come on. Come on, pickles. Come on, pickles. The pickles. I've not forgotten the pickles. Come on. I got the pickle right here, Bubble Bass. Whatever your name is. Look at how wet my table is from this freaking pickle. This is gross. Come on. Come on. Double in that pickle, baby. Come on. You can do it, Mario. Come on, buddy. What are you doing? Come on. Pickle is breaking. This is the problem. Controller's breaking, but let's freaking go. We still got the BLJ. That's what I'm talking about. But now, I can have a delicious sandwich. I can have a bit of carrot in my sandwich. I can have a bit of cucumber. And I am not eating this. I have no idea how this is going to work, but we are going to try to BLJ upstairs in real life. Now, you might have seen the Simple Flips real life BLJ. Now we're going to not only BLJ in real life, but also make Mario BLJ. So, BLJception. So basically, every step is a different input. This moves us down. There we go. This moves us up. This crouches, and then this jumps. I think this is probably possible. Now, the only way to get this to work was to get some aluminum foil and tape it to my stairs. Okay, down, up. Okay, we got that down. I'm gonna do a bit of... Okay, we might actually... Okay, hold on. We might be able to get this. I don't know why I feel confident after that. That kind of went better than I thought it would. Okay, nope. Oh. That is so difficult. I have to be so specific with my feet. Okay, I can get, yes, 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 yes. No, it was so close. Okay, this is possible. We can do this. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. You know what else makes this hard? Is that I can't do double hands. There we go. Come on. Come on. Ow! Ow! Oh, what if I just do this with my hands? Would that even... I don't even think I can do that. I have to use my feet. I think I actually have to use my feet for this. Oh my god, this is impossible. That's what I meant to say? Come on, go up the stairs. You know you want to. You know you want to. I hate everything. Why do you stop, Mario? Go up the freaking stairs, you idiot. Do it! Do it for me! Do it for Papa! Come on! Go up the... Oh, God, my pinky hurts so bad, too. Ah! Why does that happen? Oh, my God. Mario, please, just go up the freaking stairs. Fast. What? That was the one! That was the freaking one! Are you kidding me? Ouch! I don't understand why this is happening. I'm doing everything correctly. Why? You know what? Screw this. I give up. I can't. You know what? No. No, I can't. No. This is impossible. I can't do this. You know, originally I was thinking, oh, I'm just going to do furniture, and then I saw my stairs. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do stairs because maybe it'll be easier. That's a freaking joke. Look, I know. I'm committing a cardinal sin here. Shoes without socks on. That is disgusting. But you know what else is disgusting? The fact that I couldn't do a BLJ on the stairs. So now I will be punishing myself with shoes. This is going to be moving, well, if I can grab the gray thing. This will move me down. This will move me up. This is going to do Z, and this will be A. So now I have to pound on my toes to do a BLJ, and that is my punishment. This is so hard. Okay, hello. Well, that was basically a BLJ. I will try it again, but that basically counted. Come on. Yes. Yes. What? You freaking get... yeah. You can do it, Mario. Yes! Okay, there we go. That was basically 3 BLJs. Thank God. I thought we'd go ahead and move back to metal objects, so I just grabbed my keys, and I was like, you know what? Keys. That's what we're gonna do. But yeah, we've got, let's see, car keys. That's down. This is a different key. That's for up. Another key. This is for crouching. And then I don't have a 4th key, so this is a YouTube gaming little thingy. This jumps. So with the power of YouTube gaming, I'll be able to jump in Mario 64. Okay, now this one I think is going to be a little interesting because everything is super tiny, so I need to be really, really careful about how much they move and just how much space I have. Oh, this feels weird. Oh, this one feels really weird. Not quite. Yeah, these keys are moving all over the place. Okay. Oh, okay, that was my fault. Why am I even holding it like this? I need to accept the pain, put it in my pinky, bam. Okay, Let's do this for real. Come on. Come on, YouTube Gaming, the power of YouTube Gaming. We can do it. We're not real gamers until we do this with the YouTube Gaming little piece of memorabilia. Okay, come on. Come on. I gotta say, you know, at this point, we got ourselves a BLJ. That counted. Almost didn't count, but we got it. Anyway, what I was gonna say, I honestly want to just, like, beat an entire game with this ridiculous setup. Maybe just, like, use a bunch of fruits or something, or just a bunch of potatoes. Just beating a game normally, I think that would be really, really cool. But anyway, we did it. While VR games are still in their infant stages, it's beyond exciting to live in a time where we get to watch VR grow and evolve in ways we can't even imagine yet. After watching Disrupt's video on spending 24 hours in VR Minecraft, that concept really inspired me to try something I'm a bit more familiar with, and that is of course Super Mario 64. If you know me, I've played this game maybe a few times. I already live, breathe, and thrive Mario 64, so why not take that next step? Why not become Mario in a sense, and see what it's really like in his shoes? That is what we're doing today. Using the HTC Vive and a modified version of the game K's and Manuar created, we have the ability to play the entirety of Mario 64 in VR. Now, seeing as I have a lot of experience already, I can usually get all 120 stars in a few hours. But with this headset on, it's gonna be a totally different vibe. So here's the game plan. I'm starting at 4:45 p.m. and I stop on the next day at 4:45 p.m. I've gone ahead and made space to sit in a chair, as well as some room to stand. I've also pushed back my couch as I'll be napping with this headset on, and I've got a little bit of water and snacks, although most of this stuff is off camera. So let's do this. Let's live in Mario 64 for 24 hours. We start outside of Princess Peach's castle, but it looks a little different as the skybox is completely missing. This is going to be the case for every level in this game because K's would have had to import 3D skyboxes into each level to make them look decent. Now here's what's really strange about Mario 64 in VR. You can move your head freely, but also move Mario around with a controller. At first, this was an out-of-body experience because your head and Mario don't feel synchronized together. But after a couple minutes, I got the hang of it. One thing I noticed that was really funny is how easy it is to spot the 2D objects in this game. Things like these trees look really flat at certain angles. Now, swimming feels really weird. It almost makes you lightheaded, and I'm not sure if that's going to be a good or a bad thing. I decided to attempt the Lekatu skip. This is of course where you jump on the edge of the bridge to bypass Lekatu's cutscene, but I didn't even come close. I do not have the same accuracy in VR. I know you can't tell from this footage, but Lekatu looks freaking huge with this headset on. In fact, everything looks life-sized, and that alone is really trippy. And then we first stepped into the castle, and I'm not gonna lie, this was really magical. This room is almost like a second home for me, and for the first time, I actually felt like I was there. Nostalgia aside, we entered Bob-omb Battlefield, and the first thing I noticed was this flat lad just chilling out. I picked up a bomb, and it was kind of funny seeing him float in the air. I guess Mario's hands and arms would have obscured my vision a bit too much. I finally started really running around, and whew, Mario can really move. I mean, being in his shoes, you really do notice how fast he runs. King Bomb was the first star I was going for, and that's when I realized how hard it was to turn quickly. It was difficult because of how swiftly the camera moves. You could never tell where you were going. And it's really hard to describe this without actually being in the headset. So just imagine that you're spinning in a chair for 2 minutes at full speed and then you try to get up and walk normally. That is the perfect analogy for every time Mario does a sharp turn. So following King Bomb's defeat was the first star, and good God, grabbing it is painful to watch. Again, it's hard to tell in the footage, but every 2 frames was a flash of white on top of this camera shaking. And I think I understand what's going on here. It seems like Mario's star animation was never upgraded to 60 frames like the rest of the game, and now it's freaking out. But next up was Koopa's race, and I decided to try a shortcut that I usually take when playing. At the right speed, you can jump kick up this wall, and I guess by pure reflexes, I managed to do the same thing here. After beating him, I tried riding a Koopa shell, and this was way harder to control than I anticipated. Moving around was very jerky and kind of hard to look at if I'm being honest. I tried the cannon next, and it was impossible to aim with. Normally you can see your target clearly, but here you just kind of float and have to hope for the best. Then I shot for the island, and flying through the air is a combination of fascinating and horrible. Now keep in mind that I don't usually have a problem with heights, but when you're sitting in place and soaring through the sky, that does not sit well with your brain when you're completely immersed in it. So after that, I tried freeing the chain chomp, and it actually wasn't that bad. I could see exactly where my shadow was and could hit the pole pretty easily this way. That was enough of the bomb battlefield, so I moved on to Womp's Fortress. This was when I realized how hard it was to walk in a straight line. Maybe my controller was messing up, but the only way I could clear this narrow pathway was to look down at my shadow and slowly trudge my way across. It's probably so difficult because I can't see which way Mario is actually facing. My only frame of reference is this translucent square in front of me, but that doesn't really help. I did love how giant the Womp King looked, but he would have been much more intimidating if I wasn't able to ground pound through his body. After a couple stars, I had to climb myself up here. Usually you just wall jump your way up, but wall jumping is insanely disorienting in VR. Firstly, you run headfirst into the wall, making it hard to see. Then you have to predict when to time your jump, and the camera immediately turns, giving you next to no time to prepare your descent. I can't imagine anybody being able to do this without a lot of experience with Mario 64 beforehand. It took me several minutes to get this. Now, yes, you're supposed to use a cannon to get here technically, but that would have been harder since we can't see where we're aiming. And then there was flying with the owl, and first off, I did not like that close-up of his butt, and secondly, controlling him just felt like luck. It's usually pretty easy to aim your movement, but here I just kind of had to guess where to go, and hey, I somehow got the cage star on my first try. I'll take it. Before leaving though, it was time to blast away the wall. That was easier said than done, since again, there's no way of aiming your shot. After several attempts, I smashed the wall, but my stomach did not like watching Mario fly through the air that much at once. I finally had enough stars to tackle the first Bowser, so I figured we might as well go for that. This was my first time collecting all the red coins, and normally after doing so, the camera pans in on the star. But in VR, you just freeze in place and can still move your head, which was honestly kind of nice. What's strange about fighting Bowser is that his text box didn't show up and he just stood there, doing nothing. So this was probably some sort of glitch, and I took advantage of that. As soon as I started to swing his tail, I immediately hated it. Look how fast this spinning is. But thankfully, there is an easy method to defeating Bowser. By spamming the punch button, I can throw him a tiny bit at a time without having to move the camera. While this takes forever, this saves myself from throwing up, so it was worth it. Next, I tried flying for the first time, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Aiming for the red coins wasn't horrible. As long as I kept my focus in the middle of the screen, then I was set. Jolly Roger Bay was when things started to go downhill. Most of the stars weren't that challenging, but something about being in the water for long periods was beginning to make me feel nauseous. It's so hard to describe this feeling without experiencing this yourself. When you ascend and descend in real-life water, your body feels the force of that happening and reacts to it. But here, Mario 64 is essentially playing a trick on my mind since it seemed like I was there, but I wasn't physically moving. And the fact that a game from the 1990s can convey something like this at all is really fascinating. After attempting to shoot the cannon and miss the pole like 10 times in a row, I was really feeling crappy and needed a break. The only way I could do this was to close my eyes for several minutes while sitting in the chair or laying down. Doing that at the very least took me out of this world for a little bit. As I kept playing, I realized that the only way I was gonna last 24 hours was to take several breaks and to close my eyes as often as I could. Doing this was really useful to help with the nausea, especially when I was grabbing a star since that was always so painful to look at. But at least when I got to Cool Mountain, I was out of the water and was feeling a little bit better. I even managed to pull off some sick moves carrying the little penguin to the Big Mama. I got a few stars there and moved on to Big Boo's haunt. Looking around in the big house was really cool because the camera is usually fixed in this room, so being able to see everything so easily was pretty neat. I've made some good progress so far, but now my stomach was really starting to get upset. At this point, I was taking breaks at least 2 or 3 times an hour. The motion sickness was just getting worse and worse. I was eating really lightly and staying hydrated, but that didn't matter. Putting myself through this was just not the greatest idea. But sadly, I forced myself to live by the no pain, no gain statement, so that's just how I roll. So on top of feeling like garbage, some of these stars were a pain in the butt. I took out the boo on the balcony, which puts the star on the roof. Actually, climbing up there without falling off was a lot easier said than done. Moving on to the basement, catching nips was way tougher than I expected. The lack of seeing Mario makes grabbing things really tricky. I basically had to imagine what Mario looks like at all given times so I could perceive when to time my dives at nips. Lethal Lava Land was the next challenge, and the black sky really makes this place a lot creepier. Bullies are much harder to push back because, again, I have to visualize how Mario looks seeing as he can only jump, punch, or ground pound these bastards. Climbing poles also sucked because the camera turns so quickly, and you couldn't even aim properly unless you lifted Mario to the very top. I almost fell here too, but somehow grabbed the ledge instead. Going for the Vanish Cap red coins, I had to be really careful since I couldn't really see what was coming. I've played this level so much that I know which ledges have the coins, but it was still disorienting. But then we got to these stupid moving platforms. Trying to pinpoint your jump was just ridiculous. I couldn't look down and use my shadows to check my accuracy since everything was moving all the time, so I kinda just had to use trial and error to figure this one out. And now we're at Hazy Maze Cave, and only at the 4-hour mark. Something really weird about being in Mario 64 for so long is losing your sense of time. I was feeling exhausted, but wide awake all at once, and I can't really describe why that was the case. Maybe it's because our bodies naturally get sleepy when it's darker, and wake up when it's lighter. This headset basically eliminated any sense of that, so I guess that could be the reason. After getting some stars in Hazy Maze Cave, next was Shifting Sandland. Running up these pillars looked really goofy from Mario's perspective, but honestly I don't have much to add. I was pretty used to moving around in VR by now, but I still had to be really patient. I couldn't move around too fast because I would feel either really crappy or die from something. But after a bit of time, I was starting to get the groove of things and my stomach was feeling better. And then I had to go to Dire Docks, another water level. This was a lot worse than Jolly Roger Bay because this level is a bit harder and forced me to move around a lot more. I did get through it, but this was pretty much peak misery. My brain was so disoriented, my stomach hated me, and Dire Docks is just a crappy level to begin with. After slowly getting some stars there, I moved on to the second Bowser fight. And funny enough, when I got to Bowser, he once again just stood in place and his text box never showed up. So I used the same strategy as last time. Mash B and wait till he hits the bomb. 6 hours in, I was really getting desperate on getting rid of this motion sickness, so I resorted to just standing up. Now I apologize you can't see my head since the camera's a little too low. Doing this made me feel a bit off balance for the first few minutes, but for some reason it kinda helped with the nausea. Now, maybe it was just a placebo effect. I honestly couldn't tell you if standing or sitting makes any difference at all. After slogging through Wet Dry World and Snowman's Land, I was ready for a nap. I was so mentally exhausted that I didn't even mind napping with the headset on. And just like that, the snoozing began and I was out for a few hours. Waking up to Mario 64 is not the most pleasant experience, and I barely felt like I slept at all anyway. But I got up because I wanted to make sure I had enough time to get all these stars. Snowman's Land had a couple of tricky stars, especially the fourth one where you're supposed to fly across this freezing pond. But instead, I triple jumped off this cliff, did some jump kicks until gathering some speed, sliding down this hill and made my way to the star. This trick is hard to do normally, so I'm kind of shocked I pulled this off in VR. After that was Tall Mountain, and it was another endurance round since it takes so long to climb up top. And don't even get me started on catching the monkey. That was another layer of hell. Next was Tiny Huge Island, another stage that was really difficult. The Koopa rematch was the hardest part because you couldn't take your time. You really had to book it to beat him to the flag. When I got to the windy bridge, I somehow got stuck on the edge moving at a snail's pace, so Koops just whizzed right by me. To make up for that, I got a couple more stars, then I tried Koopa again and was successful. Next up was Tick-Tock Clock, and I was not ready for this one. It was time for another nap. Whoops, that was a pretty long nap. I did not mean to sleep for 6 hours. What I had left to do today was Tick-Tock Clock, Rainbow Ride, and all the 100 coin stars. Not much needs to be said about Tick-Tock Clock. It was nothing short of brutal. Every jump had to be incredibly precise, and messing up means falling, which made me feel sick, plus I lost progress, so it was a double whammy. And after that was Rainbow Ride, and this was by far the worst level. It was so easy to fall off. Waiting on the carpets felt extra long, and so much of this level was just black. It was honestly really depressing to be in. I was also still feeling like crap, so my frequent breaks were lasting even longer now. Looking at my star count, I was getting worried that I wasn't going to be able to finish this game in 24 hours. So for the next 5 hours, I went back and finished the 100 coin stars that I ended up missing. These were all pretty long missions, so I was taking breaks at like every 2 stars. This is where I made a fatal mistake. A couple of my breaks were around 30 to 60 minutes long, which was wasting too much time. While I wasn't feeling as sick since I was playing a lot less, I didn't realize how fast the time was ticking. I eventually got around 100 stars, only to realize I had 2 hours left on the clock. I needed to pick up my pace, and I needed to do it now. All that I really had left now was the tough stars, one of those being 100 in red coins in Wet Dry World. The biggest hurdle was getting the coin on the roof of this building. It usually requires wall jumping or a precise triple jump dive to get up. Wall jumping is obviously out of the question here, so I basically have to make this jump. It took a few minutes, but I did eventually make it up there. And you want to know what else was really weird? For these last couple of hours, my stomach stopped hurting and the nausea was gone. I'm not sure if my brain just learned to adapt to Mario 64's frame rate or what, but I honestly felt perfectly fine. I also barely ate anything the past 20 hours, so maybe that was the reason too, but either way, I felt like I had what it took to finish this. 1 hour left and 10 long stars to go. It was time to put my skills to the test. The 100 coins was terrifying in Tick-Tock Clock because I needed to get these coins from the Switch, and the only way I could do that was to very carefully turn around before even going for them. Thankfully, it ended up working out and I only missed 1 blue coin, which was more than good enough. So I got the 100 coin star and was planning on getting the one above the Thwomp next. Unfortunately, I could not find a way to get to him. Now I know that you can do the triple jump wall jump in this spot to get up there, but there was no way I was pulling that off in VR. And this level wasn't moving either, so I couldn't use the minute hand to get across. I tried this level again with the stage moving this time, only to get 80% of the way there and fall to my death. I was really running out of time, so I was forced to move on. I still needed a lot of Rainbow Ride stars, and I already knew 100 coins is out of the question. That's because I would have to get most of these blue coins from the Switch, which requires us to wall jump multiple times without messing up, so forget that idea. However, I did manage to complete the tricky triangle star, which I thought would be way too hard to do, but I got through it just fast enough. The red coins were way harder than I thought they would be. That's because all the textures on the walls look exactly the same, so I couldn't really distinguish what was climbable and what wasn't. 4 stars left, and I only had about 15 minutes on the clock. Just for the heck of it, I thought I would try wall jumping up this wall a few times, and this happened. Okay, so pulling that off was completely unexpected. I guess maybe 100 coins would have been possible, but now I just don't have the time to try that anymore. Since I got up there though, I did talk to the pink bomb so I could at least go for star 6. The cannon shot actually looked pretty clean, but after a few seconds I realized I overshot the island entirely. I only had like 10 minutes now to complete the 3rd Bowser and the red coins, so I just headed right on over there to finish this up. The red coins really weren't that bad because a lot of this level was just muscle memory for me. Bowser once again let me have a free shot on him. I gotta say, I've never been more thankful for the text box glitch. So I used the same spamming strategy as before for the first throw. Bowser got up and breathed fire everywhere, but I grabbed his tail anyway, and by some miracle, none of the fire hurt me. So I hit him a second time, and now was the hard part, the 3rd throw. I couldn't use the same strategy since none of the bombs would be close enough, so my only option was spinning the controller like wild and praying the throw works. And would you look at that? Bowser barely scraped the tip of the bomb and I completed Mario 64 entirely in VR. Since I took so many breaks, I wasn't able to get all the stars on time, and I actually ran over the 24 hours by a few minutes. But it's done. There was nothing better than watching Mario fly around the stage and wrap things up. Even the credits was really cool because the camera would zoom out and show the entire layout of every stage. So was it worth spending 24 hours in Mario 64? No. I think I've got PTSD thinking about this game in VR now. Like, seriously, I get queasy just imagining myself playing this. And even after finally taking the headset off, I felt sickish again for the next 6 to 8 hours, so I was feeling the aftermath for quite a while. But despite the pain, I'm glad that I pushed through and did this. It's made me appreciate playing Mario in the third person so much more now, and I also realized why Nintendo made the VR mode of Mario Odyssey at that one camera angle. It was to prevent what I just went through. The Flood Pack is one of Mario's greatest tools, as it lets him attack enemies with water, float in the air, blast into the sky, or even run across water. Flood's starting to sound so great that maybe you don't even need to jump anymore, right? Well, that's what we're here to find out. Let's see how many jumps it would take to beat Super Mario Sunshine. Honestly, that's up to us to define. It could be as simple as you aren't allowed to jump, but everything else is fair game. In fact, there's speedruns where those exact rules apply. I'll link one below because they're really fun to watch. But I wanted to take this idea and push it a step further because I feel like a lot of Mario moves could count as jumps. So not only are we not allowed to do a single, double, or triple jump, but we also can't side flip, jump dive, spin jump, roll out of a dive, jump out of the water, jump off poles, and wall jump. This severely limits our options to an extent that we're gonna have to get really creative to get through these levels. So throw on that swimwear, it's time to take a dive into this challenge. In terms of vertical movement, we really only have 3 options: diving, the hover nozzle, and the rocket nozzle. We start off by grabbing the shine in the Delfino airstrip, and it's pretty easy to do since I don't need to travel vertically. The same goes for Delfino Plaza. Spraying the piranha in Shadow Mario takes no effort. The real fun begins with Shine 1 in Bianco Hills. My first obstacle was getting around this giant wall. The best method, of course, would be to get as high as possible, so I hovered up to the grass, then towards one of the trees. To my surprise, Mario grabbed it, which is interesting because I always thought Mario had to jump first, but I guess not. The boss is once again just a piranha, so he went down pretty easily. On to Shine 2, one of the jumps up the tower is a little hard, but I managed to make it with a ledge grab. The following piranha fight is super weird without jumping. You can still easily spray his mouth with water, and thankfully you can get just enough height by hovering over his stomach, and once you land, you simply ground pound. I was fairly certain Shine 3 wouldn't be doable jumpless, but we'll get to that in a jiffy. Getting to the cave alone was pretty crazy. Diving after using the hover nozzle for some reason launched me backward, but then by mashing as fast as I could, I managed to climb my way up. Mario Sunshine Physics, ladies and gentlemen. Mario Sunshine Physics. The game just has weird properties with specific hills. Sometimes the hover nozzle lets Mario shoot up no problem, but now that we're in this secret level, well, there's nothing I can really do. I tried diving onto the little stubs in the corners, but couldn't get enough height. Diving into the trees didn't work either. I even tried bonking for extra height, but nothing was working. So sadly, I used my first jump to climb up this tree and dove to the next platform. Unfortunately, the following platforms are way too tall for Mario to dive up, so I had to jump 3 more times. I might have been able to save a jump here, but it's unlikely. Next, I had to dive onto these spinning stars, which, while doable, was quite challenging. I needed to time my dives just about perfectly or I'd fall to Kingdom Come. The last challenge was getting the shine itself. It was too tall for me to just run into. Diving wasn't working, and the stubs in the tree were once again too tall. Or so I thought. There's a tiny slant where the star is, and I thought that maybe Mario could get some height diving off of that. And believe it or not, you actually can. On most of my successful attempts, I would land on the stump and instantly fall from the speed. But eventually, I managed to land on the stump and grab the ledge instead. After that, I simply dove and ground pounded to increase my hitbox and was able to barely nab the star. For Shine 4, I got 5 of the 8 red coins, but the other 3 were too high for me to grab. We'll come back to this Shine later, seeing as we can probably do it when the rocket nozzle is unlocked, so we'll try it out in a bit. The next level to venture to was Rico Harbor, but of course we need to take out the Piranha first. As soon as I entered the level, I knew getting to the other side was going to be fairly unconventional. I started by hovering towards this piranha, then bounced off him to hover again and get on top of the ship. While this was a really awesome swag move, it honestly wasn't practical at all. Then I noticed the crane up ahead. It was moving a platform under and out of the water, so I hovered over there to climb way up and managed to get to the blooper. The boss fight was pretty simple, and was able to complete Shine 1 without a jump. Shine 2's level felt really awkward because I'm so used to leaping over walls to take shortcuts, but you can easily get the Shine without jumping. But wait till we get to Shine 3. Alright, you've waited long enough. This freaking level was one splash of a concoction. The biggest hurdle is figuring out where the heck you can go since there were so many options, as well as many dead ends. I started by taking this route with the moving pole. This was a nightmare because I couldn't jump off of it, and pushing B to drop didn't keep my momentum after using the hover nozzle. I could slide up to the top and glitch off the pole, which worked, but it was super finicky. Regardless if you even count that as a jump, it didn't matter because the path wasn't viable, seeing as I would need to jump off the girders, so I was gonna need to restart and find another way. I did find another set of girders I could climb up that didn't require jumping, so I used that instead. I went back to the crane that moves the platform up and down and had the weirdest glitch. For some reason, I straight up passed through the platform. Maybe when it's moving in and out of the water, there's not collision? I don't know. But anyway, once I got up top, I must have tried at least 4 or 5 different routes. Some of them I was able to make some headway, others I ran into dead ends fairly quickly. My only option to completing this star was to get the rocket nozzle, and only one of them was active at this point in the game. The problem with that is I had to jump 1 time to get to an area that has that nozzle. Once I got the rocket nozzle, it was as easy as pie collecting this. Shine 4 was another secret level, so I'm expecting to have to make some jumps. First I grabbed the rocket nozzle just to make it easier to travel around the level. Then once I got inside the secret area, things were looking rather dire. And to my surprise, I could actually navigate these spinning crates by slowing my dive at the end of one and getting to my feet. It was extremely hard to time, but I was actually getting across all these crates with this strategy. It was even better when I bonked off something because Mario got on his feet a little bit faster. What really worried me though were these wheels. I probably tried this part 50 times thinking that I was gonna need to jump, until I realized that if I dive at the tip of this wheel, Mario slows down fast enough that he manages to stand up before sliding to his death. So while this is insanely hard to do, I actually managed to dive from wheel to wheel. The second half of the level was once again just timing dives. Even the really large crate was possible to get through. To get the star, I had to dive into the corner again, then dive and ground pound. And holy crap, we actually beat a secret level without the flood pack and without jumping. That is simply mind-boggling. Shine 5 was incredibly easy. I just grabbed the rocket nozzle and smacked that blooper silly. Shine 6 was another simple level, but unfortunately requires 2 jumps. We have to get these red coins while riding the blooper, and there's 1 coin to jump for as well as a jump to reach the shine. As for Shine 7, I started by hitting Shadow Mario a few times, then grabbing the rocket nozzle. He was really annoying to take out because I couldn't chase him very easily without jumping. After running around in circles, I eventually hit him enough times and finished up Rico Harbor. Next on our journey was Gelato Beach, and holy crap was Shine 1 a disaster. Getting into the level was fine, but there was no way I could clear this with 0 jumps. I did try to minimize as many as I possibly could though. I was able to save 3 jumps by diving across most of the sand. Now as you can see, there's 4 gaps, and no matter how many times I tried, I could not dive to this 4th sand block. Maybe there's some way to do it, but Mario was either too far away or lost too much speed after his previous dive. Once I got to the green block, I tried diving and ground pounding onto the nails to save an extra jump, but I could not get myself up there without bonking. So unfortunately, I had to commit to another 4 jumps up this column of sand, and after that was another 2 jumps. I was able to barely dive onto the next green block, so I managed to save a jump there. But it gets worse. There was nothing I could do to make my way up this sandcastle without jumping. At the end, I dove and ground pounded for the star, so I saved 1 there, but that totals out to 11 jumps, which is just disgusting. Shine 2 was very slow going. After squirting a cataquack to one side of the mirror, I had to run to the tip of the mirror, use the hover nozzle, and move down a tiny bit so I could ground pound. Surprisingly, this actually worked. I was a little worried I had to be on the complete opposite side to flip the cataquacks. Shine 3's Wiggler battle was a combination of just random and annoying. At first, I had no idea how I was going to get myself on top of Wiggler since the hover nozzle doesn't get high enough. After a few tries, I realized I could use the nozzle off the sand mound to get enough height, and that worked for the first 2 hits. The third hit was where things got a wee bit tricky. To my recollection, you can only hit the Wiggler in this one spot. The issue with that is the Wiggler slides really far into the water, so I tried the same strategy by launching off the sand mound, and he was so far away that I just couldn't reach him. I tinkered around with this for another 15 minutes and decided to try the sand mound strategy again, and for some reason, it worked this time. I guess I was higher, had more speed, but honestly, it feels like luck that I even got up here. But I'll take it since that's another level with 0 jumps. Now Shine 4 will surprise you. Maybe you'll even gasp. The hardest part of the Sandbird Shine wasn't the Sandbird. It was actually getting there. After diving up the mountain, I needed to bounce off this tarp to get inside. The only problem is I'm supposed to jump off this slide and I can't use my hover nozzle while I'm sliding. So after loads of attempts, I managed to use the hover nozzle halfway down the slide, slowly move towards the bottom, and somehow grab a ledge. Then with really precise maneuvering, I climbed up the hill, turned around slightly, and started the hover nozzle again. Doing this with good speed allowed me to barely snag onto the tarp and get inside. Getting the red coins was fairly easy. For the ones in the air, I just needed to dive and ground pound to nab them. And for the star itself, I just used the hover nozzle and ground pounded again. Normally racing Piantissimo is really easy, but without jumping, I was gonna need to get pretty creative. My first route was to slide towards this tree, bonk into it, climb up, and make my way up the mirror and simply dive up the hill. I got a decent time of 34 seconds, but it wasn't fast enough. So I decided to try the same strategy, but for the tree that was closer to me. I didn't try this at first because this strat is much harder, but I might have a better chance beating him. And this is what happened. Yeah, I don't think that could have been any closer. I'm really glad that I'm good at button mashing. There's not much to say about Shine 6, you just swim around and get the red coins. For Shine 7, the only word to describe Shadow Mario for this shine is pest. Chasing Shadow Mario was nothing short of obnoxious. I felt like I was trying to swat a fly with the tip of a pencil. Unlike the other shines, this one makes sure that Shadow Mario is as far away from you as humanly possible. And when Shadow Mario started jumping up towards the top, I basically had to lure him down to hit him again. It got to the point where I had to debate him to come towards me, otherwise I just could not get near him. In 12 agonizing minutes later, I finally took him out without jumping. After that was Pinna Park, and Shine 1 has no jumping involved since you basically just shoot missiles at Mecha Bowser. Shine 2 was another stage that was looking rather unfriendly. And shockingly, the disappearing platforms weren't even the problem. The issue was the platforms after those. I tried diving as far as I could and I wasn't even getting close to the ledge, so I unfortunately had to do a rollout. And the same goes for this jump at the end. Now, maybe you can get this dive if you were to task it perfectly, but honestly, I doubt it. Shine 3 was much easier than I anticipated. There were only a couple tricky red coins to grab, like this one where I had to land on this green bar and hover nozzle to it. It took a little while to get the coins, but it really wasn't that bad. Shine 4's wilted sunflowers were much more annoying than I anticipated. Squishing the small Snoopakuzas wasn't the issue, the last big one was. I kept trying to get enough height once it was on its back, but every time I sprayed it with water, it would just flip over and hit me. After dozens of attempts, I eventually just ground pounded out of frustration inside the Koopa, and somehow that counted. Look, I don't make the rules. Don't ask me how that worked. Normally for Shine 5, you have to jump several times, but I was able to knock this down to only 2. By walking around the edges, I'm able to bypass a large portion of this labyrinth. However, I'm not supposed to jump off of these girders, but I have to do it one time because there's no position I can put myself in where this would work. Unless there's some other way up, I wouldn't know what else you could do. My second jump has to be off this clothesline because there's no other way to get off otherwise. I was able to save a jump for this electric Koopa though. By using the hover nozzle, I could blast my way up this wall, then fall while I'm higher up, and hover once again to grab the girder. Then I can take out the electro Koopa and get the shine. Shine 6 was another secret stage that just wasn't meant to be completed jumpless. I saved as many jumps as I could, but it wasn't very much. I tried to dive after this spinning yellow cube, but I wasn't even getting close, so I just had to jump there. Next was going from the orange to red cube. I got stupidly close a few times, but kept bonking off the corner, so this was another jump. As for the green and black cubes, I was able to dive onto them, but only by the very skin. The blue cube was just a tiny bit out of reach, so I had to jump for that one as well. On the other side, it was the exact same problem. I had to jump from black to blue and orange to red, but could dive from blue to green and green to red. Next was another orange cube, which I couldn't make, so that was another jump. After that, I was able to dive to this moving cube and save 2 jumps, which was nice, but for this final part, I decided to side flip, do a few wall jumps, and a big jump dive, which totaled out to 6 additional jumps. For the shine itself, it was just barely too high for me to do the dive/ground pound trick, so I had to jump for that one as well. So, all in all, that went to shine with a total of 13 jumps, and look, there might be a way to save a jump or two, but this was the best I could do. Shine 7 was another agonizing Shadow Mario shine, but not nearly as bad as Gelato Beach. Like before, I had to keep stopping to spray Shadow Mario and just do that over and over. Now you might be wondering why I'm not diving after him for more speed. Well, that's because I can't hit A to roll out and spray him. I would have to wait for my dive to come to a stop or bonk into something. Both of those circumstances wasting too much time. But anyway, I managed to do this one without jumping. Noki Bay is the most vertically based level in the game, so I don't see there being really any shines where we can avoid jumping outside of maybe a couple. The first jump we can't clear is this basket, then quite a few more from climbing the mountain. Then we can save a few jumps on the short stumps, but not much. After throwing the bob-ombs, we got our star with a total of 7 jumps. And yes, I do know there's a rocket nozzle in this level, but it takes several jumps just to access it, which defeats the whole point. This second star in Noki Bay would require us to do dozens of jumps, so we're gonna resort to a speedrun skip to save on a lot of these. We'll start by climbing up the mountain again and then refill our water. This is 5 jumps. We'll then add in another 2 jumps to reach this spring. Now we're gonna use the spring to get Shine 2 in a pretty fun fashion. After positioning myself in the corner, I did one more jump through the spring right before hitting the ground, moved towards the opposite direction, and clipped out of bounds. I used the hover nozzle to aim where I was going, did a dive, and finally ended up in the room with the shine. And there you have it, only 8 jumps instead of what may have been around 20 to 30 jumps. Shine 3 was really easy because you're literally in the water the whole time. But what's nice about Shine 4 is we actually don't have to talk to the grandpa about the eel. We can simply swim to the spawn point where the waterfall is and get our shine. For Shine 5, I had to do one tightrope jump to get to Piantissimo, but otherwise the race was easy. Like, it's actually embarrassing how easy this is. I literally just used my hover nozzle on some of the floating platforms, held up on my control stick in the water, and won. Shouldn't have been that easy. Oh, but Shine 6, that was an absolute disaster. There was absolutely nothing I could do to avoid jumps here. Just getting to the secret shell took 5 jumps alone, and the secret level put us in a box that we're forced to wall jump out of. There's a couple places in the secret stage where I was able to dive across platforms or even just grab the ledge and pull myself up, but those opportunities were few and far between. By the end, we had to do 18 jumps, so that was pretty painful. Thankfully, Shine 7 was easy to knock out because Shadow Mario can be destroyed in quick succession. But now, let's take a brief break from levels. Once we unlock Yoshi, we're gonna need him to open up Serena Beach. The problem with that is we can't jump under any circumstances because he can't dive or use a hover nozzle. So our best and only option is to do 2 spin jumps to get us to the pipe, eat the pineapple, and hover into the pineapple afterwards. Thankfully, this is the only time we're gonna need Yoshi, so it's really not that big a deal. Shine 1 in Serena Beach is just as annoying as usual, but it's more than doable. Shine 2 is another extremely painful shine to get. Reaching the secret level went much better than I thought it would. I only needed to jump 1 time at the top. Most of the pink ghosts were level enough that I could use them with the hover nozzle. I even discovered this fun strat to use this lamp to reach the ghost a little bit easier. But the secret level is just horrible. There's quite a few jumps at the beginning that we're forced to take with no exceptions, but the hardest part was saving jumps at the end. There's this sand pyramid that I have to get around, and I found I can save jumps by ledge grabbing the sand blocks. As you can imagine, this is extremely hard to do consistently. The angle that I had to initially dive at is hard enough, but then I had to make sure I'm at the right height to ledge grab every single sand block without one mistake. At the end, we do have to jump once, sadly, but at least we can dive off this stroll and stew for a cool shine grab. And with that, we did 18 jumps. Good grief. Shine 3 is another one where we're gonna have to implement the speedrun route, since that'll save us tons and tons of jumps. Once inside the building, we grab this banana, then simply walk up the staircase. Once we get up top, we're gonna align ourselves behind this wall, do a backflip and throw the fruit, and bam! We're inside and can nab the shine with only one jump. I can't believe I did this trick on my first try as well. Pretty fun moment, I gotta say. Shine 4's casino portion was fine and dandy, but the secret level is where the jumps come in. Surprisingly, I was able to complete almost the whole thing with just dives. Even the parts with the rotating cubes could be done because there's spots where I can dive at a high angle. But sadly, I needed to do 2 jumps across these wooden bars since they were way too spread out. And after that was a slew of easy shines. These include the 5th, 6th, and 7th shine. Afterwards, we nabbed the turbo nozzle in Isle Delfino and grabbed this shine inside the lighthouse. Once I got that, I grabbed the rocket nozzle next. Now that the rocket nozzle is unlocked, we can finish up Bianco Hills. Or not! As it turns out, the rocket nozzle still isn't unlocked, which means I could have finished this level ages ago. So I suppose we'll just finish it now. I managed to get 6 of the 8 coins without jumping, but I needed to do 4 jumps to grab all 8 and get the shine. Shine 5's boss fight didn't require a jump, but actually waking him up did. I had to take a similar path that I did for the red coins, so 3 jumps in the town area and 2 more closer to PD Piranha. Next was another secret stage. Before we got to Shine 6, I had to make 1 jump because I couldn't get enough height off this log. The red and blue platforms for the most part could be either walked across or it took 1 dive. All in all, we only needed 4 jumps to finish this shine. And Shine 7 was really easy since it was just Shadow Mario. But now we're at the final main level, Pianta Village. Getting inside the pipe to Pianta Village was kind of hilarious because I had to use this overly large rocket blast just to get the height required to get inside. But the first shine was really simple. The land is all flat, so it can be done jumpless. The race against Piantissimo still didn't worry me because at the beginning, I used water to gain a lot of speed while diving. However, he got scarily close to me near the tree, so I had to do this. Yeah, I'm honestly in disbelief at how well that went. The third shine was tricky because we can't use Flood for most of this. However, we can use a speedrun strat to save on quite a few jumps. By letting ourselves get hit by the ghost, we can use a jump dive and roll out to land on this guardrail. This works because we have invincibility frames after taking the hit. This saves us lots of jumps since we're practically at the hover nozzle now, with only 7 jumps by the end. As for Shine 4, I basically just played as I normally would. For Shine 5, I tried using Yoshi at first, but the fact that he can't jump at all is just way too limiting. With Mario, we can use the hover nozzle to go across these mushrooms, but then you may ask, how do I get past this gooey stuff? We're gonna take another page out of speedrunning again. What we need to do is jump backwards, clip through the tree behind us, then hover nozzle forward and clip through this mushroom to enter the loading zone. Once we do that, we only need to jump twice inside the secret area, leaving us with a grand total of 3 jumps, which is much better than if we brought Yoshi across the mushrooms. As for Shine 6 and 7, they were both easy to knock out, leaving us with 1 challenge left. That's right, we're about to tackle, mountain. Man, that is a weird word to censor. 2020, what even are you? Anyway, we actually didn't need to jump inside the mountain, but we did need to jump 2 times to get to the entrance. The final boss was fairly painless without jumping. When you use the rocket nozzle for hitting the ground and again to land near the middle, it simplifies your movement quite a bit. And there you have it. We have cleared Super Mario Sunshine with as few jumps as possible. But how many did it require exactly? Take your guess. The total amount of jumps was 117 jumps. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it would be way more jumps than that, and there might still be a little room for improvement, but those secret stages really brought this number up a lot. Every single year, I find an excuse to play the Mario Galaxy games because these games are awesome. That tradition continues this year, although to change it up, I'm gonna play them both at the exact same time. The goal is to start the games, finish the games, and also collect the stars within a few seconds of each other. If I die in either of the games in the middle of a level, I have to restart at the checkpoint or beginning. I'm gonna get 60 stars in Galaxy 1 and 70 in Galaxy 2 since that's required. The last 10 in Galaxy 2 I'll do solo because this challenge is already a gauntlet as it is. Now, the only way I could get this challenge to even work is to use an Xbox One controller, and then map the right joystick as the pointer for star bits. I wanted to use a Wii Remote, but as far as I'm aware, the remote can only work in one game/program at a time. If there's some sort of workaround to this, I'd be super curious to know how that could be done. But anyway, if you saw the Mario 64/Mario 64 DS video, you'll know that I use a technique called text boxing to get around stages easier. The idea is to keep the text box loaded as long as possible while navigating on the other screen. This was pretty helpful considering Galaxy 2's first stage had a lot of pits I could have easily fallen into. Another trick I quickly learned is what I like to call planet running, which is a term I just made up, but let me explain. A lot of planets in both games are just small spheres with nothing on them. So if I'm in that situation with one of the games, I can just run around that planet endlessly while navigating on the other screen. It's very similar to cornering from when I played Mario 64/Mario 64 DS. Once I got to the end, I took out Koopa Piranha first and did some text boxing in Galaxy 1. The main reason is so I wouldn't get zapped when flipping the yellow panels to the blue ones. Something that's interesting to know is when you get back to both hubs, the coin counter and star bit counter are flipped in order of appearance. I'm not sure why that specifically was changed, but it was. Up next were the first stars in Good Egg and Yoshi Star Galaxy. This is where things really started to get trickier, as the levels are much more expansive. There's something really fascinating about playing through completely different levels at once, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I think it was when I initially started and was scared to simply jump. I needed to get this Luma and Good Egg before I could even move in Yoshi Star, since Yoshi Star wasn't a wraparound gravity section. And that's when I figured out I could use the warp stars in a similar manner to text boxing, which is probably going to be really important later down the line. When I unlocked Yoshi, the plan was to just planet run in Galaxy 1, but I wasn't paying attention to the Slurpees and I got slurpled on one of my lives. When I got to the Dino Piranha, I decided to not start the fight until I got to the end in Yoshi Star as well. That wasn't the brightest idea considering there were plenty of ledges to fall off in Galaxy 2, so I had to do the entire Piranha fight without jumping and also avoid moving up as much as possible. That ended up working wonderfully and was set from there. The next two stars were very different in length, leading to a few complications. The most annoying aspect being Yoshi's tongue. Since I'm not using the Wii Remote, I have to use a joystick to move the cursor, which means I have to use it to grab the spinies and throw them. While not impossible, it was very difficult to get used to, especially when I was trying to not die in Galaxy 1. The idea was to take out King Lekatu since I could planet run in Galaxy 1, and that took a lot longer than I wanted it to. Aiming the spinies back at him was so janky since the cursor works so differently. When I eventually took out King Lekatu, a bigger problem awaited, getting Galaxy 1 to the star as well. Since the ledge was so low around King Neptune's nest, running forward and jumping was extremely dangerous and didn't work very often. Some places had boxes, which was awesome since I could manipulate Galaxy 2 Mario to be in a different area, but that only worked in a few spots. Since both Galaxy games have virtually the same running speed, there wasn't much I could do to alter either Mario's direction. With some wall jumps and careful maneuvers, I got myself up this hill. I even tried crawling, but couldn't find anything that was remotely different. That is, until I started backflipping. The magic began when I backflipped without moving. See, Galaxy 1 Mario moves backwards a little bit, while Galaxy 2 Mario stays in place and just regrabs Yoshi. Finally, I found a strategy that would actually be practical for vertical movement. It took a while still to get there, but I got the stars. After that, I went to Honey Hive and back to Sky Station Galaxy. I was curious if I'd find any interesting strategies with Beam Mario, and I also knew some planets in Sky Station would be good for planet running. I found some uses for cornering finally, which, if you don't know, is just jamming yourself in a corner so the other character can get around easier. Once I got to this massive pond with Beam Mario, I kinda just chilled there since it was wide open and Galaxy 2 was very linear. When I got to the end of Yoshi Star, it took me a while to realize that I can use cornering right next to the star as it's got two massive gates for protection. Most of Beam Mario's climbing was up and right, which worked out perfectly, and that nabbed us the stars. Returning to Honey Hive and entering Spin Dig for the first time, I figured this would be a pretty good combo to work with. I've come to the realization now that circles are my mortal enemy. Galaxy 1 was once again being all scary with its low-hanging tree gates. I was working on Dig-a-Leg, and I fell in Galaxy 1, which was annoying since I had to play through the entire thing again. And it was terrifying since the star was just looming in the air in Galaxy 2, waiting to be grabbed. Half After that, though, I had this amazing idea of going to Flip Swap Galaxy. You know, the one with no guardrails anywhere? Yep, that didn't go over so well, so I had to switch back to Dig a Leg. This one required a lot of buffering between moves, like using the launch stars or digging through the dirt. After defeating Bugaboom and getting the silver stars, we were all set. With Right Side Down and Good A Galaxy, we got 2 more easy stars. Now that I've gotten all the stars in the big galaxies, all that's really left is Loop-de-Loop and Flip Switch. Loop-de-Loop is gonna be out of the question, so I tried Flip Switch and had no luck whatsoever. There are 0 guardrails or really any feasible way of making progress, so there's only one thing I could do now, and that's defeat the Luma and the Terrace. So Sweet Sweet and Fluffy Bluff Galaxy we go. It's not gonna be easy, but I finally turned on the camera, so there will at least be some walls to utilize. Once I got near the end of Sweet Sweet, I knew that the ending of Fluffy Bluff had a straightaway that required long jumping, so I might be able to make this work. It came down to this last segment in which the camera stopped working. The hardest part was just getting up this cliff while standing on this delicious cookie. And that's when I learned that if you walk extremely slow down, Mario will not fall down a ledge. This is exactly what I needed. I can space out Galaxy 1 Mario properly and finish this. Because I had Cloud Mario, I was able to focus mostly on the Sweet Sweet jumps, and if I missed a landing in Fluffy Bluff, I could just shake and save myself. God bless America, Cloud Mario. You are the savior and king. Now this ought to be cool. We get to take on 2 different boss fights at the same time. I got to Mega Lake early, which was perfect since I could do some planet running while focusing on Galaxy 2. My idea was to use hex boxing, then trap myself near Mega Lake Star so I could focus on Gobblegut. And then out of insane luck, I defeated both bosses at the same time. I mean, virtually no lag in between. This was just crazy. But moving on to Space Junk and Puzzle Plank, most of the planets had wraparound gravity, so it wasn't particularly challenging. Going back into Space Junk and Hightail Falls Galaxy, I had to be very selective of which screen to pay attention to. This was one of those combos where I'd play like 20% of one game, then switch to the other, and just repeat over and over. There's not much to add with the next stars in Space Junk and Boulder Bowl, and the same with Battle Rock and Boulder Bowl. Battle Rock and Right Side Down are pretty simple, and funny enough, I ended up picking both trash games by accident. Another Battle Rock and Puzzle Plank stars were completed, and following that was Battle Rock and Cosmic Cove. I actually had a pretty smart strategy at the end for this one. For whatever reason, we're given 5 extra coins for the top Maniac fight, so when I was working on drilling to fill the water, I would damage boost off the electrical gate and then just get coins when I was down to 1 health. This strategy barely worked as I was left with 1 bar of health left and no backup coins. With Galaxy 2, I needed to first farm out 700 star bits, seeing as I was out of stars I could complete. Once I got into Bowser's Star Reactor in Honey Bloom Galaxy, I put Honey Bloom Mario into a hole and completed most of Galaxy 1's Bowser fight. Then I opted for the Secret Star in Honey Bloom since it was close by. Space Junk and Bowser's Lava Lair was pretty straightforward, especially since there were so many great opportunities for text boxing. Beach Bowl and Cloudy Court were pretty annoying since there were next to no walls or corners to use in Galaxy 2, but I was able to make it work since Cloudy Court is mostly in 2D. It just took a ton of findangling. Bubble Breeze and Tall Trunk at first seemed impossible, until I realized how much I can abuse text boxing. By continuing to talk to this toad, I was able to finish most of Tall Trunk without any problems. Then the last segment had a hole, so I went through Bubble Breeze until I got to the end, and then just kinda chilled in the bubble until the stars were close enough. Beach Bowl and Tall Trunk were a piece of cake, but Beach Bowl and Freezy Flake were obnoxious. I initially thought these levels wouldn't be possible, but I found the weirdest, most perfect quirk. When I got farther away from the star in Freezy Flake, the camera would kinda like loop back around, making it really easy to go forward and back. Moving sideways was also possible thanks to the gates, but it was a little bit riskier. So while this weird strategy took a lot of tries, I eventually got the stars this way. Ghostly and Freezy Flake were super simple, and the same for the 2 other stars in the same galaxies. But now comes the pain. Bowser Jr.'s Airship Armada and Honey Halls was a particularly nasty combo. The issue I kept running into was at the end, and that's because of the goddamn Bulbberry. With this, I needed to complete the end of the level while constantly grabbing the bulbs, otherwise the stage would vanish and I would die. The only problem is it took me about 20 minutes to realize how to do this properly. I had to jam Galaxy 1 Mario all the way to the left just so I could stay tucked in the corner and finish this bulb mission. Like, for real, I was cringing so hard every time I died since the checkpoints in each stage are so far away. but Ghostly and Cosmic Cove wasn't too bad, and the same for Gusty Garden and Honey Bloom Galaxy. Gusty Garden and Fluffy Bluff were a little tricky since I had to complete the Chimp Challenge before doing anything else, and Fluffy Bluff is fairly easy to fall off if you aren't careful, but I was able to finish it regardless. Gusty Garden and Bowser Jr.'s Fearsome Fleet were extremely annoying until I found a brand new exploit. Most of Fearsome Fleet is linear, so I had to basically complete all of it before moving to Gusty Garden. The issue is that I can't move the camera, and going forward always resulted in killing me. So after a lot of trial and error, and also my controller breaking from just using it, thanks controller, I learned how to keep Galaxy 2 Mario still. If I jumped on an enemy, took a launch star, or just stayed in the air longer in Galaxy 1, I could turn on the close-up cam in Galaxy 2, which would freeze me in place. That alone gave me free reign to move around until I had to jump again. So very carefully, I would jump on Goombas or hit switches in order to activate the close-up cam for Galaxy 2, and that actually worked and nabbed me the stars. Freeze Flame and Supermassive was another star that took a lot of tries because both levels have a lot of linear segments. I ended up taking out Baron Burr and cornered until I could finish Supermassive, but even then it took a lot of attempts. And then I did the same combination of levels, but with smoother star selections. Freeze Flame and Flipsville didn't seem like it was going to be doable at first, but since I was flipping through the panels in Galaxy 2, that gave me just enough time to abuse the close-up camera trick in Galaxy 1. So after taking out Glamdozer, I could safely finish Freeze Flame and nab another set of stars. Dusty Dune and Flipsville were looking like another impossible combination, until I realized I could use the tornadoes to my advantage. Whenever I needed to use the spin drill, I would just ground pound and throw myself back in the tornado. When I got to the end of Flipsville, I had plenty of space to finish Dusty Dune and was set from there. Dusty Dune and Honey Hop weren't too bad since both levels are fairly open, and Dusty Dune and Chompworks required a lot of the close-up cam trick to be possible. And with the same combination of galaxies, I grabbed another set of easy stars. With Bowser's Dark Matter and Starshine Beach Galaxy, I made a pretty fatal error. So I completed the Bowser Star first, only for there to be no guardrails nearby. So slowly, very slowly, had to use the close-up cam trick to finish the Starshine Beach. I could feel the life draining out of me with this star. It took goddamn forever to finish. Buoy Base in Starshine Beach Galaxy wasn't nearly as bad, thankfully, and thanks to B Mario and Gold Leaf Galaxy, I was able to mostly use close-up cam and Sweet Mystery due to the longer-lasting jump, which is really good considering Sweet Mystery would have been impossible otherwise. Next was Luigi on the Roof and Honey Halls, which was pretty easy, and same with Gold Leaf Galaxy and Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet. A lot of these stars are still time-consuming, but I'm using a lot of the same strategies over and over, so it's not worth going into a lot of detail. Gold Leaf and Space Storm were easy enough, and same with Sea Slide and Space Storm, as well as Sea Slide and Upside Dizzy. Toy Time and Upside Dizzy were interesting because I accidentally picked Luigi in Galaxy 2, so that was a, nice change of pace, question mark? It wasn't really as different as I was expecting it to be. Toy Time and Boo Moon Galaxy were another set of annoying stars, but the close-up cam helped in most areas. For Seaside and Boo Moon, I decided on the silver stars first, and as I was working on Boo Moon, I fell off since I wasn't looking and got a game over, and had to redo the silver stars. I wasn't even upset about this, just disappointed that it happened at all. After another attempt of working on Boo Moon first, I was able to nab the stars. Now, for the rest of this game, I used the exact same strategies over and over. So I'm gonna do something that I normally don't do, and that's skipping to the final boss where things get really spicy again. The main reason for that is because both of these final levels are long and completely linear in nature, so the only option I had was looking for openings where I could use the close-up cam trick, and just try to abuse it as much as I can. This only worked so much, so thank freaking God I discovered this Luma that I could talk to over and over about fighting to save my special one, as if Peach's name is like Voldemort's. My initial plan was getting to the Galaxy 1 fight, then just trying to survive while normally playing through Galaxy 2's level. It seemed like a good idea since I could planet run, but it just wasn't working out as there's way too much crap going on in the boss fight. So instead, I painstakingly finished Galaxy 2 and just abused the close-up cam right before the Galaxy 1 fight. It was extremely tedious, but it was working at least. When I got to the end with both games, I figured I'd get a head start on Galaxy 2 Bowser since that fight lasted a bit longer. But here's the thing, I've put like 40 hours into this game the past 3 to 4 days, and at this point of playing, I was kinda over it. My play was getting so sloppy to the point that I had to literally stop for the day and just try again the next day. There were no available tricks or shortcuts with this boss fight. I just had to somehow do it. No ifs, cans, or buts. So I woke up the next day, cracked my fingers, and was ready to finish the fight. The only leeway I gave myself was some text boxing in Galaxy 1 to get a few hits in for Galaxy 2 Bowser, but that was it. I needed to take out both Bowsers within a few seconds of each other. There was no way around it. Now, how the hell was this going to be possible? I'll tell ya, literally darting my eyes between each screen every few seconds. Yep, I'm not kidding. Since the Bowser fights really aren't that difficult, if I was just paying enough attention to the fire and lasers, I was able to avoid some of the attacks, or dare I say, enough of the attacks. And I tried that for a while, but I just kept dying in one or both games. So I said screw it and utilized close-up cam in Galaxy 1, thinking maybe, just maybe, getting more of a head start in Galaxy 2 would help. And it was actually a great idea because there's a brief moment where you don't fight Bowser in Galaxy 2, which means I can utilize text boxing. Since I didn't want to scroll the text, I purposefully damage boosted through lasers right next to coins so I could heal and stay in the text box until the very end of Galaxy 1. And finally, one more hit for Galaxy 1 and a few ground pounds in Galaxy 2. And then it happened. Galaxy 2 Bowser got socked in the goddamn mouth, and 4 seconds later, so did Galaxy 1 Bowser, and just like that, it is indeed possible to beat Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 at the exact same time. After doing several videos on collecting every coin in Mario titles, I thought we'd try something a bit different with Super Mario Galaxy, and that is of course to grab every star bit. The only star bits that won't count are the ones that spawn infinitely. The only ones that do that are those that fall from the sky. Now, some enemies like Chain Chomps require a rainbow star to get their star bits, but I'll only need to destroy them if I'm presented with that power-up. I am also allowed to skip levels that aren't possible as well, and only need to get 60 of the 120 stars to get to the final boss and win. So with that said, let's fly into it. Starting our adventure, we of course have to grab up some bunnies, and there's a few star bits found in the flowers, but that's about it. Flying into Gateway Galaxy, I had to get used to spin attacking every single Goomba since those will get us star bits while jumping on them only gets us coins. Now before moving into an actual level, I peeked around the Comet Observatory for star bits, and of course there weren't any. Which makes sense, because otherwise anybody could just grind them out without even playing the game. So first we soared into Good A Galaxy, and the first star wasn't too bad. I did have to break a lot of these rocks by spin attacking the red spot, and this can get annoying if you're not good at the timing, such as myself. And lucky me, there were even more rocks that spewed out of this launcher, but thankfully the star bits stopped producing after breaking 3 rocks. The second star just so happened to have more of these rocks. Yippee, I guess. And everything went fine with the third star until I got to these 2 Chain Chomps. I knew they had bits in them and they could only be defeated with the rainbow star, and lucky enough, there was one down the pipe. I decided to spin attack the Goombas first so I'd have ample time to get their star bits while having time to get the ones from the 2 Chain Chomps. So I destroyed the Chain Chomps and moved to the next area, only to find more Chain Chomps around the corner. So I tried to reach them a few times, but the Rainbow Star's timer wasn't long enough for me to do this. Quite frankly, the Rainbow Star isn't really meant for these Chain Chomps, but I'll still say this level isn't possible for the sake of making my life harder. And on to Honey Hive Galaxy. The first star has nothing too hard worth mentioning, but the second star gave me troubles because there was even more boulders to destroy. And guess what? I destroyed every last boulder only to find a rainbow star at the very bottom. I guess I can say I was an overachiever. I also discovered these little bulb things have 1 star bit each, so I had to go to each and every one to get their bits, but otherwise this wasn't too bad. There's not much to say for the last star besides grabbing all the bits during the Bugaboom fight. In Loop-de-Doop Galaxy, I hopped onto the Mana Ray and immediately lost my cursor, which is kind of a huge problem seeing as there's star bits all over the place. My only option was to bust out another Wiimote as player 2 and try that. After finishing the tutorial, trying to control the Mana Ray and focus on the waves while also looking for star bits was extremely disorienting. I died several times just trying to get used to it because you're forced to multitask in a way I've never really experienced before. But thankfully, there's no time limit to completing this one, so as long as you take your time, it's more than doable. And better yet, Flip Switch Galaxy has 0 star bits for an easy victory. Bowser Jr.'s Robot Reactor has 4 cages with star bits that were really annoying to get because the bullet bullet bills take forever to notice you, but otherwise it was easy. And at that point, I had a really good streak of easy levels. These include Sweet Sweet Galaxy, the first star in Space Junk Galaxy, as well as the second one. The final star has one hard part, which was getting the star bits that Terrantox released throughout the middle of the fight. Sling Pod Galaxy has lots of star bits, but it was easy to complete, and the same goes for the first star in Battle Rock Galaxy. Jumping into the second star, all was well until we got to this launch star. Before landing, there's this giant ring of star bits that I wasn't able to grab. I tried this quite a few times, and the problem was even if I placed my cursor right on these star bits ahead of time, they were too far away for me to grab. I even tried this with a second controller, but the problem is the bottom star bits because they leave the screen before there's a chance to grab them all. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to skip this level. For Rolling Green Galaxy, there's a few question mark blocks to hit that would spawn in star bits. They weren't too bad until the third one, because the bits here spawned on this steep slant and I had to be very careful and not fall. Thank God these star bits didn't disappear or anything, because it took quite a while, but the level was possible. Now I should mention that there were Goombas that I technically couldn't get star bits from since there was no way to spin attack them, but it was impossible to get off the ball, so I don't think they count in this particular case. But now it's time for another win streak of stars, including the one from Bowser's Star Reactor, as well as the first, second, and third star from Beach Bowl Galaxy. Flying into Ghostly Galaxy's first star, I was unsure if I'd be able to destroy this chain chomp that careens down the road, but by breaking this random block, it releases a rainbow star and I'm given enough time to knock him out. Besides that, this level was free. The following star only has a few star bits in the skulls when racing Boo, so if you move quickly, then you can win and get them all. For the last star, I had to hold back from using the star launcher so I wouldn't miss this star bit block, and Bouldergeist was also a piece of cake. I got worried in Bubble Breeze Galaxy because I missed a ton of bits going off this launch star, but by some miracle, you can go into first person view and collect the bits you missed. There was a bunch more to get from this question mark coin too, but that was about it. And thankfully, Drip Drop Galaxy was a piece of cake, as well as Hurry Scurry Galaxy. But boy oh boy, it's time for Bowser Jr.'s Airship Armada, or in other words, the time of suffering. Everything was going fine until I got to this auto-scrolling section. There's some cannonballs that shoot at you, but there's also spranglers hanging from the ships. I tried spin attacking them, but you have to hit them twice in a row or they won't break, and there's 4 of these spranglers. Jumping on top of them just makes a coin, so that doesn't help. And for whatever reason, I couldn't long jump ahead and spin attack for a head start. So then I thought I could possibly hop from ship to ship, but instead I can only run on this teeny tiny sliver as the rest is blocked off from an invisible wall. I was able to at least get the star bits from the first Sprangler this way, but I couldn't make any more progress. And worse, I couldn't even use star bits to kill these dumb things. So finally, I busted out the second controller and found that I could shake the Sprangler ahead of time, and simply had to spin attack it on the edge and had enough time to get the star bits. That worked for one Sprangler, next was 3 at a time. Now I tried to get them over and over and over and over and was only ever able to hit 2 of these bugs at once. At this point, I was really getting worried because I absolutely had to complete the star to unlock more galaxies, so I let the boss fight start up and decided to bring a Koopa shell back to this spot, which, by the way, I can't believe you can just leave the fight, but anyway, with some practice, I managed to direct hit the Sprangler, but guess what? The shell went right through it! Yep, that's right, Spranglers are invulnerable to deadly shells, because that makes sense. So then I tried hitting the Sprangler with a star bit, jumping at just the right time, spin attacking and pulling back while hitting him, and then I died. This was as close as I could get to hitting it, and I couldn't even collect the bits with this method. I was honestly running out of gas, so I hit up the Mario Challenge YouTubers to see if any of them had ideas, and our good old friend Waluigi Goes Wah actually had a solution. He sent me this clip where he stood on the very edge of the platform and backflipped up above to hit all 3 at once. Now, he didn't grab the star bits, but with a second controller, this was theoretically possible. So with that, I hit up Tetrabit Gaming, and with the power of Parsec, we connected his controller to give this stage another try. So after all the struggles and pain with these 3 Spranglers, this was our best attempt.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
Here we go. Oh my god, we did it! We did it! Oh my god! Finally, after all of these tries, we actually pulled this off and was able to complete the level. This wouldn't have been possible without Waluigi Goes Wah, Tetrabit Gaming, and Parsec. Gusty Garden Galaxy's first star has lots of star bits and it's really easy. The next level has a coin that gives us the rainbow star to hit all these prickly plants, and while we can hit all the ones inside the pipe, there's not nearly enough time to hit the ones on the outside, deeming this level impossible. Moving on to Freeze Flame Galaxy, it was really easy, as was the second star. I skipped the third star because it had a comet mission that I didn't want to deal with, so I went right into Dusty Dune Galaxy. And this first star was extremely annoying to play. At the beginning, there's a Goomba we need star bits from, and the only way to get to him is to ground pound at the perfect time and not stop on his head so we can actually spin attack the lad. Then we have to hit all these piranha plants and destroy this giant boulder, which is difficult to do in the quicksand. But that wasn't even the hard part. See, there's 2 long rows of star bits that zoom past you as you shoot from the launcher to the pipe. So I went back and grabbed some of the star bits early to help. Then after dozens and dozens of tries, using 2 controllers, I managed to grab all the star bits by keeping both of my hands as steady as possible. This was way harder than I expected it to be. And after that, the rest of the level was simple. And now it's time for another long streak of easy peasy levels. Star 2 and Star 3 were no trouble, Bowser's Dark Plant was a breeze, as well as a level from Big Mouth Galaxy. Bowie Base Galaxy was painless, and every star for Gold Leaf Galaxy, and I mean every one, took next to no effort. And that same idea applies to Sea Slide Galaxy. All of these were simple enough, even if this third star did take a while, it was still a cakewalk. Moving to Toy Time Galaxy, one of the launch stars had a lot of star bits to get, but otherwise it was simple. On to the next level, this first launch star required me to get these star bits that were shaped in a heart, and it was a lot harder than I thought it'd be. I actually had to go back and check the footage to find there were 40 star bits to nab. So as usual when I get stuck, I brought in the second controller to help, but even then, Mario moved so fast through the air that it was insanely hard to grab every bit. I even tried standing on the train track to grab some early, but I was too far away for that to work. So after dozens of tries, I somehow got all 40 of these star bits, and I have no idea how. Following that event, the rest of the star was a cakewalk. The final star was a bit uneasy, as getting these Electro Goombas on the ice was making me squirm in my seat, but outside of that, the level was easy enough. And Bowser Jr.'s lava reactor didn't really give me a reaction, as it was painless to knock out. Honeycomb Galaxy was going fine until I took this launch star and saw like a million star bits in the air. I missed a ton of them, and quite frankly, I don't know if I can get these. I tried anyway with a second controller and learned that there was 48 star bits to grab, but even with the help, it was almost impossible to get even close to nabbing them all. The camera swings at too many angles too quickly, and I can't even go into first person when I hit the ground at any point, so I'm gonna have to pass on this star. But Sand Spiral Galaxy was a piece of cake, and the same goes for Gateway Galaxy. Boo's Boneyard Galaxy was hectic, and the ending was absolutely bonkers. I basically needed pinpoint precision to get these last star bits on the wall, and by some stroke of luck, I managed to pull it off. Well, except for these last 3 in the skulls, but I just grabbed them before getting the star. It's that time of the month again. Let's blast through a streak of easy levels. These include Star 1, Star 2, and Star 3 from Deep Dark Galaxy. And Dreadnought Galaxy was more than doable for Star 1, Star 2, and even Star 3. The same goes for Bonefin Galaxy, as well as Matter Splatter Galaxy. But then we land in Melty Molten Galaxy. This star had me worried ahead of time because I knew it was going to be tough. Although getting all these star bits around the volcano was immensely satisfying, the hard part was going to be the ending with the rising lava. When I got there, it was going okay until I realized there were 3 boulders coming out of the wall. I knew I needed to hit these boulders 3 times each to get all of their bits, but the lava was rising too high for this to be possible. I could get the bits here because the lava wasn't in my way, and with some well-timed long jumps and spin jumps, I could even get these bits. But the boulders from way to the left were impossible. There was nowhere for me to stand, and I was basically screwed. So what stars did I have left to try? Comet stars. Oh goody. I started with the Ghost Ship Daredevil run in Deep Dark Galaxy. I basically just had to get the star bits under the ship and complete the star normally. Then there was the Honey Hive Cosmic Mario race, and surprisingly it wasn't too hard because most star bits were removed from the level for the race. And for the last star, I picked Bouldergeist Daredevil run because, well, I'm a daredevil. And yeah, it really wasn't too bad because this boss isn't that hard due to its simple and slow patterns despite what everyone else says. And just like that, we have enough stars to take on the final boss. And thankfully, this last level didn't have too many star bits. And after smacking Bowser around, we can prove that it is possible to beat Super Mario Galaxy while touching every star bit. Now that I've attempted grabbing every star bit with the first Mario Galaxy, it's only appropriate that I do the same with its sequel. The rules will be pretty much the same. The only star bits that don't count are those that spawn infinitely, which include those that fall from the sky and now the ones on the menu's hub world. Some enemies require a rainbow star or Yoshi to get their star bits, but I'll only need to destroy them if I'm presented with that power-up or Yoshi. Like last time, I only need to get the bare minimum of stars to win, which is 70 this time. So with all that said, let's soar into it. In Sky Station Galaxy, I learned that the Puffy Goombas produce 1 star bit when you spin attack them. This is significant because in Mario Galaxy 1, they would produce 1 coin instead. I'm not sure why they changed that. And speaking of Goombas, these were scary to go for since they could easily fall off if you hit them the wrong way, but with patience it wasn't that bad. Unlike the Comet Observatory, Starship Mario does have some star bits that float around, but these ones don't matter of course because they infinitely respawn. But back to Sky Station, I had never really looked around the outside of this fleet before, and while doing so I found a rainbow star. Plowing into the bullet bill, I found they had star bits, which actually worried me. With the stars, I managed to hit 5 bullet bills, but they were coming from different launchers, so I couldn't tell if the bits would spawn infinitely or not. And there was no way to test that because the rainbow star didn't respawn either. That is until I got to the end with this bullet bill and rubbery bulb. See, in Mario Galaxy 1, most enemies that came out of launchers could be destroyed 3 times and then star bits would stop coming out after that, therefore forcing me to get all their star bits. So after hitting this bullet bill a 4th time, no star bits were released. So that means I would have to get all the star bits from each one of these launchers, which is impossible on 1 rainbow star, so we're gonna have to skip this one. With Yoshi Star Galaxy, we now have access to Yoshi and can actually get star bits from the thorny flowers, which was an issue in Galaxy 1. Now I was worried about the star bits that come out of the volcano, but after checking my footage over, I was actually able to nab them all, even without a second controller for help. The rest of this star had a lot of flowers to eat, and while it was slow going, it was more than doable. Following that, the timing to get all these Goombas was very tight, so I really had to eat quickly before I teleported back to the main level. Taking another star launcher, the volcano blew up star bits again, but there was more to grab and I didn't even come close to grabbing them all the first time. So of course, I busted out the second controller and managed to get 26 star bits. This was my best score after dozens of attempts, and analyzing this in slow motion, I'm 99.9% sure I got them all, because like the other volcano, it was really hard to tell if I missed any, but it honestly didn't look like it. The rest of this level was a breeze, although I did have this epic death against King Lekatu. I hit the boss with a Spiny while also getting hit by a Spiny, and after the cutscene happened, Mario was sent careening down the black hole. That was painful to watch, but otherwise, this level was more than possible. I tackled Flip Swap Galaxy afterwards, and it was really easy. Something I learned in Spin Dig Galaxy is you must ground pound the diggers to get star bits out of them, as a simple jump only gets you a coin. Although strangely, ground pounding them during the boss also just gives you a coin, so I'm not sure what's up with that, but otherwise this star was easy. For the next star, I was a little worried about how to get this Goomba with a drill in my hand, but then I realized I could just let him smack me, so I dropped the drill, then spin attack his booty and he'd be set. Following that, my first obstacle was a bunch of Paragoombas that were tricky to spin attack. I got the first one and traveled all the way to the bottom only to realize there was no way to get the ones up top that I missed. So after restarting, I carefully smacked the Goombas one by one and got all their star bits. The crate star was easy because you just had to break them and they didn't contain bits for me to grab. Now that the secret star was out of the way, the normal one had a lot of hidden star bits, but it was still pretty easy. Entering the Fluffy Bluff Galaxy, everything was going fine until I got to this star launcher. When flying, I found there was 4 clouds super high in the air, each with a ring of star bits. Unfortunately, you go stupid fast and can only grab a small handful. And even though you pass by the clouds again, you're still not given nearly enough time to get these star bits. And you can't go into first person and grab the bits because they're too far away. So I went back and tried abusing the cloud power up by long jumping my way to this mountain, followed by attempting to climb up to the top since it's kind of close to a cloud. But even after several attempts, I couldn't really get close enough, and the mountain forces you to slip off anyway. Thankfully, there's a backup star we can do here. By collecting 100 coins for this Luma, he'll transform into this other planet, and lucky for us, there's not a single starbit in sight. The next couple stars were a cakewalk, including the one from Bowser Jr.'s Fiery Flotilla, which takes us out of World 1, and the first star from Puzzle Plank Galaxy. But then came Hightail Falls Galaxy, and boy oh boy, this one was painful. I got all the starbits on this giant hill, and even managed to not kill this Goomba despite knocking its wings off at the worst time. Like seriously, it almost fell. And after that was a star launcher with a huge ring of star bits off to the left side. Needless to say, I missed a ton of these bits, so I tried turning around and was too far away to grab the leftovers. So I went back and decided to run all the way to the top, which has this really tight turn to get up there, by the way, and even standing on the tippy of the ledge, I was still too far away. So with player 2 in hand, I start wiggling the cursors around, and honestly, it barely helped at all. The issue is the star bits are all extremely spread out, and you need some serious pinpoint accuracy to grab them all. Wait, did I get them all? Okay, I guess I did. There's none in sight, and I'm really not sure how I pulled that off. But I digress. The rest of the level was simple. But I'm not done with the hard stars, and I say that unironically going into Boulder Bowl Galaxy. First off, the bowling pins are obnoxious since you can only hit them as Rock Mario, which in turn launches the pins way forward, making it very hard to grab their star bits. The only strategy I could find was to hit a few pins at a time, hope the starbit RNG was nice to me, and just do that until all the pins were gone. Also, Toad is a super soldier. Yep, I just bounced off his tiny puffy head, and he did not care one bit. Now, immediately after that is a lot more trouble. We got tons of Octoombas to spin attack as well as 3 giant rocks. The problem was that the rocks could very easily squish the Octoombas, which in turn would give us a coin, and there's tons of them, so it took a while to figure out what I was supposed to do. I could have pressed my luck and just destroyed the 3 rocks, but I chose to be stealthy instead. By circling around and sniping one Octoomba at a time, it actually worked, but even here, I cut it insanely close to missing this Octoomba. I eventually got them all, and the rest of the level was easy. And the secret star in Honeybloom Galaxy was no trouble at all. But now to try the first star. It was going fine until I got to these 2 vines. That's because accelerating across released dozens of star bits, and since the camera moves so fast, there was no way I could grab them all. I'm not even gonna bother trying with a second controller. I already know half of these bits are practically unreachable without frame perfect accuracy. But thankfully, there's 2 other galaxies we can try out. Starting with Cosmic Cove, it was really slow going, but not much of an issue, and the same goes for the second star. Then I tried Wild Glide Galaxy, and I knew right away this would be incredibly tough. Near the beginning, there's circles of bits and balloons I have to pop. With the second person helping, this is probably possible, but I can't do this while flying the bird and while aiming for the balloons, so we'll come back here as an emergency backup. And finally, we make it to the end of the second world, and it was a breeze without much to mention. You might think that I'm feeling a bit optimistic at this point. Well, you're not gonna believe what heckin' nonsense I'm about to put up with. That's right, this one little Paragoomba. This turd-shaped chunk of garbage drove me half insane. And that's because we need his star bits. And you wanna know why that sucks? Well, because there's no ground underneath them. Quite frankly, I thought this challenge was gonna be over, until I realized that I can create the ground with the clouds and could probably guide the Goomba across the clouds and get his star bits. But this was way easier said than done. Either I messed up the alignment of the clouds, I messed up landing on the plank, the Goomba hit me, or I hit the Goomba the wrong way. Nothing seemed to work right. But I knew that it was definitely possible. Everything just needed to connect. There you have it, guys. All of that stupidly hard, precise work for 3 star bits. And it's not even over yet. Now I have to destroy this flip tack, which was very tricky to do because my cloud was moving and so is he. But thankfully, you can carefully spin attack him and get what you need. And after all of that, this star is beatable. And thank God. Tall Trunk Galaxy's first star was very time consuming, but it wasn't that challenging. The second star, on the other hand, wasn't happening because it's an auto slide, and it's covered in wigglers. And because I can't jump on the wigglers without damaging them on the slide, there's no way for me to destroy them for star bits. And even if there was a way to stun them or destroy them, I doubt you could grab all the star bits because you're moving way too fast to be able to do so. After that, I moved on to Honey Hall Galaxies, and it started off fine since the star bits were just in these blocks, but then came the bonus challenge. Now, I haven't really brought up these bonus challenges because they usually aren't that hard, but this one in particular is ridiculous because you have to spin attack every Pumpkin Goomba twice to get their star bits. And doing that on a timer, yeah, that's just not happening. So I moved on to Freezy Flight Galaxy. I was going for this box at the end, which was pretty scary because we could only rely on the snowball, and I was down to 1 health, which made things worse, but I quickly grabbed the bits and everything was fine. And the second star here was quite easy. Rolling Masterpiece Galaxy had its hard moments since star bits were everywhere, but some spots I was able to basically stay in place and grab them ahead of time. It wasn't too bad a level. So now I've run into a serious dilemma. I need 28 stars to move on, but only have 22. I didn't realize I'd need so many stars this early in the game, so I didn't go for some of the secret or comet stars. At this point, I'm gonna have to go back to previous galaxies several times throughout the rest of this challenge whenever I need backup stars, so keep that in mind. I first tried the Prankster Comet in Yoshi Star Galaxy, and there was no way I'd have enough time to get the Spinies and all the star bits. I just can't move fast enough to do both of these things under the insanely strict time limit. But after that, I had a long streak of easy stars, which include the Secret Star in Puzzle Plank Galaxy, the Secret Star in Hightail Falls, and the Prankster Comet in Spin Dig, Cloudy Court, and Puzzle Plank Galaxy. And finally, Flip Swap's Prankster Comet had 0 star bits and was able to get the star. So out of sheer dumb luck, that nabbed us the 28th star, and possible Prankster Comets also stopped spawning right after this one. So we literally just barely got enough to move on. Hey, maybe it's destiny. So at Bowser Jr.'s Fearsome Fleet, I was really worried about getting all these star bits from the gunner as well as the bits in the glass globe, but then I realized I can just grab these bullet bills from farther back and get everything I need without worrying about the platform moving. After figuring that out, it wasn't too bad. All was good in Supermassive Galaxy until going off a Star Launcher, which I've noticed has become a pattern. Star Launchers are actually evil. So there's loads of star bits hanging out on the side of this warp pipe, and I can't seem to get them all in one swoop. It's not as bad as it seems though. Using a second controller makes it much easier, and I'm even allowed to miss some near the end because I can just flip the camera around and grab the missed star bits, deeming this level possible. And the secret star here is basically the same thing, except you collect the star on the Flower Planet. But now it's time for a quick round of completing easy stars. These include the first star in Sweet Mystery Galaxy, the star in Flipsville as well as the second one, and we also blasted through the Prankster Comets in Sweet Mystery, the Comet in Flipsville, and the first star in Honey Hop. Our good luck streak stops at Starshine Beach, however. Right at the beginning of the Star Launcher, there's 3 rings of star bits which I can't grab with one cursor. So I restarted with a second controller, and realized I could get the top ring of star bits before taking the launcher. It was the middle ring that was definitely the hardest, but with some practice, you can get them all, and the bottom ring is pretty easy considering you're given a lot of time. And after that, I thought I was in the clear, but unfortunately, the bonus challenge just had to be filled with crabbers, and these things are obnoxious trying to take out under a time limit. Whether I tried it just as Mario or with Yoshi, I wasn't making any progress. I even brought a Spiny in to try to save a bit of time, but that still wasn't good enough. So for now, we'll skip this, but maybe it's possible with a second player. I don't know. Thankfully, the first star in Chompworks was extremely simple, as well as the Comet Star in Bowser Jr.'s Fiery Flotilla. A few more easy stars followed. There was the secret one from Cosmic Cove, the first star in Bowser's Gravity Gauntlet, and the first star in Space Storm Galaxy. The second star, on the other hand, was really annoying because I'm almost certain that these star bits are just glitched out. Look, I am extremely close to these bits, yet I can't grab them for some reason. Even when I take the launcher, they aren't grabbable until like the last possible second. So even with 2 people, there's no way you could get all these. You can grab the ring of bits near the end by turning around, but nothing beyond that, so we'll have to skip this. We'll try Boom Moon Galaxy next, and once again, we're screwed over by the bonus challenge. Oh, it's our good old pals, the Pumpkin Goombas. And like before, you can't get star bits out of them fast enough. But Upside Dizzy Galaxy's secret star was fairly easy. I had some epic gaming skills with the crates and finished with 1 second left like an elite gamer. The first star was also pretty simple, and the same can be said for the first star in Slip Sand Galaxy as well as the second one. In Shiverburn, I had some trouble with the Octoombas for some reason. I guess the tiny stubby rocks with the ice blow made things a little bit harder. Otherwise, it wasn't that bad. Then for the secret star, you just complete the challenge and that's it. And Slip Sand's Comet Star is beating Squizzard without getting hit, which gave me no issues. The secret star for Boulder Bowl Galaxy was fairly simple, and while Hightail Falls Comet was challenging, the timer was generous enough to let me nab all the star bits in time. The timer for Bowser's Lava Lair Comet was very tight, but you can make it if you move quickly and don't make any huge mistakes. The secret star in Cloudy Court didn't seem bad until I realized there was Paragoombas, and I knew spin attacking them would send them into the poison 99% of the time. Also, I still have PTSD after my last experience with Paragoombas. But then I realized that by shooting a star bit at one, they'd get stunned that way, and it was slightly easier to hit them then. It still required precise aiming on my end, but at least it wasn't that bad, and I could get all the bits with this method. Freezy Flake's secret star was very simple, and just like that, we can move on to... No. I have 54 stars, and I only need 1 more. And I've already exhausted all the possible prankster comets as well as regular stars. Well, the only thing left to do is to hit up my pal Tetrabit Gaming and try to get that star in Wild Glide Galaxy. Our plan was for Tetra to grab the star bits in the background, and I would just focus on the balloons. And by some stroke of a miracle, this worked exactly as I was hoping it would. We nabbed ourselves a star, and the path was finally open. And that was when I realized I could have just done this easy star in Chopworks Galaxy. Oops. I appreciate the help anyway, Tetra. I'm glad I got this one too for good measure. So we moved on to Bowser Jr.'s Boom Bunker, and it was super easy, which opened a new world and gave us more options for stars. Melty Monster Galaxy's first star was another simple one, and Flashblight Galaxy's first star was no trouble either. But my god, the first star in Slimy Spring is by far the longest, dullest, and most boring star of all the challenges I have ever done. You see these stoodles and urchins? They all have star bits. So what that means is I have to shine a light or spin attack the stoodles and throw a shell one by one at each urchin. The problem, of course, is we're underwater and we run out of air pretty quickly. Now, we are lucky to have this pocket of air, but it takes like 20 seconds to get to. So I have to very slowly and very carefully swim back and forth to knock out a few enemies, go back for air, and do this till they're gone. But you know, honestly, it didn't seem that bad at first. I didn't mind it that much. But then I got halfway through the stage only to find even more of these enemies. Now, thankfully, there is another pocket of air, but it's even farther away, which means I can only destroy 1 or 2 of these enemies at a time. Swimming back and forth for this part alone took over 20 minutes, and I had to do this without wasting too much time or I'd run out of air and risk dying. It is possible to get all the star bits, but holy crap, this was boring. So after all of that, I finally took the freaking star launcher, and lo and behold, a freaking Paragoomba was my next obstacle. Now, of course, I couldn't just spin attack the Goomba in the air because, oh, that would be too easy. He explodes on impact when hitting the water. Of course he does. So what I had to do was meticulously shoot him with a star bit, predict which direction he'd go, and spin attack at the perfect time so I could hit him on the way down and get his star bits. At this point, I'm completely mentally drained and just fed up, as I'm sure you can imagine. But no, I'm not done yet with this 1 star because there's even more urchins at the end of the level. So I go to this pocket of air, destroy 2 urchins, and repeat this over and over. I am so glad that this star is possible after all of that. But holy crap, my brain was completely numb after that experience. But finally moving on to Clockwork Ruins. This star wasn't too bad, but the pumpkin Goombas were kind of a nightmare, especially in this section where the ground was falling apart. I had to precisely knock them into walls so they'd avoid falling down into a gap. At this point, I needed 9 more stars to unlock the final boss, and after seeing how challenging this game has been so far, I wasn't expecting to complete the secret star in Clockwork Ruins, the first star and the second star in Throwback, the comet in Clockwork Ruins, the first and second star in Battle Belt, the comet star in Gravity Gauntlet, Fearsome Fleet, and Battle Belt like it was nothing. Holy crap, we just blasted through all 9 stars and got enough for the grand finale, Bowser's Galaxy Generator. I hate to be anticlimactic here, but there was very little star bits to grab, and after the boss fight, I can confirm that it is indeed possible to beat Super Mario Galaxy 2 while touching every star bit. I've tried to beat Mario 3D World and most new Super Mario Bros. Games backwards, so why not 3D Land as well? A big thanks to Saibu for modding the game to make this challenge possible. The premise is simple. I have to beat the levels from the finish to start. The flagpole is moved to the beginning, I start at the end, and all pipe pathways have been reversed too. There's not much to say about 1-1 and 1-2, but 1-3 is where we first run into trouble. You normally have to drop down on top of the flag, so we clearly cannot make any sort of progress this way. But thankfully, there's an alternate warp pipe we can take to go to 2-1, and that level was also easy. But then we move on to 2-2, our first real challenge. You would normally step on these green blocks that slowly spawn a path in front of you, but we are nowhere near that green block and have to somehow get across this pool of poison which instantly kills us. Thankfully, we have the Tanuki suit and a couple of Goombas to work with. At first, I tried wall jumping from the front and back of the stage. However, the wall closest to us isn't actually a wall, so we only have one side to work with. Well, technically two sides for a little bit, as we can wall jump in this corner. This is actually huge because it gives us access to a flying question mark block. Lucky for us, this block flies back and forth across this deadly path, so we just have to land on it. But that is easier said than done. This game has some wonky depth perception, and I don't play this every day, so it was really tricky to land on. And man is it slippery. I landed on it a few times and just kept sliding off because my momentum wasn't stopping fast enough. After a ton of tries, I finally landed on the block, super relieved that I had a chance. And then the block stopped. But it didn't stop at the end. No, it stopped in front of these two other brown blocks. So I jumped from those ones and even added in an extra wall jump for good measure, but wasn't anywhere close to the other side. So despite all efforts, 2-2 was still not possible, which means that it's not possible to beat Super Mario 3D Land backwards. But of course, we'll try the other levels out for fun. Going back to World 1, 1-4 was not looking promising. You usually use these tilting platforms to get across, but even with a really good Tanuki jump, there was no chance of making it. You can't even land on the candy cane bars. They're nothing but an illusion. One castle was a pretty funny one actually. I warped back to the castle to fight Bowser, except I can't fight Bowser because the door is closed, and there's no way I can hit the switch that's 2 feet away from me. Not even Bowser was willing to help out. I still decided to try jumping towards where the castle would theoretically be, but I got a death zone instead. As for 2-3, I was really hoping to find a propeller block near me, but there wasn't a single one nearby. However, I was able to make some pretty slick Goomba jumps, which was a lot of fun, at least for these first two. After that, the next Goomba's too high up and I can't reach them. And now comes some fun times with 2-4. I was going across these red and blue platforms that flip every time you jump and noticed I was a bit too low to reach up top. However, there's a sting bee that barely comes into frame, and when I jumped near it, it followed me. That's when some lights turned on in my head and had the crazy idea of somehow jumping off of it. At first, I would wall jump and just lose my Tanuki suit, not getting quite high enough. So I tried again with a kneeling jump, which is slightly higher than a normal one, and it still didn't work. It was so close though, and I also learned something incredibly useful about sting bees. They will only move when they're on screen, which means you can basically manipulate them to go in a specific spot and then run off screen so they won't move until you get into their proximity. But I had one more idea, and that was to use the flying question mark block. This was going to be gnarly because not only do I have to line up the sting bee perfectly, but I also have to pull off a blind jump because the camera is facing the complete opposite direction I need it to. This was my best attempt. Okay, right about there. Let's try that. Yes! Oh, that was perfect! Woo-hoo-hoo! We made it! Oh my god, we made it! Yes! Oh my god. I've been making challenge videos for almost 5 years, and pulling stuff like this off is still so enjoyable. 2 Airship was interesting, having to fight Boom Boom at the beginning and giving him a nice little sneak attack, but otherwise it was really easy. In fact, the next few worlds were either really easy or we lost right on the spot. Moving on to World 3, 3-1, 3-2, 3-4, 3-5, and 3 Airship could all be done. However, with 3-3, you can't wall jump off these floating mattresses, so we can't can't make our way up to these falling blocks. I also completely forgot we could play as Luigi until now, and since he's got a higher jump, I'll be using him for the remainder of the video. Moving on to World 4, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, and 4 airship can be completed easily. But going into 4-4, there's a warp box that we need to jump into to go into another section of the level, but it's just out of our sight. And 4-5 was a disappointing one. After clearing an extremely tight jump, we can't make much progress beyond that. The next warp box has us floating in the air again, and even with this platform heading towards us, it is completely out of reach. I couldn't even damage boost off this spike ball or get this Sting Me near me on time, so this sadly couldn't be done. And already we're at World 5. For this one, you can beat 5-2, and that's it. Yeah, seriously, World 5 did not go very well. For 5-1, there's a really tricky jump to make which feels amazing to land. But progress halts at the end because this platform does not go back down since it normally travels up and stops. 5-3 can't be done either because the other platforms are too far away to reach. And neither can 5-4 because the pit to climb back up is too far away. This one in particular is really disappointing because it would have been really fun trying to wall jump up this massive hole, but we can't even attempt it. As for 5-5, well, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And finishing off 5 Castle, we're once again blocked by this door. So we could only complete one level in this entire world, which is pretty sad, but maybe World 6 will fare better for us. And it definitely did, since 6-1, 6-2, 6-4, 6-5, and 6 airship can all be done. The only one we couldn't finish was 6-3, seeing as the warp box is super high in the air and is impossible to reach. So with that out of the way, World 7 was an interesting one. 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, and 7 airship can be done. 7-5 was also possible, but holy crap was it a fun one to tackle. Right away, we're forced to make several Goomba bounces in a row, seeing as the wood platform that we normally stand on isn't accessible at all. This required a lot of practice, but learning the Goomba's patterns and even using these blue poles as backups was a blast. I honestly recommend you guys see if you can do it yourself. It's a great challenge. But 7-1 unfortunately has water pushing us away from the flagpole, and that's all that couldn't be done in World 7. So it's time for World 8 already. 8-1, 8-2, and 8-3 were the only ones that could be done. Everything else was a disaster. 8-4 couldn't be done because the floor that brings you to this area is way too far away, and as for 8-5, the red and blue platforms are too high up to reach, and Monty Mole gets in the way anyway. As you'd expect for the castles at this point, the door can't be opened to reach Bowser, and 8-6 didn't go any better. I had to make a couple difficult jumps to get on top of this revolving section, but after that is a long line of lava and no way of making additional progress. As for the final boss battle, you can run towards Bowser and even get around him, but the platforms you'd normally climb up actually disappear before you get to them. And it does make sense for the game to function like that because there's no way the 3DS could load in this many objects at once without removing what wouldn't typically be on screen. So yeah, World 8 went pretty poorly, but we still have the Special World to check out. But on to Special World 1. Every level was possible except for S1 Castle, and I'm sure you can imagine why. Special World 2 was more of the same thing, with S2-1, S2-4, S2-5, and S2 airship being doable. S2-2 was pretty dumb because the pipe is literally right there, but we cannot get enough height to reach the darn thing. And with S2-3, once again, we can't run across these poles because the game hates us. And that's it for this world. So charging into Special World 3, S3-2, S3-3, S3-4, S3-5, and S3 airship can be done. So almost every level outside of S3-1. This is not faring us well considering the platforms we need to reach are super high into the air and completely inaccessible. But now we move on to Special World 4, and S4-1 was possible, but had an interesting solution. You spawn out of this warp box and have to float down to the bottom. However, because it's such a high descent, you can veer too far off the path and accidentally run into a death zone and die. And I also needed to float beyond the goal and then kind of come back. It was really weird how the whole thing worked. I don't even understand it fully, but yeah, I figured it was worth mentioning. But otherwise, S4-3 and S4 airship could also be done. For S4-2, there's a warp box super high in the air that we can't reach, so basically the same thing that happened with the other ghost house in the normal world. And then there's S4-4. You kind of just fail instantly and shatter all your hopes and admirations. But don't worry, S4-5 lets you get slightly farther. And then you'll fail considering these falling platforms are too spread out and we can't wall jump off the floating mattress. We really need more mattress levels in games, just saying. On to Special World 5, you can beat S5-2, S5-4, and S5-5. S5-1 seemed doable until I discovered the following platforms absurdly high in the air. S5-3 wasn't much better since, yet again, the poles have no collision. And do I really need to explain this one, let's just move on to Special World 6 as it gets a bit spicy. S6-1 is unremarkable, but things get pretty wild with S6-3. There's a level very familiar to this one that wasn't possible in the normal world, but as you can see now, we've got access to 2 Sting Bee, which honestly got me really damn excited because that means we can do some crazy shit. We've got access to 2 green switches. One of them lets us get a lot of height. So on top of having that, I can also float down to this other green switch, which isn't all that useful, but at least it helps us put us in the corner. With the corner, I can climb all the way up to the top and try to manipulate the Sting Bee to get farther down this path. This was not going to be easy because they had to be positioned so precisely for this to work. There was a question mark block that I could land on in the middle, but it was really far away. So I basically needed to put this lower Sting Bee in the corner of the level and then lure the higher one in that same spot. But this couldn't be done at the same time or I'd lose the Tanuki suit. This was my best attempt. I think there's legitimately a method to this madness. Yo, come to Papa, baby. Yes! Okay, that's it. Bounce off to be safe. Oh, yeah! Let's go! Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make it though. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm pausing for a second. Okay, let's see if it works. Come on. Yes. Oh, it's gonna be close. Yeah! Oh my god, I cannot believe we made it. I actually cannot believe that worked. Oh my god. And after that, I could actually finish the level. Well, hot damn. S6-4 could also be done, but my god, the first jump was a pain in the ass. This spinning block is just barely high enough to where I could theoretically wall jump in front of it, but the fragment of time I'd have to pull that off was quite literally a split second. So instead, I jumped off this railing for extra height and wall jumped on another side, and barely got myself up. The rest of the level wasn't that bad, but my god, was it looking like I was gonna be stuck. Oh, and by the way, S6 airship could be done, not much to really say about it. Unfortunately, S6-2 doesn't stand a chance because of the floating mattress again, and also the time limit was a problem. And S6-5 wasn't much better since the floor is too far away, just like the other version of this level from earlier. So after that wild world, let's check out Special World 7. S7-1, S7-2, and S7-5 were doable, and so was S7-4. But holy crap was this one a pain in the hiney. There's this big-ass Cosmic Mario following me around the entire time, and I needed to make a pretty high jump about halfway through. The only way to do it was to bounce off a Sting Bee, but there were so many things that made this task difficult. The Cosmic Mario, the flipping panels, fire bars spinning everywhere, all of this made for a really intense level to complete. And you might think that S7 Castle wouldn't be possible because of the door, but actually, the door isn't there this time. Oh, well that's nice, because I'm sure you guys were curious if you could actually complete the level itself, considering it's basically repeated 3 times, and you can actually get to the end, although you do need to pull off a tight wall jump near the end. With S7-3, the platforms we needed were too high up. That really has become a recurring trend today, hasn't it? But anyway, let's check out the final place, Special World 8. S8-1, S8-2, and S8-3 were all possible, but my god, S8-3 was just the worst. The big Cosmic Mario following me the whole time, while I also had to avoid these thwomps, took me quite a few tries. S8-5 could also be done, but not S8-4 because there's too much lava in the way to reach the next set of platforms. And as you'd expect, once again, we're trapped behind the door in S8 Bowser. So all that's left to try is S8 Crown. And this whole time, I've been curious to try it out. And I hate to say it, but I couldn't make much progress at all. Once entering the warp box, I was too far away from any sort of platform, so that one can't be done either. So with that, 60 out of 96 levels were possible, meaning only a 62.5 success rate. That's pretty damn low. I mean, that's barely above half of the stages. This video feels like a necessity, considering we have challenges completed for Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury without crouching. So we might as well knock out Mario 3D Land, right? The rules are what you'd expect. I have to crouch the entire time, and I'm not allowed to do normal jumps. Basically, as long as I'm always holding the crouch button, that's all that really matters in in the end. I simply need to beat the game and take out the final Bowser, as expected. So like usual, I started playing the game, and this is where I tell you that this level was a piece of cake. Oh, and this one had a tricky thing in it, but I found some sort of epic skip that we highlighted. But Mario 3D Land was different, because right off the bat, it was just way too easy. In fact, it was so easy, I almost debated on canceling this challenge altogether. But you know me, I like to make my life a living hell 94% of the time. So we're gonna add some extra difficulty by also attempting this challenge while playing with my feet. That's right, Wiki Feet, go crazy! But yeah, I'm gonna hold down the crouch button with a rubber band, tape the controller to the ground, and then move around and jump with my toes. I can't wait for this brand new controller I just purchased to break. Foreshadowing. It happened. It did happen. Oh, now we're talking, baby. The struggle actually feels real, especially when I got to the Bowser fight. Avoiding the fireballs was not as easy as it seemed, since making turns required what felt like a lot of movement. I've done this challenge before in New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, and like last time, I need to basically scrunch up my feet to be able to push the buttons and move the joystick quickly. Within about 5 minutes, my feet started to ache, and I knew I was in for a good time. Although dying at the very end of Bowser because I kept missing the black button was pretty painful. After about 5 or 6 tries, I managed to clear this level and move on to World 2. 2-1 was fairly simple. Again, the only issue is just my feet cramping up, especially my right foot for some reason, which is strange considering I'm just pushing the jump button. I could feel some pain on my inner portion of my foot underneath my toe, and that's probably because I was curling my foot a little bit so I could make room for the camera and tripod. So you can see the context, I took a picture so you can see just how uncomfortable this setup is, and yes, I am wearing pants, you sicko. Okay, fine, here's another picture just to prove that, but anyway, I'm getting a little sidetracked. 2-2 didn't get difficult until the flip panels. The timing is usually pretty fair, but when I'm crouching while also moving very sloppily, it doesn't feel quite so generous, especially in this last section. The only way I managed to get past it was to take some scary shortcuts and try to maintain my speed for as long as possible. But it's difficult because of the different jump heights, so I have to find a rhythm of crouch jumping when I'm going slow enough to ensure I don't overcalculate anything. Because yes, crouch jumping is much faster than just crouch walking. Moving on to 2-3, I ran into my first real dilemma, and that's the fact that I can't propel myself into the air with the propeller box while I'm crouching. I tried clearing the first jump regardless, and while I got close, it wasn't going to be quite good enough. While this might seem like a huge problem, I had one trick up my short t-shirt sleeve, and that was of course the Tanuki suit, since I can float in the air while holding jump. And thankfully, that was enough to clear the entire level. There were some terrifying jumps, like this one where I had to bounce off this Goomba and then land on this tiny blue block without sliding off, but it was all very manageable, which was a relief. 2-4 and 2 Castle was as easy as can be. Even the Boom Boom fight didn't cause much trouble, so next up is World 3 of course. 3-1 was fairly simple, but I learned something fairly particular about 3-2 in the water. When you hold crouch and hit the ground in water, it is impossible to jump. You will literally be glued to the ground unless you manage to make Mario crouch off a gap or get back on land again. I'm not sure if this is some weird oversight, but it's definitely weird, so I just had to make sure I didn't touch the floor. 3-3's donut blocks were pretty annoying to put up with. The reason for that is the speed they fall at can drastically change your jump. It was pretty hard to control if I wanted to do a small or big crouch jump, and they definitely threw me off a few times, but it was definitely possible, and so was 3-4 and 3-5. 3 Castle was going well too, up until the Boom Boom fight, and I'm not sure what it was. Either my aching feet were starting to get to me, or it was the conveyor belt floors, but I kept dying to Boom Boom over and over and over again. And I didn't go in with a larger Tanuki Mario because I was required to damage boost to get past all these spikes. So after a lot of trial and error, I managed to take out Boom Boom, but man, he was a struggle. With that though, we carry on to World 4. Now, World 4 really wasn't that difficult at all. This includes 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4, 4-5, and 4 Airship. Although Pom Pom was giving me some issues. Again, like with Boom Boom, I was having issues just aiming right for Pom Pom's head. It took a few tries, but I eventually conquered a smithereens and moved to World 5 next. Also, my feet were really getting sore now, but I think I was kind of getting used to it. World 5 was looking a lot like the fourth world on the difficulty side, considering I breezed through 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, and 5-4. 5-5, on the other hand, wasn't the same story, since I wasn't able to make this cloud jump. Like, just look, it wasn't even close at all. So I went back in with a Tanuki suit to try again, and because I'm able to glide, I was able to slide and wall jump my way up the first cloud. It took a ton of attempts, but it felt great doing it with my feet. But then the next cloud after that was just way too far away. I stood no chance of reaching this one. Stumped on what to do, I decided to get the propeller hat even though it didn't work last time. Okay? I guess I'm allowed to use the hat with the Tanuki suit on specifically? That makes no sense, but whatever suits you, video game, whatever suits you. Since I was able to use the propeller, I got through the rest of 5-5 pretty smoothly. 5 Castle was a lot more difficult since the sinking platforms were a big pain in the butt. I could navigate them no problem, but I also needed to continuously jump while avoiding spikes and dry bones. That was easier said than done, but I did get through it considering Tail Bowser is another tail all on its own. He's very similar to the other Bowser fight we had, but much more annoying since there were less platforms and the swinging tail attack was tricky to avoid. I really had to be on my toes if you know what I mean. I'm sorry for the dad joke. Just laugh awkwardly, okay? Do that for me. Thank you. Okay. I did learn that I could easily jump over the fireballs with big crouch jumps, so that was pretty useful at least. After a lot of attempts, I barely snagged the edge of Bowser's big black button and finished up World 5. Moving on to World 6, 6-1 was giving me a lot of trouble from the get-go. The Porky Puffers jump swiftly, and as one that can only crouch, I can only go so fast. There were 2 options on the table. The first is to wait for the Porky Puffers to pass and destroy the bridge, and this works since I could just jump over the gap, but that is until getting to the very end of the stage. The entirety of the bridge was on target to be destroyed by a group of Porky Puffers, and no matter how fast I'd go, I wasn't able to get across without falling. I tried timing out my jumps differently, and I couldn't even manage to land on this last piece of bridge. So my only option was to go back for a Tanuki suit and try again. And while it was possible with this suit, it still wasn't easy. I basically needed to get to the second to last bridge piece, wait a brief moment, jump, float in the air, and then go right. This was the only way I could get through the Porky Puffers without getting hit. 6-2 features a lot of time spike floors. While not impossible, some sections near the end were tricky since I needed to time my jumps really carefully, which again isn't easy when you're using your feet. My left foot in particular was starting to cramp real badly, so it was getting harder and harder to be precise with my movement. Now 6-3 was nothing short of a juggernaut. I haven't played this game since I tried to get all the coins a couple years ago, so I forgot which paths were correct, creating a lot of annoying trial and error. Then I got to this part with a massive boo and a tightrope. I made my way to the door and I didn't go through it. Okay, this massive boo is in the way. Maybe I was just missing the door or something? So I tried again by luring the boo far away from the door, crouched up to it, and wow, it actually just doesn't work. You want to know how many doors I've gone through already? 7! Yes, I actually went through all my footage and counted every single door, and all of them worked, but not this specific purple one for some reason. And look at this, 4-4's door is purple, so what's the deal with this one? I don't know what's going on with this purple door. Maybe it's just throwing a temper tantrum or something, I don't know, but I can't do a damn thing about it. And you want to know what's better? The warps are an absolute joke in this game. There's a warp zone in 1-2, which takes you to World 4, and 1 and 4-2 that takes you to World 5. So they are of absolutely no help whatsoever. And that means that it is indeed not possible to beat Super Mario 3D Land while only crouching, with or without feet. So I reluctantly accepted defeat and decided to move on just to see which levels are and aren't possible. 6-4 and 6-5 were simple enough, but things got spicy yet again with the boss. Pom Pom isn't really difficult, but all this fire made jumping accurately way more difficult than before. And for a second, I wasn't sure how I was going to do this with my feet. So I started to do some experimenting and discovered something huge. After hitting Pom Pom, her shell bomb attacks always killed me. So I learned that when crouching and just moving back and forth, I can just barely avoid all of her attacks. I'm not sure why or how this works considering the crouch waddle is so slow, but it made this fight bearable and passable. Moving on to World 7, 7-1 was pretty easy, and so was 7-2, but holy crap did I have some close calls. Like here, as well as right here. Oh, and how did that not kill me? And oh dear God, I should be dead. Ah, get me out of this level, oh my God. 7-3 was a slice of pie. 7-4 was time consuming, and 7-5 was really grinding my gears. My wooden gears, that is. Inherently, this level would be quite a fun challenge while only crouching. But I don't know what fun is. I'm using my feet right now, okay? The Goombas of all things were causing me trouble because their waddle is faster than my waddle. And there's so many moving pieces everywhere. Like I said, this would have actually been fun if I used my hands like a normal plebeian. 7 Airship is a lot like 7-5. It could have been an absolutely splendid time with my fingies, but no! Instead, I kept falling off the rotating platforms because I don't have toe-eye coordination. Yet. But now that I knew the ultimate strategy against Pom Pom, these duel fights were surprisingly simple and World 7 was done just like that. This spike ball hill part was a bit annoying in 8-1, but that's nothing compared to 8-2. The moving poles were something to write about in the history books. The issue really came down to the poles that started moving above the donut blocks. They moved so fast that it was near impossible for me to catch up to them. The only option I had was to long jump off of the very last donut block and snag the pole that way with a Tanuki suit. You know how much precision this takes with 2 little stubby toes? And that's not all. I have to do the same thing almost immediately after that. This was quite the struggle bus, let me tell you. 8-3 was slightly challenging, while 8-4 was impossible. But why was it impossible? Was it A, controller broke, B, Luigi woke, or C, purple door? If you selected C, purple door, then congratulations, you win nothing. 8-5 was actually kind of fun, but for 8 Bowser, I made a mistake. A mistake that is mistakenly quite a large mistake, because I decided to take on Bowser as Small Mario, which, you know, not the brightest idea of all time. I died an unbelievable amount of times just because of how hard it was to control. I had so much strain on my feet that even my knees were hurting, as strange as that sounds. Like, for real, just avoiding Bowser's tail and landing was a miracle. After that, it was all about learning Bowser's patterns and muscle memory. The only way I could do this was to jump as Bowser's landing, clear his Death Wave and Fireballs, and jump over his tail. Then I had to lure Bowser to the left side of the screen for as long as I could, and that gave me just enough time to reach the button and finish the level. Oh my god. I really should have gotten a Tanuki suit for this one. What was I thinking? But thankfully, 8-6 went okay. But it's time, fellas. 8 Final Castle. This was my 3rd day into this challenge, and my feet were just about to put themselves up for adoption. The level itself really wasn't a problem. As you'd expect, it was all about the Bowser fight. And frankly, it's still pretty impressive to this day. I love how dynamic this whole fight is. To put it lightly though, Bowser was hard as balls. Like f***ing bowling balls. This fight was a living nightmare. What made this so brutal was that I needed to keep the Tanuki suit to stand any chance against the second form. That alone took dozens of tries to pull off one time. And when I finally did, I had no idea how much harder the second part was gonna be. Bowser's pink fireballs are larger, more accurate, and also destroy most platforms it blazes through. Things only get trickier when the platforms continue to be elevated higher and higher. I mean, look how tight these jumps are. I have to change up my jump and also avoid the fireballs somehow. And then this happened. Thank you. Oh, thank God it's over. My knees were in so much pain that I had to end it for the day. So, I'll tell you guys what. I'm still gonna play through the special levels, but, not with my feet. The reason for that is the strategies are gonna be almost the same since most of the levels are repeats, so I'm gonna play normally and only highlight the interesting stuff. The first one of these interesting levels is Special 1 Castle. Initially going into this, I was really only worried about the timer stages because of how slowly I move when crouching, and that was definitely an issue with this one. The main problem was just the ending due to the massive lack of timers. No matter how much I optimized my run, I simply could not get myself across this bridge because the next timer was so far away. So I decided to use the Tanuki suit for help. It didn't really make me that much faster, but I was able to cut some corners since I could glide around them, and that did save a precious few seconds. And I'm talking just a few. I mean, look how freaking close I got to the timer I needed. Oh, this one was just pain. Pure, unaltered pain. The last thing I could consider doing is throwing in a couple of long jumps. And here's the thing. I don't know if a long jump should even be allowed to begin with because it's technically not crouching. But I am holding the crouch button the whole time, so that's really up to you to decide if that's allowed or not. But thanks to some well-timed long jumps, I was able to get to the clock I needed with 5 seconds to spare. At this point, all I could do was damage boost through Dry Bowser, and this was as close as I got. 1 second. I had 1 second to spare. And that was with a few long jumps. If I didn't do that, then this would have been impossible for sure. Every level in Special 2 was easy, and same with Special 3, Special 4, Special 5, and 6-5 has a purple door I can't go through. Again, for no reason. Yeah, purple doors, guess what? They give me nightmares now. Besides that though, the rest of Special 6 was simple, and so was Special 7 until 7 Castle, because oh no, not this level again! Thankfully I don't have to fight Dry Bowser, but Cosmic Mario chases me the entire time, and it is exceptionally obnoxious. Not only do I need to get every single clock, but I can't bonk or get hit because I need the Tanuki suit for the entire level. That is easier said than done. There was nothing in particular that was like really hard. It was just getting a perfect run all in one go that was hard. There were so many barriers I had to avoid, and I couldn't slow down to take my time or I'd lose the Tanuki suit. But it was possible, thankfully. So all that's left is Special 8. Special 8 3 can be summed up in this clip. Yup, that's what the whole level was like. And the rest of Special 8 was fairly easy, and all that's left is Special 8 Crown. And for this level, I did go back to using my feet because I might as well. Look, my dumb video, my dumb rules, okay? Within the second section, I realized I have to hop across these tiny platforms instead of running across them. After that, I had a lot of trouble with just bouncing off these Goombas. Normally, just holding right would be, easy, but the coordination doesn't exist with my toes, so this took a while to get used to. Even just hopping up here was hard to do since the depth perception is so wonky in 3D land. But the real hard part was the raining bob-ombs and fire bars. The thing of the matter is the fact that I need to retain this Tanuki suit as long as possible, preferably until the end so I can damage boost through a bunch of flames. Especially this segment with the falling floor. It was almost impossible to not get hit. The flames patterns are fast, erratic, and not f***ing around. When I finally did get through with a Tanuki suit, it was a blessing since I could blaze through this last part, and with that I was done. I attempted every level of Mario 3D Land while only crouching. Look, you're not gonna believe this, but only 3 of the 96 levels weren't possible. That is the greatest ratio we've ever had. And if it wasn't for the dumb purple doors, I bet every single level would have been possible. I'll admit it, Super Mario 3D Land is probably my least favorite 3D Mario game. So I have an idea to make it more fun. I'm gonna try to grab all the coins. That should do the job, right? So here's the rules. The main objective is to beat Bowser at World 8 Castle. Infinitely spawning coins do not count, and coins that come from the timer don't either because they're not actually coins. Now the star medals are really weird in this game. When you first collect one, they don't give you coins, but when you replay a level, they do. So I'm not gonna count these either, but I'll still need some to move along. So that's the rules. We got a lot of levels to play through, so let's get jinky with it. Starting things off with 1-1, it was honestly a cakewalk. I learned a couple things here that are good to note too. Killing enemies, whether it's by jumping on them or whacking your tail, gets us a coin, so we're gonna have to make sure to kill them all. Touching the top or near the top of the flagpole also nets us 10 coins, and while these aren't technically coins, we'll go ahead and do this for the sake of this video. 1-2 was another easy level, and I learned something that was quite relieving. The 10 coin blocks weren't obnoxious. You just get the coins and you move on. That's right, no turning your head into a golden block, no spew of coins popping out afterwards. It was nice and simplified. For one mystery box, a lot of coins sprayed across this room, but I had more than enough time to scoop them all up. To save you all time, every single mystery box level is possible considering they're all very similar in style. But with 1-3, we've run into some trouble. Our path splits into 2 directions, and both of them have coins to collect. The one towards our left is simple enough with these 4 coins. The problem arises with the coins on the other path. We can't collect all these when taking the left side. The other path has loads of coins high in the air, but with no way to grab them all. Tanuki Mario's floating doesn't help much either because Mario falls too fast to get to the cloud we need to. We can land on the lowest cloud, but not the higher ones. I tried getting the coins on the left and then turning around to wall jump up, but the coins are too low to do that. So I did a bit of research and watched a speedrun of Mario 3D Land to see if there was any advanced techniques I could use to help. That's when I learned that the Tanuki tail is way more broken than I imagined and could very easily climb up walls with wall jumping. Going back to the challenge, I took the coins from the left path, then simply wall jumped my way back up to the top. I can't believe that this is even possible. I'm really glad that I learned about this method. 1-4 was nerve-wracking because most of the stage was on these switchboards. I especially hated having to check all these bricks for coins, and I had to snipe out this piranha while also not falling. Thank God for Mario's Shadow. Also, I learned that some of the bushes have coins in them, so that means I have to check every single one of them in the game. It seems to be random for which ones have coins and which ones don't. One castle was pretty straightforward. After taking out Bowser, World 1 was finished and we could move on to World 2. 2-1 wasn't very eventful, although I ran into my first coin coffer. I smacked him a few times for coins, then he exploded into a ring of coins, and 2 of those almost fell off the ledge, but otherwise this was easy. And 2-2 was a fairly simple level. 2-3 was possible, but pretty scary as well. There were several Goombas I had to stomp on in the air, so my aim had to be perfect. Thankfully, by using the Tanuki suit and propeller box, it simplified the matter. So 2-4 really wasn't bad, but I kept dying here for some reason. That was because these Bowser blocks were a bit tricky. While Goombas spawn infinitely from here, I still had to squish at least one for 1 coin. After that, they don't spawn any more coins. These flipping platforms were tricky to navigate because that's where these Goombas kept spawning. The only decent solution to this was to smack them with the Tanuki tail. And now to our first auto-scroller. I knew 2 airship was going to be a tough one, especially when I discovered that bullet bills have coins by jumping on them. And you can't smack them with your tail, you have to jump on them to get the coin. Initially, I was going way too slow to get all these bullet bill coins, so I thought I'd try using a fire flower to take them out. So I hit the bullet bill, and of course, nothing happened. So basically, I need to be really fast and just practice. But as it turns out, I managed to get all these bullet bills on my first try. I guess something just kind of clicked in my head. I don't know. It really just came down to timing my jumps well and moving as swiftly as I could. And after stomping Boom Boom's dumb head, World 2 was finished. 3-1 was a slog to get through. That's because there were so many sand marks to ground pound, and it felt like they never stopped coming. In general, 3-1 had a load of coins to grab, but even with that, it was doable. 3-2 is slow going but simple enough. Despite clutching out this wall jump and almost falling, 3-3 was actually pretty easy. And 3-4 wasn't terribly hard either. And then came 3-5, another tough auto-scroller. I needed to move as fast as I could muster because most of the bricks had coins in them. The Tanuki tail was essential to get through this. I was so close to dying before the checkpoint, but thankfully the Tanuki suit is so freaking good that I barely survived. After that was a harder segment, so I busted out the golden Tanuki suit and took care of the Bitty Buds. After that, we were in the clear. To wrap up World 3 was the airship, and there were very few coins to nab, so of course, on to World 4. 4-1 was a pretty painless level to play, and the same for 4-2. 4-3 was really scary because all the blocks were rotating, but it wasn't that hard. I just had to smack a bunch of Paragoombas. And 4-4 was surprisingly not much trouble. The boos were really easy to avoid. And now we're at 4-5, and I gotta be honest, Mario 3D Land has been surprisingly easy so far. But that stops at 4-5, because entering this mystery box throws us into a room where every tile has an invisible block. We've only got 10 seconds to hit all these blocks, and there is no feasible way we can do that. So I thought that maybe a boomerang suit could help us out. The idea here was to jump and throw the boomerang so it would hit multiple blocks at once, but the blocks were so low that this strategy didn't pan out. My last idea was to mash the spin button with a Tanuki tail. This technique is used by speedrunners to move quickly. While this definitely let me move faster, it didn't really work because touching a wall made Mario bonk, therefore losing all momentum and precious time. So as far as I can tell, 4-5 is not possible. But is this the end of our journey? Well, not yet. While warp pipes are few and far between in Mario 3D Land, there is one we can take in 4-2. By wall jumping up here, we find this orange pipe, and that sends us to World 5. This skip is admittedly pretty lame since you only bypass a few levels, but at least we can keep going with this challenge. 5-1 was simple enough, but I wasn't able to reach these plants as just normal Mario. I went back in with Golden Tanuki Mario and got their coins no problem, although I was incredibly worried about returning to the cannon as it didn't look like I could jump back. I long jumped at the top platform and lo and behold, I somehow made it back to the other side. I really thought this was gonna be the end, but I guess we can continue on. And 5-2 was going well enough as well. The coins weren't too hard to nab. And then I found another mystery box. Oh man, this can't be any worse than that other one, right? Oh, come on! It's the same damn box, but at a top-down angle. And we're out of warp zones to use too, so unfortunately, that means Super Mario 3D Land isn't possible while touching every single coin. You know, it's really annoying that the freaking bonus room is what caused us this trouble, but we might as well try out the rest of the levels, right? Let's finish up World 4. 4 Airship was a level that required the Tanuki suit to even stand a chance. The hardest part was avoiding these spikes while also maneuvering around to hit all the bricks and nab all the coins. After taking out Pom Pom, 4 Airship is possible. Now back to World 5, 5-3 was not going well. There were so many moving platforms, basically forcing this level to be an auto-scroller, and the boomerang suit was not giving me enough airtime to hit all these enemies. So I switched to the Tanuki and realized the only way I could do this was to swipe the Paragoombas first, then come back and hit the Piranha plants. Also, I had to pray that the plants wouldn't burn the Paragoombas before I got to them, because that happened on one of the attempts and I was pretty livid about that one. Jumping for this plant was scary, because I had to land south and get these remaining coins. So yes, you can get all the coins in 5-3, but my god was it a pain. Now 5-4 wasn't nearly as bad, it was just a little annoying. I had to stomp on all these Morty moles because they had 3 coins each. My issue with the moles is when they took up the entire pathway. I basically just had to damage boost to get their coins. 5-5 was another time-consuming level, but it was nothing too bad. 5 Castle kept me on my toes, but there was nothing too challenging here either. So now on to World 6. 6-1 was another level that wasn't hard, but a big slog. That's in part to these freaking Cheep Cheeps. I had to hit every row of them 3 times before their coins stopped spawning in. The best way to do this without getting hit was to use the Tanuki tail, and it took forever to get all these coins. Even the Porcupuffer had coins, so I had to get those too. Looking back, the Golden Tanuki would have made this way easier, but it's done with at least. 6-2 was alright as long as I took it slowly, and 6-3, 6-4, and 6-5 were simple enough. 6 Airship had very few coins to grab, and that wrapped up World 6. To World 7 away! 7-1 was a really slow water level, but rather easy. And 7-2 had very few coins as it was mostly tough platforming. Following that was 7-3 and 7-4, and they were both straightforward. So now to 7-5, and this one was definitely a tricky level. That's because these platforms fall when the buzzsaws chop it off, and there's a 10 coin block in Goomba that takes some really pristine timing to grab all the coins. What was really hard though was the try 10 coin block. Is that the official name? I don't think so, and I don't care. This is now officially the Try 10. Trying to get all the coins on this Try 10 was ridiculous because of how tiny the platform was, and it was moving, so I had to mash and move myself perfectly. I eventually got all the coins by moving with the platform properly, but right after that was a really challenging auto-scroller. I had to get all the coins, swipe all the Paragoombas, and watch for which platforms would fall all simultaneously. This part took quite a few tries, but I did eventually get it. 7 Airship was a really short level without too many coins, so stopping on Boom Boom and Pom Pom leads us to World 8. 8-1 had a lot of coins to get, but it was more than doable, and the same can be said for 8-2 as well as 8-3. 8-4 was going alright for a little while, then we got to this block that spewed coins all over the place. My timing was already pretty fast here, and quite a few coins fell into the abyss, so I don't think 8-4 is going to be possible. And 8-5 was another grueling level. Now, I learned something vital about the bullet bills from these launchers. They each have 3 coins in them before the coin stops spawning, and I originally thought it was just 1 coin. I didn't realize this when playing 2 Airship, as that level had loads of bullet bills, so with this new knowledge, 2 Airship is actually impossible. 3D Land already can't be completed with every coin anyway, so it is what it is. Then this part with the flipping platforms and moles was just obnoxious. My jumps had to be extremely precise. This part took quite a while to get down, but otherwise 8-5 was possible. And 8 Castle wasn't too shabby either. 8-6 had a few tricky coins here and there, but it was nothing to sweat over. And finally, we made it to 8 Final Castle. I hate to be anticlimactic here, but there's hardly any coins in this level. After demolishing Bowser and running from him, we have finally finished Super Mario 3D Land and saved the princess once again. Or maybe not. That's because Mario 3D Land has an entire selection of special stages that we still have to try out. Not gonna lie, there's 52 special stages, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it. It's so much work, so much effort, so much time.
Hey, no giving up, okay? You just need some epic Nico gamer time.
Epic Bandy Gamer Time! Now that I've been powered up and these levels are very similar to the normal ones, we're gonna be much more brief for these stages. Are you ready? Go! S11 was really easy considering how many stars you can find to ram through all the enemies, and S12 was simple enough. S13 had a mystery box to go in, and wouldn't you guess, it was another one we can't complete because there's too many bricks to break in 10 seconds, so S13 is not possible. Compared to the version from 6.1, S14 was insanely easier since the Boomerang Bros don't put up much of a fight. Despite S1 Castle's tight timer, it wasn't that hard. Moving on to S-World 2, every level here was a walk in the park. S21 was painless, S22 required me to swim fast, and S23 had these block-a-blocks that were terrifying to take out because of this constantly moving lift. S24 had lots of Goombas to stomp on and it was scary, S25 featured barely any coins, and finally S2 Airship was loaded with bonsai bills. And that's about it. There was nothing too remarkable to mention here. So on to S-World 3. S31 was a bit scary to go through, S32 had barely any coins, and S33 was easy peasy. S34 had almost no coins, as well as S35, and S3 Airship was an auto-scroller that scrolled way too fast to get all the coins from the bullet bills. So yeah, this level isn't possible, but that's one of the very few in this whole game. Up next is S-World 4. S41 is basically just an enemy gauntlet, S42's coins were easy nabbers, and S43 was mainly jumping on bullet bills again. S44 was incredibly easy, S45 gave me no issues, and S4 Airship was smooth sailing, pun intended. Up next is S-World 5. S51 was a cakewalk, S52 had very few coins, and S53 had lots of enemies to hit and coins to grab, but it was still doable. But S54 wasn't possible because we aren't given nearly enough time to hit all the boxes with the speed of the stage scrolling. You know, it's interesting how the levels that haven't been beatable are either because of the mystery box or just being an auto-scroller. Moving on, S55 was a little confusing but very easy, and S5 Castle had almost no coins to grab. S61 had lots of coins but it was simple, S62 with a Tanuki was a breeze, and S63 had almost no coins. S64 was tricky platforming but doable, and then came S65. There's a floor that moves way too fast here to get all the coins. Even if I had Tanuki Mario, I couldn't hit all the enemies while getting all the coins in the box. So once again, an auto-scroller stopped us in our path. S6 Airship was extremely short and surprisingly easy for an auto-scroller. S-World 7 was next, and S71 was easy because the Boomerang Bros gave you 10 seconds a pop. It's honestly kind of broken when you have to hit every one of them for either coins or a timer. S72 went fine since I moved really carefully. The Cosmic Clone was no trouble. For S73, landing on this Mole was terrifying, but otherwise this level was a knockout. S74 on the other hand was an extremely tough Cosmic Clone level. The main reason is because the Cosmic Clone was so large. It was tricky to grab all the coins and constantly move. There was extra pressure to not mess up, which in turn made it easier to mess up. The Tanuki tail was pretty much required for S74. The tail's range helped grab loads of coins, but this particular section I was choking on because of all the crap I had to avoid. Actually getting all these coins in this section while also avoiding the spikes, keeping track of the flipping platforms, avoiding the Cosmic Clone, and not getting hit was insane. As you're watching now, I had to make some ridiculous maneuvers to pull all this off, and I'm really glad I was able to do all this. S75 was another auto-scroller, and another level we can't finish because of it. The issue this time is the circle of coins rotating around this cylinder. There's too many coins to grab, and no matter how early I show up, the screen always killed me. And S7 Castle wasn't a challenge since there was next to no coins. And that's about it. So the final place to check out, S-World 8. S8-1 is just 1-2 backwards and it isn't that challenging. S8-2 is very time consuming since I had to stomp every Monty Mole and wait for coins to rotate into place, but you couldn't have all the coins. S8-3 was very intense, although there was almost no coins to grab. S8-4 wasn't too bad because there wasn't a lot of coins. Yeah, big surprise, right? And then there was S8-5, which was absolutely terrifying. The cylinders were spinning ludicrously fast, and with the cosmic clone behind me, I was clenching the entire way through. There was some crazy instances where I was gonna fall, but managed to save myself by wall jumping. I don't know how that worked out, but hey, S8-5 is possible. And once again, S8 Castle had almost no coins to grab. It's mostly just beating the level. Now, I bet you're really curious how S8 Crown went. And I hate to disappoint, but this level wasn't much harder than it normally is. Most of the coins here come from enemies which you just stomp on or swipe away. This is still a challenging level to complete, no doubt, but the difficulty only went up a little bit. And that finally wraps things up. S8 Crown is actually possible. So out of the 105 levels, only 9 were not possible, which is a pretty darn good ratio if you ask me. So I was talking to Mayro a couple weeks ago, and next thing I knew, she offered to make the entirety of Super Mario 3D World backwards. So of course I said yes, and since Mayro is so awesome, make sure to check out her channel and subscribe. So completely out of the blue, I'll be attempting this challenge and completing as many levels as I can backwards. The only changes made to the game are that we spawn at the end, flagpoles are at the beginning, and all the warp pipes, pipe cannons, and warp boxes are reversed. I'm allowed to use any power-ups I want, and any strategies with them are fair game. We're not counting any sort of mini-bosses either, only the main levels. So with all that said, let's get started. Right away, you'll probably notice I'm playing the Wii U version. I know, how dare I? Here's the thing, modding is a lot easier on the Wii U, so that's why we went with this version. I don't think the additional speed boost is gonna help much with levels anyway. And speaking of, once we get to the checkpoint, I am hopelessly done for. The other half of the level is too high up and way too far away. I tried this with a few different characters, but didn't have any luck. The closest I got to the other side was with a cat momentum jump, but the issue is the death zone kills me, and even if I did make it to the other side, I wouldn't have enough stamina to climb all the way up. Koopa Troopa Cave was really simple, and something that's nice about Mount Beanpole is I'll be able to get catsuits here for free. If I need any backup, then I can just play this level over. Now, Plessie's Plunging Falls was simply hilarious. Keep in mind that I did not request the camera to change besides removing the auto-scroll and auto-scrollers, so I had to drive Plessie while not being able to see where I was going. This made controlling Plessie super janky, but it doesn't last long since this level can't be done. You normally take this big-ass jump at the end, and Plessie has no way of getting up there. I thought Switch Scramble Circus would be a breeze until I realized that a pipe shoots us to the end and there's no way to get across. Even the Captain Toad level spawn us at the end, just to see how it changes the gameplay. And for Captain Toad Goes Forth, it's significantly easier since we don't have to do as much climbing. Bowser's Highway Showdown's cutscene is fantastic because instead of entering the castle, Peach decides to leave. I mean, I don't blame her to be honest. The only notable thing to bring up is you do the Bowser fight really early on, but the level itself is easy. And that's it for World 1. So we'll move on to World 2 and see where that takes us. The beginning of Conch Canyon seemed tricky. The camera just doesn't move at all, so I had to figure out how to get up at this awkward angle. After some attempts, I discovered I could just use the catsuit to climb up this wall, and when the platforms moved, I could just jump off of that and then run back. To make things more interesting for Puff Prod Peaks, I decided to not use the touchscreen. The first jump was pretty far away, so I needed to pull off a cat momentum jump to get to the other side. What made this level so scary is that I can't see where to go. The camera does not move for me one bit. One of the scariest jumps is going to this platform near the cloud level. I had to jump really far and climb across the wall before I started falling. Once I got to the checkpoint, the scary jumps were gone and I was good to go. When it comes to Shadow Play Alley, Double Cherry Pass, and Bowser's Bullet Bill Brigade, they were super easy. It's worth mentioning that the piranha plants loaded in after I passed them, which I thought was pretty humorous. For the underground part of really rolling hills, I didn't think I'd be able to climb up this hill since it's really steep. But in Mario 3D World, the physics are super weird and you can just jump up most hills. I don't know why this works, but that wraps up World 2. For World 3, there isn't anything to say about Snowball Park, Chain Link Charge, Shifty Boo Mansion, Pretty Plaza Panic, Pipeline Lagoon, Captain Toad Makes a Splash, and the Bullet Bill Express. They're all beatable. I didn't think I'd be able to do Mount Mustache because of all the slants, but again to my surprise, you can simply jump up and just hold forward. So I guess this applies to all the hills in the game. I did have to be careful to not get hit by the Biddy Buds, but 3-6 was much smoother than I expected. Almost the entirety of World 3 was possible backwards. Almost. For switchboard falls, there's a couple of switchboards on the bottom, but the other ones are way too high up for us to even get close. I tried using cat momentum with Luigi, but had no luck. I then tried it with Peach, and while I got farther, it didn't matter. I also tried climbing the waterfall, only to find out that you can't climb that. So this level definitely isn't happening. But now, on to World 4. To start things off, Spike's Lost City was possible with a cat suit, and Lava Rock Lair was painless. Ant Trooper Hill required some damage boosting at the beginning and a well-timed cat momentum jump, but otherwise, there's not much to mention. Piranha Creeper Creek's piranhas weren't the easiest to avoid, but if you're careful, then you can get around them. Beep Block Skyway was by far the most fun I've had with a backwards level. Right at the beginning is this massive slope that we have to climb up. But of course, the platforms switch to the music, so we have to time our jumps well, but also make sure we switch sides accordingly. Now that's what I call gaming 43. Available in stores now. But now let's talk about Big Bounce Byway. This is what you're really watching for. We've arrived at the first of our many Kaizo 3D World challenges. Immediately, we come out of the warp box and almost fall to our death, only surviving by the tippy toes on the cloud. The mushroom platform is nowhere near us, and all we have nearby are Biddy Buds flying around. As you just saw, we can bounce off them to the halfway point, but that was just the beginning. I know there's more Biddy Buds to the left, but they're much farther away, so I tried jumping off the top of these brown bricks for more height, only to miss my jump by a good few feet. But I also didn't go very fast, so I kept on trying. And that's when I realized how time-consuming attempts were gonna be. When I died, I lost the Tanuki suits, so I had no choice but to go to another level to find another 2 suits and then go back to 4-4. It took me about 2 minutes to get Tanuki suits, and that extra time quickly added up. Maybe there was a faster method that I'm not aware of, but this is what I did whenever I needed the suit. I should also mention how bad the depth perception can be with Mario 3D World. There were tons of wasted attempts, all because I couldn't tell exactly where Luigi was on the screen. It eventually got to a point where I had played this level so much that I developed muscle memory for where I was supposed to be. With Luigi, jumping off the brown bricks got me much farther than with Peach, but the issue was that I wasn't able to build up enough speed. Which, I mean, duh, I'm trying to build speed on 2 tiny blocks. You're not meant to ever do that. But I started to get more comfortable with building speed. And then the issue arose of me spinning by accident. So it came down to me running on the very edge of the bricks to build up the fastest speed. If I could just do that, I could probably get to that next Biddy Bud, but it was so goddamn precise. I gave up on that idea and decided to just go full blast on the actual platform. And that allowed me to get a tiny bit farther, but never high enough to bounce off the Biddy Bud. Looking back on this level, cat momentum might have also worked for this, but that would have been just as difficult to pull off, if not harder. I tried this a few more times, and no matter how good my jump was, I was always too low to bounce off the Biddy Bud. I went back to my brick strategy, managed to actually build speed for a full run, but accidentally jumped too early for that momentum to carry over. That death was pretty tragic. So I had no choice but to pull out the Wii U Pro Controller and use a second character for help. My strategy was basically the same. Jump as far as I can with a Tanuki suit, but then switch characters at the last second and reach the end that way. The only issue was my runway was more limited since I was holding Peach, but on my first try, I actually overshot my throw, so I knew that this could be done. So I jumped for it once again, let go of Peach, hit the first Biddy Bud, yes! But I lost too much speed, so I fell right to the bottom. But then this happened. Aw, yeah! Now that's what I'm talking about. I'm pleased to say that the level was actually possible despite all odds. So let's move on to World 5. So Captain Toad plays Peekaboo, Backstreet Bustle, Bob-Ombs Below, Cakewalk Flip, Searchlight Sneak, Coin Express, and King Kathunk's Castle were all super easy. Sunshine Seaside is partially a plussy level, but since we're going backwards, we start with that part and then get stuck from a high wall. There was one somewhat hard jump at the beginning of Tricky Trapeze Theater, but of course I can't make progress due to the lack of the zipline. And for Sprawling Savannah, I'm blocked from using the pipe cannon. Not much interesting to point out in World 5, so on to World 6 next. Clear Pipe Cruise, Spooky Sea Week Wreck, Hands-On Haul, Bullet Bill Base, and Bowser's Bob-Omb Brigade was more than possible. At Tai-Fu Flurries, I thought I was going to be stuck for a long time with this line of Tai-Fu, but I switched to Toad and just built up a lot of speed. As soon as I could go, I ran up the hill and by the very hair managed to avoid all the gust. Moving to Deep Jungle Drift. And finally, for Fuzzy Time Mine, we can't outmatch the Fuzzies. Things start to get really interesting now that we're moving into World Castle. Fort Fire Bros, Simmering Lava Lake, and Captain Toad Gets Thwomped were a piece of cake. With Switchblack Ruins, I can't reach all the question mark spaces to open the wall, and there's an invis wall way up at the top. Then with Trick Trap Tower, I'm stuck due to a lack of a zipline once again. And with Rammerhead Reef, a gust of water wouldn't let me pass. I tried using a Lucky Bell, and that actually got me to the bottom, but I wasn't able to swim through the gust fast enough. But things are about to get spicy. Red Hot Run is already a pretty hard level, but it might not seem that bad to play backwards. But that's where you'd be wrong, because again, the camera is facing the wrong way. So that means I have to somehow make my way across these platforms without seeing where I'm going half the time, with tons of speed boost, without falling and going fast enough since there's only 100 seconds on the clock. This was so painfully unfun. I don't even know where to begin. The first 15 minutes was just learning the route and trying to build muscle memory, because that was going to be my only option with this godforsaken camera. I learned that the best way to slow down the speed boost was to ground pound a few times in place. This worked really well, but the problem is that I don't have very much time. I eventually made it to the end, only to remember that a pipe cannon shoots us to this area, which means this is probably impossible. I decided to jump anyway, and as I started to fall, the pipe cannon popped up and I just groaned. This might be possible with a Tanuki suit, which means I have to keep playing this level. And look, it's not that I don't mind the challenge. In fact, that's what makes these videos so fun to make and watch. What I don't like is making blind jumps and not being able to see where I'm going. After several tries, I got to the end with a Tanuki suit and completely flubbed the jump. That was really annoying, but I kept going to find that I made it much farther that time, which is a good sign. I played this level so many times that even without seeing half the time, I had figured out exactly where to go consistently so I wouldn't die and get hit, and would also still have enough time left at the end. Another attempt at this jump. It was much higher than last time, but I still wasn't quite high enough to reach the pipe. So I thought Luigi would do the trick, and unfortunately, he covered about the same distance as Peach did. So of course, I brought in a second character so I could try throwing Peach into the pipe, only to realize how obnoxious this was gonna be. Peach needed to be in a bubble or the camera would focus on her for whatever reason. After several more attempts, I went for a jump which was a bit early, then let go of Peach, and even still, I couldn't reach the pipe. I know I wasn't perfectly accurate on that attempt, but the fact that I wasn't high enough after that still boggles my mind. So I just said screw it. I gave Peach a Tanuki tail and tried again. It was a great jump this time. So I threw Peach and for some reason she didn't gain height. What, did I throw her too late? Does this not work when Peach has the Tanuki suit? I have no idea. I thought it might have just been a fluke. So I tried the jump again and Peach didn't get a height boost just like last time. I tried throwing her way earlier and still I had no success. What the hell is happening? I feel like this is rigged somehow. Another attempt in with an insanely good jump, but it just wasn't good enough to reach the pipe. I tried one more time without using the speed boost, thinking that maybe that was the problem. But once again, Peach didn't get any height from my throw. So I just gave up after that. If it's possible, then you let me know. I didn't try cat momentum because I knew that wouldn't be enough distance or height to get across. Boiling Blue Belly Belt's first jump requires a super precise cat momentum, and I'm kind of surprised I got it on the first try. After that is a lot of really careful jumps since the ground keeps coming in and out of the lava. None of these jumps aren't feasible, but I had to be so careful to not make any mistakes or it'd make everything way harder without the catsuit. But folks, we aren't done with World Castle yet. We have one more level to talk about, and this one is one hell of a doozy. Bowser's Lava Lake Keep may not seem so bad at first. You fight Bowser at the beginning, beginning and just move on after that. Proceeding through the warp box is where the real fun begins. If you don't have a cat suit, you aren't standing a chance against this jump. It's definitely doable, but the suit is 100% required. On my next try, I made the jump, and while it was scary, I had plenty of time to pull myself up and survive. I did get hit by the spikes, but it seemed like it wouldn't matter that much. These jumps across the lava balls are absolutely terrifying, but you can avoid getting hit at least. But that's not where the problem is. Near the end, you usually have to make a bridge fall down with a switch. Of course, since I'm playing backwards, the bridge is still standing up tall, and I have no way of getting around the bridge. So what that means is I have to get through this level with a cat suit and somehow climb my way around the bridge and survive. I have to fight Bowser without getting hit in order to use my cat suit, so that way if I do get hit after that jump, I'll have a backup suit for the ending. And hey, maybe this doesn't sound that hard, but the nerves get to you when this whole process takes so long. And no, I couldn't use my gamepad to make this fight easier. I didn't have access to the gamepad. Eventually, I got through the fight without getting hit and barely avoided the Hammer Bros hammer so I could move on. I just about had a stroke avoiding this lava ball, by the way. That was way too close. And guess what? Nerves got to me and I got hit anyway. Slowly but surely though, I made my way to the end, only realizing I can't even get a good running start with this jump and I have one go at it. And I must remind you, I cannot turn the camera and see where I'm supposed to aim. But I ran in a circle, waited for the spikes to move, made my jump, slowly started to turn towards the stage, and just like that, I was able to barely get across and climb my way around. I cannot believe this was possible. That took a lot of composure to keep myself together. But it is done, and we can move on to World Bowser after that big triumph. World Bowser is much less dramatic, as Spiky Spike Bridge, Cookie Cogworks, Footlight Lane, and the Bowser Train Express is possible. Unfortunately, there's a long string of levels that couldn't be completed, including Plessy's Dune Downhill due to there being no ground for Plessy to leap to. Deepwater Dungeon had Plessy blocked by a wall, and a Beam in the Dark can't be done since we can't reach the doorway up top. Grumblump Inferno's Grumblump blocks aren't in our sight, and last but not least is the final boss, the Great Tower of Bowserland. This can't be done because there's no zip line, but it's definitely worth checking out. Normally, you fight off a bunch of Meowsers at the end, but now you just get a bunch of clones that are all going the wrong way. We all knew Bowser wasn't the brightest, but Meowser takes it a step further. But now we've moved on to World Star, and Rainbow Run starts with a really hard jump at the beginning, until I realized I was overcomplicating it by a lot. And believe it or not, the Plessy section can technically be completed. The only problem is I can't hit the checkpoint or go into the warp box, and I also have no way of getting off Plessy, so this level is done for. With that said, however, Super Galaxy, Super Blockland, and Captain Toad Takes a Spin were a breeze. Rolling Ride Run could also be done, and it was actually really fun. I needed to do a pretty tight cat momentum jump to clear this gap while not getting hit by Conk Door, then the rest of the stage was basically staying as high up as I could to avoid tricky gaps. It was an exhilarating one to complete. With Peepa's Fog Bog, the River of Poison extends way too far out for us to reach the next platform, and then Cosmic Cannon Cluster has no lift or platforms, or any semblance of a chance. The Great Goal Pole was really interesting because I was spawned at the very end where the goal pole can reach to, so that meant I needed to find a way to get back to the beginning as quickly as possible. As you'd probably guess, the fastest method I could muster was using cat momentum with Toad. I was able to get pretty far, but not quite far enough to reach the flagpole. So thanks to some help and suggestions from the Mario 3D World Speedrunning Discord, they said I should try it with Luigi since his jumps are higher and better. And while he didn't move much faster than Toad and I wasn't crouch jumping, he was able to clear bigger gaps. This was the best I could muster. One motherfucking second. Holy sh! That was a close call. But hot damn, we aren't done yet, as Honeycomb Starway is another story. Since we removed the auto-scrolling, that means I can attempt the level as if it were normal, but the camera is still top-down. And worse, this blue stuff is blue lava, so that's not fun to touch. The platforms usually come in as you get close to them, but since I'm on the opposite side, I don't really get that luxury. I tried jumping to see if I could spawn one in, and not only did I find a platform, but I discovered the bees. The bees in which I can jump off of above for extra height. So with my cat suit, I did a cat momentum jump, and lo and behold, I found even more bees and another platform that I could potentially land on. With much better cat momentum this time, I managed to bounce off a bee and actually land on that platform. That's freaking cool and all, but I'm kind of stuck again. And the fire piranhas are spamming a ton of fire as well. I had no idea what to do, so I did another jump, and of course, I found another platform. But this one is way farther away and seemed much more unreachable. I tried jumping on the plant and was glad to be able to reach it, which gave me a few more ideas. With Peach, I tried to jump again, and while I was able to get much farther, I didn't get the height that I needed to climb up. Several more tries later, I bounced off both of these plants to see if that would help me get height, and while it did, I lost too much speed. And look, I know I was going the wrong way, but it wouldn't have made much of a difference. And that's when I decided I was going to use the cat and Tanuki suit in tandem. I'd use the cat suit to get to the first platform, and then the Tanuki for the other one. And while admittedly I didn't go super fast on this try, I was still falling way too quickly to reach the platform. So I tried the same strategy with Luigi, and guess what? I floated into the starry sky of doom. Big surprise. But silly me, I was trying to bounce on the wrong side, and this time I was getting a lot closer to that platform. And let's play that death back. I purposefully went for that bee because I realized I could use it for an additional jump. So I switched back to Peach and the attempts were on. Unfortunately, I didn't have a bee near me, so I wasn't able to give my idea a fair try. Next time, however, there were a few bees, which gave me a glimmer of hope. But I was going in the wrong direction, and I ended up missing my target on one of the bounces anyway. And then this came next. Oh my god, I am astounded that actually worked. That alone was an accomplishment pulling off. And I hate to say it, but there are no other platforms for me to go to next, and there's no enemies close by to jump off. That's really too bad considering all the effort I just put in. But there's one more crazy level to talk about in World Star, and that is Gargantuan Grotto. This is another level with a water gust that requires a lucky bell. I figured I'd get stuck again just like last time, but I was actually able to swim just fast enough to beat out the current and keep going. At the checkpoint, I ran into what seemed to be a dead end. There were a bunch of gray blocks above me with no way to get through, except I noticed a tiny hole that Luigi would be able to fit through. Reaching this hole was a problem because the wall was so short that I couldn't grab it. I figured a cat momentum jump could get me there easily, but it's just short of grabbable. So when I jumped to this wall, I delayed my cat dive so I could cover more distance, and that managed to do the trick. I thought it was all good and dandy, up until I found another hole in an even worse spot. I simply could not jump off the wall and up. The hole was just too far away for that to work. It was quickly sinking in that I was gonna have to do this again with more characters. So that's what I did, and just my luck, this jump wasn't high enough. Even when I jumped with Rosalina, it still didn't work. But I'm not giving up yet because I am way too stubborn. I do the level again with 3 characters and a little help from Chari 5. I simply cannot bounce all 3 characters at once by myself, so he helped control one of them. Within 10 seconds, we line up everything and actually make our way up to the top. Chari 5 coming in clutch. Thank you so much, and you should go check out his channel, by the way. I have it linked down below. Whew, that was a bit intense, but World Mushroom was a bit of a breather. Night Falls on Really Rolling Hills, Spiky Mount Beanpole, Trouble in Shadowplay Alley, and Gigantic Seasick Wreck are all possible with no problems. Deep Black Jungle Drift is another big nope, and Back to Hands-on Hall stairs don't open up so you can't get through. Now I am stoked to talk about Broken Blue Bully Belt because I cannot believe the things I managed to do. What makes this one so hard is the limited amount of rising and falling platforms. Not only do they rise and fall, but they're not safe to stand on for more than 2 to 3 seconds. So I had the crazy idea of landing midway through the cycle with cat momentum, and on my first attempt, I actually got really close. Since I can't move the camera, I'm literally making blind jumps and praying I land in the right spot. Eventually, I got a really good jump in and actually landed. Stunned by that happening, I make my way back, and things are looking grim as I don't get enough distance to safety. What I basically have to do is a perfect blind jump, but also time the cycle so I have more time to build speed. And this is made harder without being able to move the camera. But then I decided to try it with a Tanuki. God Gamer Alert. I'm sorry, I have to say it, but we're sounding the alarms because we have a God Gamer Alert here. Now I just have to get to the checkpoint, which I do, and I never have to do that part ever again. We're not quite out of this mess yet, as the rest of these jumps are also super precise and the cycle goes against us. Thankfully, messing up is no longer a big deal because since we've got the checkpoint, we can just grab another Tanuki suit and keep trying. As long as I time the cycle properly, the jumps were manageable. Eventually, I got myself across this section, and after that, it wasn't too bad. And with all that done, Mushroom 7 is finished, and that is a freaking miracle. But now onto our last big world, which is World Flower. With Piranha Creeper Creek After Dark, Faster Fort Fire Bros, Sprawling Savannah Rabbit Run, Shiftier Boom Mansion, Pipeline Boom Lagoon, Blast Block Skyway, Towering Sunshine Seaside, Spiky Spike Bridge Sneak, and Boss Blitz all being very easy. Switch Shock Circus doesn't have a zip line, and Floating Fuzzy Time Mine has a problem with the fuzzies again. Honeycomb Skyway brings us back to a level that I am not happy to see again. But alas, I tried the same strategies as before, and I even have clear pipes to use as additional help. So I avoid the hell out of this fireball, then bounce off this fire plant, and I'm about to miss the platform until a nether comes in and saves me at the last second. After that, I do a big jump, and I'm baffled to find a clear pipe so close that I can land on it. After that is another clear pipe, and shockingly, I don't have any more hard jumps. The rest of this stage is already fully built, so I just walk up to the flag and actually beat this. That is amazing. To wrap things up, Captain Toad's fiery finale is easy of course, but let's get into Champions Road. Now this one is impossible because pipe cannons take you to each individual section, but I know everyone is curious if you could beat this backwards. So Mabra went ahead and added warp boxes just so we can test that. The hardest part is still this speed boost section, simply because we can't see where to go. The lasers come into frame so quickly that it's hard to react to without getting hit. The water segment isn't all that more difficult. The timing is a little tighter, but you can still get through it. And honestly, that's all that's worth mentioning. You can get to the end with the warp boxes, but it's not as hard as you would imagine it being. Out of all the levels, 27 out of 95 were possible, so around 28% couldn't be done. Money is important. We all need a little bit of coin to survive. But Mario is one greedy guy, and today he's on a quest to collect every single coin in Super Mario 3D World. For some guidelines, green stars and stamps don't add to the coin counter, but we're gonna need to get green stars anyway since they're required to make progress. Also, the hub world coins and infinitely respawning enemy coins aren't gonna count. And finally, using the stars to get coins from enemies that don't normally produce coins will be omitted because you can only access this item in certain levels. But anyway, it's time guys. Mario wants to bring home that spaghetti, and let's get started. 1-1 was a smooth start, but it did take a while to break all the blocks on the bridge. I also realized just how many invisible coins there are in this game. But thankfully, by rubbing your finger on the touchscreen, you can easily check suspicious areas and not miss any. When entering 1-2, I decided to grab this Koopa shell and pull off an infinite 1-up trick. I might as well so I don't have to waste time with getting a game over, right? While underground, I did some digging and found a golden pipe. This made me freak out a bit, but thankfully all the coins came from these shells and that was it. I also learned for the first time that trees and flowers may have coins in them, so I need to check every single one now. Something tells me this is going to get tiring real quick. Moving on to 1A, you fight this enemy and you get the coins. To save you guys time, all these enemy-themed levels are obviously going to be possible. 1-3 was the first level to have a P-switch, but it was a breeze. All the P-switches in this game are designed to be 100% collected, unlike games like Super Mario World. And on to our first Plessie level at 1-4. This may seem like a walk in the park, and it is, but not when you're trying to touch every coin. There's branching paths, each with their own set of coins. Now don't worry guys, this level is optional because the game at some points branches paths, so we can just try 1-5 instead. And outside of some tricky invisible coins, it was overall an easy level, so on to 1 castle. It was going okay until this explosive soccer ball decided to blow up these Goombas and the coins dropped, so I had to restart and get these Goombas before the soccer ball did. And that there wraps up World 1. It was a bit rocky, but we're making good progress, so on to World 2. Now 2-1 was going great, it really was. And then I found this gold pipe. Sinking my way down, the room had a giant hole and a golden P-switch. It was at that moment that I realized I was in big trouble. I hit the P-switch and watched hundreds and hundreds of coins go down the drain. And even worse, these coins stopped coming down after about 10 seconds. So that means they don't infinitely respawn and I must grab them to move on. But I wasn't ready to quit despite all odds, so I grabbed Luigi and put him on the very edge to see what would happen. He grabbed a few measly coins and that's about it. So I got another character and attempted to wall jump with Mario and Luigi while the coins fell. And keep in mind, I'm just one person, so the coordination to do this just wasn't working as I hoped it would. Now I'm not gonna lie guys, I'm really sad that we're already stumped. This can't be it, right? That's right, there's a secret warp pipe in World 1 too. I don't know where it's gonna take me though. Maybe I'll go to World 5? I don't know, maybe I'll go to World 3? God damn it. Okay, so I have one more idea about this dilemma, but it's going to require the boomerang suit, which we can't get for a while. So for now, we'll grab the rest of the coins in 2-1 and move on. 2-2 is that one level that requires heavy usage of the touchscreen and microphone. At one point, I almost blew off these Goombas I needed for coins, but luckily they held on for me. When entering 2-3, I discovered that when the piranha plants eat enemies, they don't make coins. So that basically means that I have to do this whole level without using the plant and just jumping on them instead. And that wasn't a big deal, it was more than doable. Now 2-4 had a crap ton of coins to collect, but it was pretty simple. And the same goes for 2 Mystery House. Now 2-5 made my blood rise just a smidge due to these block steppers. Not only did I have to squish all of them, but I needed to do that without losing more than one Peach clone since I needed them for the 3rd green star. Not that the green stars matter for the counter of course, but I want to get the easy ones before the levels get harder. Now 2 Castle was a pain in the booty because it was an auto-scroller. That means I couldn't take my time, which is a real problem when you need to step on all these block steppers that like to scramble all over the ground. Now the bullet bills do have coins, but they do respawn, so thankfully I don't have to worry about them. And after a bit of struggle and a bit of pull, I was able to knock out World 2. Now upon entering 3-1, I was given the cold shoulder when I realized how much the timer was freezing me up. There were so many trees to check and so much ice that slowed me down. And it's not even like getting any of these coins were hard, it was just doing it all fast that was challenging. After several attempts, I did complete this level with barely enough time to spare. And things weren't going to get easier with 3-2. Now if you've played this game, you probably remembered this coin block that has 1 billion coins in it. But is there really that many in there? Did you hear that? That was the sound of an empty coin block. So what that means is I have to run up to this block as fast as humanly possible, spam like a madman, and the second I hear that thump sound, I have to book it before the screen kills me. It took a few tries, but I actually survived and got all the coins. And thankfully, the rest of the stage wasn't too bad. Now, when I saw that 3-3 was a ghost house, I was a bit concerned that I would get lost in there and miss coins I needed, but it was surprisingly straightforward. But then horror bestowed my eyes entering 3-4. 100 seconds. This is the last thing I want to see. Granted, it's a short level, but that is not a lot of time to work with. My first attempt at this, I accidentally missed a lot of invisible coins, so I had to do this over a few times. At the end, there's a coin block that I'm 99.9% sure actually does have infinitely respawning coins. I got over 200 coins without stopping, and like we've established, respawning coins do not matter. And now on to 3-5. This one was very slow going because it was mostly in the water, but this level is more than doable. 3-6 is my favorite level in the game, the Mario Kart styled one. Even with the branching paths, all I had to do was avoid most of the boost panels and I was able to easily grab all the coins I needed. 3-7 had this one part where I had to free fall and grab all the coins, and that made me a wee bit scared, but I got them all my first try because I'm just that good. Or I got really lucky. Anyway, moving on to 3 Castle. And thankfully, all these boxes don't have coins inside them too, so I was able to skip this pile and get the other coins I needed on the other train. I even played the level over again just to double check, and I was right, so this was an easy level. To wrap up this world is 3B, our first dedicated boss level. Histocrat is my favorite boss in the game, and while there are coins on the little plates you stand on to reach his head, they respawn, so they don't matter. The only coins I needed were at the end of the fight, and boom, we've knocked out World 3. And just to save a bit of time, all of the dedicated boss levels are also possible, as you would expect. But now to World 4. I started off by wasting a lot of time trying to kill all these ant troopers. It took me a while to realize they respawn and their coins don't matter. But after that hiccup, the level went pretty smoothly. The second green star has lots of ant troopers to take down, and they don't respawn, so it takes a while to get them all, but the level is more than possible. Things are about to get messy with 4-2 though. Right away, these piranha plants are giving me issues. After killing them, they spew 3 coins and 1 or 2 always landed in the poison. Even with good timing and floating with Peach, I either died trying or always missed a coin or 2. So I tried using the Tanuki suit, and it didn't actually help, but instead I had the greatest luck mankind has ever seen. Like, seriously, how did these coins not fall in the poison? Well, whatever. Everything was chugging along until going for this first green star. Now the green star is easy to get, but the problem is killing all the piranha plants. There was no way I could kill all 4 of them and get the green star, so I tried grabbing a second character and using one just for the green star and the other for the plants, but that didn't work. But then I had a revelation. I don't need that green star. Dumb me was thinking way too hard, so I grabbed the cat suit and, well, even with a perfect run, 10 seconds wasn't enough time to get all the coins. So I tried it with Toad since he's faster, and my jumps weren't getting high enough. And then I tried it with Mario, and his jumps still weren't getting high enough. So my last option was to try it with Luigi, and after a couple tries, I got every coin but 1, so I knew that this was possible. And then this happened. Yeah, I only did that because the coin RNG was being nice. And after all of that, I thought this level had chewed me up enough, but we still aren't done. I had to deal with these freaking plants once again, and their stupid coins kept landing in the poison. So you know what? I grabbed a gold leaf and was able to get all the coins that way. You may call it cheating, I call it strategizing, because this level is just evil. But with this suit as a last resort, I prevailed and actually beat 4-2. It was pretty intense, but 4-3 was much more straightforward. The only part worth mentioning was the room with all the P-Switch coins, but with 5 Peach clones, it made it a breeze. Now 4-4 was going well until the very end. There's a crap ton of Biddy Buds to get, and I needed to stomp them because using fireballs would take too long to get their coins. The problem was I kept running out of time or dying trying to get all these Biddy Buds. So after tons and tons of tries, I eventually figured out that the best strategy was to whip the tail and hit 4 of these guys at the same time. Now thank God this mushroom platform goes back and forth. After some tries, I managed to grab every coin and make it to the end. But at the end, I had to check 6 trees for coins with very little time left. But thankfully, I had just enough time to make it. Now moving on to 4 Mystery House, it was going okay until this part with the spikes. I knew there was no way I was going to get all their coins on time, but thankfully this level's just optional. 4-5 also had a lot of spikes, but obviously a more generous time limit, so this level was easy to knock out. And the same goes for 4 Castle. The boulders weren't too much of a nuisance. And that is everything in World 4. And now to World 5. 5-1 puts us on a nice relaxing beach after all that stress. And then I went through the pipe to find Plessy. After our last encounter at 1-4, I thought this was the end. But thankfully, there's no branching paths and there was way less coins to grab. And now we finally have access to the boomerang. So you know what that means. It's time to revisit 2-1's gold pipe. So here was my final idea. I got 4 players all with boomerang suits on. Because of this, I can control all 4 of these characters on my own because all I have to do is push 1 button on each controller. And I already know that boomerangs grab coins, so after practicing that for a while, I put it to the test. And guess what happened? These godforsaken coins for no good reason are immune to being grabbed by the boomerang. This strategy should have at the very least grabbed a good chunk of coins, but this is just ridiculous. Since these coins are so stubborn and different from the other coins, I'm gonna say that they don't count. Now if you think they count, then by all means that's perfectly fine, but I want to play more levels for this video and I'm so done with this gold pipe. Now 5-2 and 5-3 were a cakewalk. Both of these levels had nothing to worry about. 5-4 has plenty of ant troopers, but most of them respawn, so their coins mean nothing to us. 5-5 was a simplistic level to do, and 5-6 required a bit of patience with the flipping platforms, but was also no trouble. There was a scary part in 5-7 where there was coins on this breakable bridge, and I had to grab them before the bridge was completely destroyed. But despite that, it was more than possible. And now for 5 Castle. The hardest part was strangely getting the coins after the boss. There was 4 circles of them, and I was like half a second away from missing a few because all these coins were getting ready to despawn from the level. And that right there is World 5. It was surprisingly easier than most of the worlds we've gone through. And on to 6-1. It was a relatively easy level. I found it to be more than possible. 6-2 has a lot of bricks to break, but it was also an easy level, and the same thing goes for 6-3. Now 6-4 seemed like more of the same, but then I ran into this piranha plant, and of course he's right next to this poison. God, I hate these poison levels, so screw it, we're busting out the gold leaf. But now we know that the level is more than possible. And 6-5 was going well too until I found this mystery box. Normally you just take the shoe and run into the green star, but there's 3 Goombas you need coins from, and you can't just ram through them because you won't grab the coins automatically. So I tried using the gold leaf and was able to get coins automatically that way, but I wasn't able to get to the end. Even with Toad, I still wasn't able to get there. But for some strange reason, I just couldn't stop trying this. I felt really motivated to do this specific part, so eventually I learned that when you gain enough speed on the ice and jump, you go a tad bit faster in the air. I optimized my route to where I jumped at the beginning, did a long jump to kill the Goomba, then did lots of perfect jump inputs and made sure to stay as low to the ground as possible since going too high would slow you down. Then I would hit one Goomba, touch the star for an extra second of time, immediately turn around, hit the other Goomba, and how the hell did I just do that? And with that, we know that 6-5 is possible. Now 6-6 has a lot of invisible coins to find, but it was easy enough. And 6-7 was one of the easier auto-scrollers to complete. And then I tried 6 Mystery House. Yep, I'm definitely skipping this level. Within a few seconds of playing 6 Castle, I knew I was in trouble. I set off these block steppers and oh boy, half of them jumped off the stage in fright. My only other option was to use the boomerang, and after tons of tries and good coin RNG, I was able to complete the level. And that was World 6. We're really getting close to Bowser now. So for some reason, this world isn't called World 7 like you'd expect, but it's officially titled World Castle. So keep that in mind as we go through. Castle 1 was a breeze until these block steppers. I messed up the first time realizing that the POW block shot coins into the lava, but if you carefully time your fireballs, none of them will fall and you can get all their coins. Castle 2 is a pretty fun level, but it's vital that you have a fire flower the whole time since you need coins from the Spinies. Now I thought that Castle 3 would be really challenging, but there was barely any coins to grab. At the end I did have to go on all 3 levels to get coins, but otherwise it was a walk in the park. And the same goes for Castle 4 and Castle 5. Both of these levels took little to no effort to complete. And now to Castle 6, and even though it was going relatively slow, it was chugging along. This was our first time running into these little Madpole guys too, and for some reason, after you killed them all, they spawned 50,000 coins all the way down here. I don't know why that happens, but the coins are only there for a very short amount of time. So you know what that means, guys. We're busting out the boomerang once again. And it barely helped at all. I wisened up a bit by luring this last Madpole as close to the coins as possible. Then I strategically put Peach in a spot that would grab a couple coins, use Mario to hit this last tadpole, then use Toad to run like a madman with his boomerang. Now, was this crazy plan enough to get all the coins? Apparently, yeah, I barely did this in time. So there you go, Castle 6 is indeed possible. For Castle 7, I had a clutch call at the beginning with this lava, but otherwise everything went fine. And finally, Castle was a really simple level, as long as you didn't lose your boomerang suit because you need them for 2 coins. But anyway, after a couple tries, World Castle is done and we are on to the final world. Like previously, this world isn't labeled with an 8, but instead just a Bowser head. So starting with Bowser 1, it was an enjoyable level to get through with no issues. And the same goes for Bowser 2. So let's jump into Bowser 3. This one has a ton of enemies to stomp on, but as long as you're careful, you can nab them and grab them all. And now for our biggest hurdle yet, Bowser Train. Not only is this an auto-scroller train level, but there's coins all over the place from several different enemies. After a bit of practice, I got fast enough to get every enemy and coin, but the end could honestly make this impossible. There's a room you have to go in with Goombas and coin blocks, but on top of the room is ant troopers, 4 sets of them in fact. I can take out the first set, but not the second because of the auto-scrolling screen. Now technically I can get the third and fourth set because there's a coin block that takes you to the ceiling, but that doesn't really help us here. So yeah, this is seeming pretty gloomy, but I have one more trick up my sleeve, and that's to utilize multiple characters. The plan is to have Toad and Mario stand in place with the gold leaf to hit the first 2 sets of ant troopers, and then Peach can quickly scurry inside for the coins and take care of the last 2 sets. But there's one major flaw. Yep, we can't be in 2 places at once. Now I know this happens when you're traveling through pipes, but even in the same level, every character has to be either inside or outside this room, which honestly really sucks. So with that, I've come to the conclusion that it is not possible to beat Super Mario 3D World while collecting every coin. And technically my game ended at World 2-1, but those coins were so stubborn that I still don't count them. Boy oh boy, do I have a spicy video for you. Bowser's Fury recently came out as of now, and after 100%ing the game, I really struggled with what to do for a challenge. After a lot of pondering and thinking, I eventually decided to attempt beating the game while always crouching. Steve Gaming has done this with a few other Mario games, so I was inspired to try it out for myself. For the rules, I simply must be crouching and have to collect 50 shines to fight the final boss. As for other things I'm allowed to do, I can jump when crouching and also bounce off enemies, springs, and Bowser Jr. But I can only bounce off of them if the jump starts from crouching. I'm also allowed to ground pound since that's still basically crouching and keeps me in one spot, and sliding/swimming is okay as long as I don't jump off a wall or out of the water. What I am not allowed to do is normal jump, long jump, roll, climb up walls, or wall jump at any point in the run. I'm not sure if Steve's rules were as strict as mine, but I figured I might as well go all out. So is this challenge actually gonna be possible? Let's find out. After the incredibly fun beginning cutscene, Mario's head starts off in the mud. Once gaining control, I immediately start crouching and waddle my ways forward. I quickly learn that jumping while crouching is a lot faster than just walking, so I'll be doing this for most of the challenge. This first shine was simple enough, just hop up the stairs and touch it. Next is walking to Bowser Jr. and teaming up with him. And honestly, thank God we have to do this. You'll see why in a little bit. Since this is only my second time playing through Bowser's Fury, it took me quite a while to realize that I can use Bowser Jr. to my advantage. So at first, he doesn't do much but follow me around. If this invisible block wasn't here, getting up would have been much more difficult since I'm not allowed to climb. The condors were really annoying to get by because I wasn't allowed to slash them. And like I said, I didn't think of using Bowser Jr. like I should have, so I just jumped on their heads one by one instead. The real challenge, however, was this slant. I wasn't anywhere close to clearing it with a crouch jump. And since I'm crouching, of course I'm gonna slide down. My only idea to bypass this was to bounce off the Conctor's head for extra height. But not only do I have one attempt at it, it's also fairly precise. And the only way to spawn in Conctor again was to take a stock, which is really annoying. But I actually got it on the next attempt, and just in time too. In case you don't know, when Fury Bowser spawns in, he only goes away by collecting a catch shine, or by waiting for him to disappear, which can take quite a while sometimes. He actually spawns in faster with the more shines you collect. But anyway, up next was Pounce Bounce Isle, since this was a simple island to play normally. On the way up, I started to get some cat shards, but only the ones easily accessible. Before getting all the shards, I got the shine at the end of this area first. This jump was a bit scary, and this one was completely unnecessary since Bowser Jr. could have helped, but alas, we nabbed ourselves the next shine. Now I get to talk about one of the biggest time savers in this challenge, the amiibo. By scanning a Bowser amiibo, you can spawn Fury Bowser at pretty much any point instead of waiting for him. And lucky for us, there's some shines that requires Fury Bowser to break Bowser blocks, like this one right here. But before continuing for more shines, we have to complete the first Bowser fight. And what's super fascinating about these boss fights is Mario's entire moveset from the game is utilized, even when you're super big. So I'm still able to crouch and crouch jump while Bowser breathes fire and does all the shenanigans. All that I really have to do is wait for Bowser's shell drop move, then just crouch jump and ground pound. After doing that a few times, the fight is finished and we can continue on. Fort Flaptrap was our next destination, since I had a feeling some of these shines wouldn't be too bad. And they really weren't. I just had to debate the cat boys into falling into the pits, and the shine was quickly mine. I started to grab some cat shards as well, but left behind a couple because, again, I forgot Bowser Jr. could get them. Next was another easy Bowser block shine. And since I can't use Plessy, it was time to do a lot of swimming. And I mean a lot of swimming. I'm not going to talk about this again, but just keep in mind that I had to do this for a majority of the challenge just to travel, and it was extremely tedious. Now, yes, I could theoretically use Plessy without jumping, but then I would never be able to dismount Plessy, which would count as a normal jump. So, swimming it is. Since I was heading towards an island, I can enter it while crouching, so at least I don't have to jump out of the water. Next, I found this purple button, and it just required me to kill a bunch of enemies. I'm so glad there's a few of these shines, as I'm starting to get worried about what'll be possible and what won't. At Slipskate Slope, my worries really began with the cat shards. Some of them seem to be completely out of reach, which is a big problem when I know how many shines I already can't do. For now, I resorted to grabbing the shine at the end. Afterwards was another Bowser block shine, but this one wasn't going to be nearly as easy. Since I'm not allowed to jump out of the water, I have to somehow get to it from the island, and I obviously can't do a normal jump either. So it was time to activate Big Brain mode. I lured a Koopa towards the very edge of the island, and with a few attempts, bounced off the Koopa and barely scraped the edge to get the shine. I love doing stuff like this for challenge videos, it's so rewarding. This pipe ended up opening from Fury Bowser, so I took it and found another shine that was obtainable. However, I learned that I have to avoid these boost panels as it would force Mario to run, which obviously we don't want him doing. So about 2 minutes of very careful waddling later, I reached the shine. I've been avoiding Claw Swipe Coliseum due to its vertical nature, but I had to start going for the hard stuff sooner or later. But I also forgot that the Cat Boom Boom fight entry was at ground level, so that was easy enough to get to. Boom Boom, on the other hand, actually killed me. Yes, I'm serious and even a little embarrassed. Like, he's not even hard still. But I'm not gonna lie, crouch jumping still feels really awkward, so I wasn't used to it. I did get the shine the next try, however, and also got a cat shard on the way out. Trickety Tower was on the ballot next, and honestly, it wasn't that bad. Just a few careful jumps here and there, and oh yeah, I finally figured out that I can use Bowser Jr. Who would have thought? And the shine in the middle was of course a piece of cake to get. But this is where things get interesting. I needed to get into Crisp Climb Castle, but unfortunately, the island doesn't run into the ground with sand. Since I'm not allowed to jump up to the ice, I wasn't really sure what to do. I figured that if I touched Bowser's black goo next to the island, then maybe Mario would load at the entrance of the island. So I ran into it, died, waited for the game to load, and it actually worked! Oh my god, I can't believe it. Since we have a solution to getting up here, I decided to get this random shine floating over the water. And we can barely get it since the glacier requires a tight crouch jump, and that nets us the 15th shine. There isn't much to say about the second Bowser fight since it was the same thing but required more hits. After that, I noticed the bunny and decided to go for it without Plessy. And to nobody's surprise, that isn't gonna work, so all of those shines are gonna be impossible. To get to Cat Pom Pom, I had to climb up the tower for real this time, but the jump to the first question mark block was way too far away from the island. So I've got one option left, and that is to bust out 2-player mode. Now we get to talk about Bowser Jr. He is a pain in the ass. So the plan was to position him halfway between the island and the block, but if you keep Bowser Jr. still for too long, he just moves somewhere else automatically for no reason. So what I basically had to do was position Bowser Jr. and immediately switch controllers to jump. And thankfully, it is actually possible to clear, despite Bowser Jr. being super janky. The rest of the climbing was just ground pounding and crouch jumps, and Pom Pom was of course an easy boss, getting ourselves another shine. Now this next part is kind of hilarious. I genuinely thought that I was soft locked inside the castle because I can't make it to this block with a crouch jump. But with another super precise Bowser Jr. bounce, you can get across and make your way to the exit. Back at Icicle Hell, I found another purple switch, and thank God, it was just another enemy bout. I know most of these purple switches don't give you this, so I'm glad to have found another one for another shine. And with that out of the way, how on earth am I gonna climb up this island? There's no way I can— Oh, well, that was easy. Are you serious? I can't propel while I'm crouched? Oh, well, that's just lovely. Thank you so much, video game. Thank you. Thankfully, I've learned about an exploit from being in the Mario 3D World speedrunning Discord. If you jump with a propeller box and bounce off Bowser Jr., you can propel yourself in the air. In fact, you can bounce off Bowser Jr. twice before it stops working. Several attempts at this exploit later, I finally got one of these jumps and made my way up top. But I had to do this again, and oh crap, the platforms are moving now! I'm not gonna lie, I've got some decent hand-eye coordination, but there was no way I was doing this on my own. Thankfully, my friend Chari5 was able to control Bowser Jr. himself, so this isn't over yet. Another scary bounce later, I made my way to the top and I couldn't believe how far we've come. This was when I made my next breaking discovery, the Tanuki Leaf. It was a relief to be able to float finally. Oh, but that's not the best part. For whatever reason, this power-up paired with the propeller box allowed me to use the propeller while crouching. I have no idea why this works, but holy crap, I've stumbled upon something that might make this challenge doable. Things weren't quite over yet though, as Fury Bowser just decided to spawn in, and I still had rotating platforms to worry about. But little by little, I made my way up, trying to avoid the flames or I'd lose my propeller. And by some miracle, I actually made my way to the top to get the shine. I can't believe this can be done still. Since I was already up here, I went for the rest of the missing shards. After collecting all of those, I took my propeller back to other islands. And yes, going in the water also gets rid of the propeller, so I have to be really careful. And of course, a couple minutes later, Fury Bowser makes me run into water. Thank you! So you know what? Screw it! Bowser's flames opened up this castle and I fought Cat Boom Boom again. And it still wasn't that difficult, so shine number 20 we got. The third Bowser fight went down exactly the same as last time, and the next shine was another Bowser block. I took advantage of the Tanuki and propeller combo to get to this cloud for another shine. The reason I didn't go for this before was because jumping off the tip of the tree would have counted as a normal jump, so I had to wait to do this. And this level was pretty simple. Take out all the enemies and grab the prize. The shards that I couldn't get before were now accessible with a propeller, so I went ahead and grabbed those too. I was one to take this propeller Tanuki combo all the way back to the beginning, but there's of course a huge belly of water in the way. So that's when I figured out that I could hop from rock to rock to get across. And man, I was so happy when I discovered this. And of course, Fury Bowser came in and ruined everything. Look, I'm not gonna lie, he is really starting to get obnoxious. So instead, I got another Bowser block shine. Next, I got the missing shards at Scamper Shore since I didn't think of using Bowser Jr. beforehand. Once that was taken care of, I started working on the first Fury Shadow mini-boss. And this was so much easier than I thought it'd be. By staying in one spot and using Bowser Jr. to hit him, I didn't have to do anything with Mario besides get the shine at the end. Now, I forgot to record getting this next shine, but all I did was smash one of these bricks with Bowser Jr. and crawled my way through. At this point in the game, I hopped around for a while trying to find anything else I could do. I had just about used all the easy shines I knew of and wasn't sure what else to do next. I did find this key, but of course I can't pick it up unless I stop crouching. Bowser Jr. can technically push it, but if the key isn't in my hands for longer than like 10 seconds, it'll blink and go back to where it started. So that means that every key mission is impossible. I guess I'll hit this purple switch and, oh great, it wants me to quickly scurry to the star. Really? But you know, closely analyzing it, it didn't actually seem that far away. So I actually attempted it a few times. And while it took some trial and error and near perfect optimization, I managed to get this shine in the nick of time. The next one was literally right next to me and just needed to float down to get it. After that, I went for my first blue coin mission and thought I wouldn't be able to do it, but the timer was super generous for the coins. After hopping and getting the first set of them, I controlled Bowser Jr. and just ran into the rest of them. After several more minutes of looking around, I stumbled onto another set of Bowser blocks. I went back to the castle and managed to get a few more shards, but one of them was still a bit out of reach. I found yet another purple switch, which seemed doable now since I had the Tanuki and propeller combo. And after a few tries, I got to the shine with barely any time to spare yet again. And after an excruciatingly long swim, I made it to the Roiling Roller Isle, and I was not excited. I was now forced to try the harder islands, and this one had tons of rotating platforms, which makes crouching and sliding to my death very easy. For some reason, my amiibo wasn't working here, so I guess I'll save this shine for later. At first, the jump seemed simple enough. Just make sure the slants are mostly straight and I won't slide into the lava. That couldn't have been farther from the truth. the accuracy that you need to get across is just dumb. If you start sliding at any point, accept your defeat and try again. There is no way to recover from sliding since you have to always hold crouch. I will say that I'm glad there was easy access to Tanuki leaves to help, but that barely makes these jumps easier. In so many instances, it seemed like my jump and landing was safe, but the game said otherwise and I just took a bath in the lava. Thankfully, Fury Bowser kicked in at some point, so I could get rid of those Bowser blocks finally from earlier. But back to the rotating crap. I figured I might as well go for the cat shards while learning how to climb up. After about 30 more attempts, I discovered that I could land on this super long piece, waddle for a couple seconds, and clear the jump that way. And guess what? That was the easy section. But hey, at least I finally found a strategy for it. Before I could even try the next part, Fury Bowser dropped by to destroy some bricks and just ruin my day entirely. Dozens of tries later, I found out that by landing on these stairs, I could get myself to the following blue section. But then after that, I would usually just slide down and hit the lava in some stupid way. And you want to know what really made this whole process so painful? How long it took to retry. It takes like 2 minutes to climb back up just to try again once, and each death felt worse than the last. On one of these attempts, I was at least able to get the cat shard hiding behind the gray bricks, which is good, because getting the rest of them won't be that bad. I really am so glad Bowser Jr. can get these damn things. I don't know if I'd be able to get them while crouching. Eventually, after even more attempts, I got all the shards and got another shine. I was now at a point where I desperately needed help. I had been at this island for over an hour with seemingly no way to get up. I at least knew what I had to do for the most part, but I was held back by this super long green piece. Its sheer length made it impossible to climb while crouching, and that is where I was at a loss. So Chari5 took a hold of Bowser Jr. once again, and we started to come up with ideas. The only thing we thought would be feasible is to crouch jump, then bounce off Bowser Jr. 2 times in a row so I'd land near the top. We had a lot of really close attempts, but I just wasn't getting enough height to avoid slipping. And then, after countless attempts, I landed on top of the green platform, finally! After almost 2 hours of tries, we managed to get this stupid shine. Game, just have some mercy after this, okay? We have reached a point where co-op was going to be mostly necessary for the shines, because next was another obstacle course to climb. Chari5 was also learning how much Bowser Jr. is a pain to use. He would line up exactly where he would need to go, and then out of nowhere, Bowser Jr. would just move out of the way, messing up everything. We basically needed to perform 2 sets of double bounces and 1 single bounce to get this shine. This was our best try. That was way too close. We went back to the castle now to get that last shard now that we've gotten better at double bounces. First, we had to bounce our way to this area and then bounce up to this platform. Being so high up, I could move the camera so we could actually see where the last shard was to grab. I'm still kind of shocked there was a way to get all these shards, even with the help from Bowser Jr. But now, back to my favorite island, a purple switch appeared, which means I have another jump challenge to do. While I didn't need Bowser Jr. this time, the distance to cover was much greater than usual. I went for this one like 10 times before I realized that I need to use the rotating blue pieces to my advantage. And just like that, another stupidly close shine is captured. After all of this struggle, returning to previous islands either had key shines I couldn't get, or really easy ones like taking out these Magic Koopas. I used Bowser Jr. to smack them all and finish up. Following that was another Fury Shadow, and again, I just used Bowser Jr. to hit him. It's honestly kind of surprising that Fury Shadow will only go so far away from Mario. He's just making himself bait for us. Next was yet another Bowser fight, but this time, he wasn't ground pounding. This was concerning since I thought that maybe I'd be forced to pick up these giant sticks and start crouching. But that's when I learned that Bowser's meteors can be bounced back and hit him. Because of the meteors, this fight can also be done with crouching. After the fight, I was once again looking for several minutes for shines that could be attempted, and I found a Bowser block shine that I somehow missed entirely. I'm not gonna complain though, we're getting close. But even being close, there were only like 2 more shines I could try. Things were really starting to look grim, and this one that I'm showing you wasn't successful. But Chari5 and I spent forever optimizing the route, so I've gotta bring this up. So basically, there's 3 sets of blue coins to grab, and we started with Bowser Jr. getting the ones on the end while I would get the ones at the beginning. The problem with that was just how strict the timer was for the second and third set of blue coins. But man, we tried so goddamn hard to make this work. We were so optimized that Bowser Jr. would ground pound the blue coin switch, get all the coins as I'm jumping, then we'd have just enough time to get all the coins on the clouds. But what made this impossible was the third set of blue coins. While figuring out where all the coins spawned, we found that the last 3 blue coins are all the way at the end. What this would entail is for Chari5 to essentially get all the blue coins at the end, but also get them completely blind. If this is even possible, please send us a clip on Twitter or something, but we decided to go for something else, and that is another blue coin challenge. This one was much more manageable as the timer was pretty generous. It only took us a few attempts to get all these. But now I was literally out of shines to get. The only thing I could do was somehow access Pipe Path Tower, Ricky Whisker Island, or Mount Magmeow. But unfortunately, none of those islands were open and I can't jump up this bridge. We found another patch of land and thought we could maybe reach this shine surrounded in goo, but even with a double bounce, it was way too far away. We eventually found this random purple switch, and it was actually another enemy fight. So while that's nice, it doesn't really solve our problem. We still need 6 more shines. But I had one final idea, and that is to sequence break. When Fury Bowser shows up, these massive ramps ascend near this bridge that you would normally use for Plessie to cross. With a lot of Tanuki Leafs in stock and an extra jump from Bowser Jr., I thought we could reach Pipe Path Tower from this bridge. On our first try, we missed the bounce, but we had extra leaves. On our third try, I jumped, floated down, bounced off Bowser Jr., and we have landed! Okay, I cannot choke now. I've only got 3 more Tanuki Leaves left, and Fury Bowser has a clear and clean target on me. One more jump, we made it across, but I also lost a suit. I've only got 1 extra suit left, so I had to make this count. I'm almost at the clear pipes. We are right there, but Bowser's flames missed! Oh my god, this is our chance. Bowser gives us some more platforms by some miracle, and I hop on them and actually make it inside a clear pipe. After leaving the first pipe, I see that glorious entrance text, which I think confirms that we made it without clearing out the goo. Just to be safe, I go to the main portion of the wasteland, regardless if I get hit or not. After all of that, now it was time. Did the sequence break work? Will we actually warp here after this death? No way. It worked! It actually worked! We actually have a chance at getting 50 shines! While I was careening in joy at the fact, Chari5 got the last shard here and we could continue. Next was another Fury Shadow Shine, which was really easy, and following that was a Bowser Block Shine. I can't believe we got access to another one of these. Beaming with confidence, we double boosted our way to a shine that would normally require the cat suit, but that didn't matter to us. Following that was another shine just floating in the sky. We went back to Pipe Path Tower to nab a shine at the top, and we got our final one with the last shard piece. We actually did it! 50 shines while only crouching! All that's left now is the final boss. The first phase is basically the same thing we've been doing, just wait for Bowser to be on his back and ground pound. But the second phase forces us to use Plessie as there's no way to get to Bowser. So I jumped onto Plessie and wanted to see if I could hit him without jumping. And believe it or not, there is one ramp where you actually can. It happens to be at the very end of the loop, which means it takes an extremely long time to hit Bowser just once. But after 4 hits, I can confirm that it is possible to beat Bowser's Fury while only crouching. It is an extremely tedious and exhausting adventure, but it can be done.